This tragic girl, trapped in a doomsday loop, had lived and died 3 times, never making it past 22. Born into a villainous family within a children's novel, her ending was always preordained. Death. This time, however, she discovered something that would alter her fate in her 4th life. What was the deal with that powerful, aloof Dragon Duke? She vowed that in her next life, she would conquer him to survive. Today, let us delve into this captivating tale. Our story begins in a magnificent kingdom. Accompanied by the rasp of someone's labored breathing, droplets of crimson blood continued to fall upon the earth. A girl knelt amidst a sea of corpses, her gaze sharp and cold, blood still flowing from her own wounds. Looking at the faces before her, she silently tallied the dead. That's the male lead, and that's the second male lead. Those are the eldest and second sons of the Orca family. That's the youngest, all staring blankly into the afterlife. After a moment of reflection, she bowed her head and sighed. I can't believe I still didn't make it past 22 this time. This, it turned out, was the world of a children's parenting book. She had been reincarnated into this world 3 times, dying at 20, 21, and now 22. However, all 3 times, she had been born into the antagonist family. The thought made her brow furrow in irritation. Just imagine, she continued her internal monologue with disgust, reincarnating as a character in a children's novel. Is there anyone in this world more unfortunate than me? Suddenly, a shadow passed over the ground where her hand rested, followed by a gust of chilling wind. She looked up sharply. Before her stood a man. He launched himself into the air on powerful wings, creating a fierce updraft. She stared upward in astonishment. It was a living dragon, or more accurately, the Dragon Duke. His eyes, fixed on her, held a glint of lethal intent. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, if only those mad dogs hadn't driven the Duke into a frenzy. Then, her thoughts were cut short by the Dragon Duke's advance. Why did they have to provoke the Dragon King and cause this to happen? She fumed. Is this ending really appropriate for a children's parenting book? She closed her eyes, composing herself. This is just awful. Then, she opened them, ready to face the Dragon Duke. But the sight that greeted her made her gasp. Wait, is that? Behind the Dragon Duke, a vision of a grand city shimmered, the streets of Ekian City. How can I be seeing this? She wondered. Now, if I just go in, she thought, a surge of excitement coursing through her at the thought of going home. Before her, the Dragon Duke hovered. It truly was her home. But just then, the Dragon Duke's hand reached out, pointing towards her. Then, with a merciless flick of his wrist, her 3rd life in the children's parenting book came to an end. Even on the brink of death, she felt no fear, only defiance. Next time, she affirmed to herself, I'll definitely attack that dragon. The lightning that erupted from him helped end another meaningless life. In a blink, a new page turned. Before her stood a magnificent mansion, opulent and luxurious in the sunlight. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. That's the dragon's bride, isn't it? They murmured, referring to the small, blue-haired girl being carried by a servant. I heard she hasn't awakened any powers since birth. If she's the dragon's bride, she was probably sold off. The little girl stared straight ahead, the whispers echoing in her ears. Well, it's useful for the family. Despite their words, a thrill of excitement shot through her. Keep talking, she thought, a steely determination hardening her gaze. I'm resolved to become the dragon's bride this time. This was the world of the novel, the frail daughter of the Black Panther Duke. When she transmigrated into this book, she'd altered the original plot to secure a better life for herself. The results, however, had been disappointing. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming rage at this outcome. Ironically, however, it didn't end, but kept repeating itself, a relentless cycle. She was cursed by time itself. After failing her 1st and 2nd lives, the first by trying to seduce the original story's male protagonist, the second by dying from tetanus, of all things. In her 3rd life, she died from excessive ambition. She got caught up in the male lead schemes and was killed. But this time, before she died, she witnessed the Dragon Duke's power. If she had that power, she could go home, back to her beautiful Ekian city. Just then, a servant carried her out of the banquet hall and placed her in a cradle a little too roughly, it seemed, causing her to bump against the back frame. Rubbing the sore spot, she grumbled silently. Be careful. Next, the servant left, leaving the baby alone in the room. They're so cruel to children. The light from the window illuminated the entire room. She sat blankly, staring ahead, thinking, it's understandable, this place doesn't need me. But the next second, she negated the thought, not yet. Meanwhile, a figure was standing behind her. Footsteps entered the room. It was Okura, the current head of the Orca family. She asked the servant behind her, "Where is it?" Okura stared at the baby in front of her. Folding her arms, she asked, "Is this it?" The servant replied, "Yes." Head of the family. Looking at the baby, she placed her hand on her chin, contemplating something. So today is the day our little girl is named. She was full of anticipation for her new name. But Okura turned to the servant and asked another question. What about the hydrokinesis? This left her, who had been full of expectation, speechless. He flipped through the pages, searching for the answer for the head of the family. To briefly explain, hydrokinesis is a special ability passed down through generations of the Orca family. With this ability, aquatic beings can use their magic power, even on land, and of course, use it as they please. The stronger the hydrokinesis, the more they can eliminate magic restrictions. For aquatic species, Okura glanced at the child and clicked her tongue in annoyance. TSK, what useless thing do I have here? Then she turned to leave. The servant awkwardly asked, what about the child's name? Okura continued walking without turning her head. She uttered a name, Calypso. The little girl's eyes widened at her new name. Okura emphasized it again. Calypso. There were 3 people in the room. Okura was about to leave, and the servant obediently said, "Yes, I'll record it." Calypso, meanwhile, thought blankly, "Is that it? It can't be this quick." Watching the backs of the 2 as they left, Calypso felt uneasy. If I'm ignored like this, I'll be abandoned and die. To be sold and become a dragon's bride, I have to at least live until I'm 10. Thinking this, she immediately took action, opening her mouth wide, ready to speak. The sound of a heavy object landing echoed throughout the room, startling Okura and the other person, who froze for 5 seconds. Okura immediately turned around in confusion and asked, "Did it say something?" Calypso, standing in the cradle, shouted, "Grandma." Okura turned to the servant and asked, "It can already talk? Who taught it?" This made the servant panic. Yes. Normally, children around 2 years old can say some simple words. Okura raised her hand to signal him to stop and interrupted him. But normally, Orca children are usually slow to speak and don't become fluent until they are around 5. After saying that, she quickly walked towards Calypso. Seeing this, Calypso smiled. Everything is going according to plan. Okura came to the side of the cradle and bent down slightly, expecting the baby to speak again. Calypso called out without hesitation, "Grandma." She raised her hands, gesturing to be held. Okura was somewhat surprised. "I see. It not only speaks, but also understands and comprehends meaning." At this moment, a servant stepped forward to explain, "I've never heard the nanny or any of the maids mention this." Calypso, her face innocent, wore a mischievous smile inwardly. This is the skill of a reincarnator, she thought. Okura pondered, a slight headache forming. Could it be that she possesses the genius fish head? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Calypso repeated, "Fish head, Grandma, fish head." Both Okura and the servant were taken aback once more. Okura gazed at Calypso with an affectionate look and smiled gently. Then, with one arm, she scooped the baby up. Looking at the infant in her arms, she mused, this might be a good thing. She looks just like Pierre. Even if she doesn't have water manipulation, her mind develops quickly. A sly smile spread across Okura's face. "Can you prove you're useful?" she asked Calypso. At this, Calypso's eyes widened, as if deep in thought. Okura turned to leave, Calypso watching her retreating figure. Suddenly, Calypso raised her small hand. She gently stroked Okura's hair, causing the older woman to pause, unsure of the child's intentions. In Okura's eyes, Calypso's smile was sweet and innocent. But in the next instant, Calypso yanked a strand of hair from Okura's head. The older woman gasped, her surprise mirrored by the sharp glint in Calypso's eyes. Okura remained bewildered, while the servant behind her flinched. He had likely never seen anyone dare to touch the head of the Orca family. Clutching the pilfered strand of hair, the little girl thought, "Prove it? Of course I can." Outwardly, Calypso beamed, placing a hand on her chest with an air of confidence. "Grandma, I'm a good child. I'll prove it," she declared. Inwardly, the goal of this life solidified. "I will go home." The servant still trembled from the previous scene. However, instead of the expected outburst, Okura chuckled, amused. Then, holding the infant, she burst into laughter. Okura pulled Calypso closer, excitement in her eyes. To think that good-for-nothing Pierre could produce something like this. Not bad. The next moment, she tossed Calypso back into the cradle with a jarring thud. Calypso was instantly furious. Why does everyone treat babies the same way? She raged internally. Okura turned to leave, but not before issuing an order. Let's overlook it for now. Send her to the educational institution this summer. The servant hurried after her, still looking shaken. Yes, head of the family, he replied. Okura took a few more steps, then added a chilling threat, her words directed at the child. If she doesn't produce results at the institution, get rid of her for me. Her sharp gaze swept over Calypso, a cunning smile playing on her lips. There won't be a second chance. The look sent a shiver down Calypso's spine, but it wasn't enough to deter her. A determined glint shone in her eyes. Just you wait. I'll grow up quickly, become capable, and leave this family forever. Outside the mansion, the sun shone brightly. Inside, Calypso lay in the nanny's arms, silently calculating. The goal is to safely survive until I'm 10. Calypso cautiously eyed the hands reaching towards her. But I'm still too weak. My physical abilities are too poor. This life, I'll study at the educational institution. If I had a guardian, things would be much easier. Images of herself destroying the house to escape the family flashed through her mind. If I can't get into the institution, I'm not without options for survival. Suddenly, the nanny placed her on the ground, causing Calypso some confusion. Then, with a respectful bow, the nanny said, "We'll arrange for you to move in a week." Miss Calypso. Calypso's face hardened as she turned to look at her. Just because I've been acknowledged, her attitude changes this quickly. The nanny, a bright smile plastered on her face, looked down at Calypso. "All right, let's go outside," she said. "Yes, miss." The nanny replied instantly, her obedience absolute. A flicker of apprehension crossed Calypso's eyes. She paced back and forth, her thoughts consumed by the man who seemed to vex everyone. His reputation built on extraordinary power. A man of overwhelming strength, feared by all, yet his control over water was curiously limited. More than that, he possessed peculiar hobbies and remained strangely detached from the family's internal power struggles. At this thought, her small feet abruptly stopped. The man Calypso had been thinking about all this time was her father, Pierre. The scene shifted to the exterior of a magnificent mansion. Calypso was running down the path. As she ran, she thought, "Since I was born, father hasn't appeared, nor has he looked after my brother." Calypso knew from experience that she couldn't sway Pierre with familial affection. "So I won't let him find out I'm Pierre's daughter," Calypso decided. "Though I'm small, I possess a formidable power. If I can attract attention, I can get help." Calypso stopped and reached out to open the door before her. Thinking of her past lives, a sense of helplessness washed over her. "The butler told me some things about father. I didn't expect those words would help me now." As Calypso stepped inside, she saw a man sitting there. Surprise flickered across her face. A sudden gust of wind swept through, ruffling her hair. Calypso gazed directly at the man seated before her. He was a handsome man with captivating blue eyes. At this sight, Calypso shyly clutched the strap of her satchel. Then, a bright, innocent smile bloomed on her face. "Hello, mister," she chirped, running towards him excitedly. "Do you know where the educational institution is?" she asked. Studying the man carefully, Calypso silently marveled. "Wow, in my previous lives, I always died young, so I never got to see him in person. It's true what they say, good looks bring bad luck." Calypso blinked her cute, sparkling eyes after asking her question, but the man remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing the man ignore her, Calypso's spirits immediately dampened. But a second later, he turned his head and replied, "You've come to the wrong place." Calypso was rendered speechless. Placing a hand on her chest, Calypso declared resolutely, "But I have to go there. Can you take me?" He turned again and answered, "I don't want to. It's on the other side." Hearing his answer, Calypso was taken aback. Calypso then clambered up beside the man, thinking as she climbed, "Nothing is ever easy." After settling in, she began rummaging through her satchel, searching for something. "How can I get closer to him? Should I offer him something to eat?" Calypso held up an item in front of the man. "Mister here, these are dried fruits. Would you like one?" The man didn't answer, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. Then, as if anticipating this, Calypso sighed as she ate one herself. "Oh well, I didn't have high hopes anyway." Calypso began a chat with the indifferent man. It's so quiet here. Don't you have any friends? Do you play here alone every day? Then you must be lonely just like me. Hearing her say this, the man thought for a moment but chose to remain silent. This time, Calypso was truly annoyed. She glared at the man. He's ignoring me again. But deep down, she felt a little discouraged. Today, I'll be satisfied just being able to recognize his face. With that, Calypso hopped down. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Waving goodbye as she walked away, her face radiant, she called out, "Bye, mister. See you later." Calypso ran ahead, leaving the man sitting there, watching her go. His hand was injured, blood splattered on the ground. Propping his chin on one hand while tending to the wound with the other, he murmured, "Is that my daughter?" He thought to himself, "She probably doesn't recognize me." Meanwhile, Calypso ran like the wind. As she ran, she turned her head slightly and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Father must think I don't know. Direct blood relatives might be a little different, but you can tell they have the same personality just by looking at them." Calypso meant that they were both aloof. As if everything was going according to her plan, Calypso affirmed, "Father couldn't possibly fail to recognize me." Later that evening, within the mansion, lights blazed in every room. Calypso returned home and was just closing the door when she heard a commotion. Concealing herself in a corner, she overheard two servants gossiping. "Make it shut up. It doesn't have any talent, and it's such a bother to take care of. Useless. I wish they'd just get rid of it already." Calypso remained frozen by the door. Leaving a direct descendant of the Orcus in a place like this, she thought, if I can't awaken my powers, I'll be left here to die. Calypso pondered her predicament, to survive in this insane environment. Then, she thought of her father. "I need Pierre's help." A triumphant smile spread across Calypso's face. All right, confidence radiated from her. She had faith in her ability. "I can make Pierre take an interest in me." The next morning, Calypso set out early once more to meet Pierre. But a flicker of anxiety ran through her. Her hands clutched her skirt tightly. She couldn't believe this frail body could accomplish anything of value. Frustration welled up, and Calypso cried out, lamenting her fate. "My brothers were born with natural gifts of strength and physique. Why am I the only one like this?" She desperately tried to awaken her hydrokinesis, but to no avail. "It's no good, useless." Calypso recalled, "In my past life, I knew of something called the water dragon's tear. I could awaken my hydrokinesis by obtaining the Villainous treasure from it. But since I can't run off in search of treasure now, getting close to Pierre is the priority." Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Hey, why are you here? Are you lost?" At the sound of the voice, Calypso quickly darted behind a wall to eavesdrop. Another voice replied, "Right here." As they drew closer, Calypso wondered, "Who's coming here?" Two boys appeared. The one in black said, "I heard a new descendant was born here." The boy with brown hair responded, "I know, so what? She can't even use hydrokinesis anyway." Calypso continued to listen from her hiding place. The brown-haired boy added, "Besides, I heard she's going to be sold off as a dragon bride." The black-haired boy countered, "They say she's already been acknowledged by the head of the family and is moving to the main house. If we don't teach her a lesson now, she'll definitely cause trouble for Bion." Hearing this, Calypso seemed to understand. "Bion is Uncle's son. I don't like him very much. If that's the case, then those guys must be voluntary vassals." The two boys seemed apprehensive. "Oh man, if Bion gets angry, it'll be terrifying. Since they're relying on a powerful heir, it's no wonder they look down on other direct descendants." Hearing this, the brown-haired boy said, "Then we better teach her a good lesson so she doesn't get any ideas." The black-haired boy agreed. Observing this, Calypso worried, "I don't have any power right now. If I just run." She moved cautiously, trying not to make a sound. But life wasn't a dream. Calypso's foot landed on a twig, snapping it with a sharp crack. Alerted by the sound, both boys looked over warily. Just as Calypso prepared to flee, all three of them froze for 5 seconds, absorbing what had happened. One of them exclaimed, "Hey, over there, isn't that her?" Calypso could only think, "I'm done for." And so, the chase began. The two boys shouted as they pursued her, "Stop!" The sound of their footsteps and yells echoed through the area. "Stop!" By now, Calypso was gasping for breath. "I'm too tired. I can't keep this up much longer." Just as one of them was about to catch her, Calypso lost her balance and stumbled forward. Her legs tangled. Terror seized her. I'm caught. The two boys blocked her path. The brown-haired boy asked, puzzled, are you really a direct descendant? You look so small. Then came their mocking and contemptuous stares. You can't even use hydrokinesis. How did you get acknowledged by the head of the family? Their words seemed to strike a nerve. A glint of defiance flashed in Calypso's eyes, her small hands clenching into fists. Come on then, she taunted, if you're so tough. Calypso staggered to her feet, the boys before her momentarily stunned. You're those brutes under Bien, aren't you? She demanded. At her words, both boys started in surprise. Is she actually talking? The one in the black shirt asked. Am I the only one hearing this? How old is she to be speaking already? The brown-haired boy, who had been sitting, also stood up. I heard it too, he replied. He then poked Calypso's forehead, continuing his provocation. I wonder how you managed to catch the clown. I don't have any hydrokinesis. Ignoring Calypso's glare, he continued. So you're just a little bug, nothing to brag about. Huh. Calypso, unable to contain herself any longer, grabbed the finger poking her forehead. Latching onto it with surprising strength, she bit down hard, eliciting a yelp of pain. No matter how the brown-haired boy struggled, she refused to let go. That's what you get. Satisfied, she finally released her bite. The bitten boy whimpered, rubbing his throbbing, reddening finger and complaining. Calypso spat on the ground. Are you done yet? She asked. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she pointed at their faces and yelled, if anything's a bug, it's a land creature, isn't it? You uncultured fish heads. The two boys stared at her, taken aback. She didn't stop there. How dare you compare me to something from the land? The boy in black gave a dry chuckle. What is she even saying? The brown-haired boy, however, burst into laughter. Calypso had successfully riled him up. With a sly look, he said, I was going to give you some advice. Despite her anger, a flicker of fear ran through Calypso. Talking back had been fun, but she was trapped now. Looking at the two larger figures looming over her, she thought, 2 against 1. I don't stand a chance. An idea struck her. Well, then, Calypso pointed at them. Do you think my father will let this go? The two boys exchanged bewildered glances. Father? Then, both of them recalled Pierre's icy demeanor. If it's her father, Lord Pierre. The thought alone was terrifying. The fight for the next generation's inheritance is fierce. There's already a descendant acknowledged by the head of the family. I know it's not good news, but even so, this is too much, you brats. Two grown boys attacking a little girl. At that moment, the brown-haired boy retorted, don't lie. What precious thing does Lord Pierre have that he'd care about you? The boy in black chimed in. That's right. He's the one who refused the patriarch's invitation. Calypso waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. What are you talking about? I'm on my way to see my father right now. A little exaggeration won't hurt. She thought, what will my father say when he sees his subordinates treating me like this? At her words, both boys froze, unsure how to respond to the small girl before them. Using my father as a shield at a time like this is perfect, Calypso thought smugly. The brown-haired boy, still fuming, was about to lunge forward, but the black-haired boy stopped him. Hey, let's go. This is weird. Ignoring him, the brown-haired boy shook off his arm. Get off me. He raised his fist and charged. Before we go, I need to fix your bad habit. You have to pay for biting my finger. Startled by his sudden attack, Calypso couldn't dodge in time. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact, wishing, if only I had the power of water. As if in answer to her wish, a surge of water swelled and spun. Before the brown-haired boy could reach her, the swirling current swept him high into the air, leaving the black-haired boy gaping in astonishment. Then, with a thud, the brown-haired boy crashed back to the ground, leaving both Calypso and the other boy stunned. A water vortex? Calypso wondered. The black-haired boy rushed to his fallen friend. Hey, wake up. He helped his friend up, still bewildered. I heard she couldn't use the power of water. What was that? The brown-haired boy, still dazed, stammered, a water vortex. Defeated and confused, the two boys scrambled to their feet and ran. Well, damn, just you wait, Calypso muttered, raising a defiant middle finger as the boys slunk away. Take that. Then, her gaze dropped to her hands, eyes shimmering with a newfound wonder. Oh my gods, what was that? Hands planted firmly on her hips, Calypso stood there, a triumphant grin splitting her face. How did I awaken my hydrokinesis just like that? This is incredible. I am a genius. Unbeknownst to her, a figure observed the scene from behind a nearby tree. Calypso's smile faltered as she looked down at her mud-caked clothes. Well, they're ruined anyway. I can't see father looking like this. I need to clean up. The water swirling around her hands receded. Pierre, concealed by the tree, watched his daughter's retreating figure, a single thought echoing in his mind. Do you know who I am? Unaware of his presence, Calypso continued her internal monologue. Dinner time is the best. Pierre froze, leaning against the rough bark of the tree, his mind a whirlwind of questions. The best, she murmured again. As dusk crept in, the mansion was bathed in the warm, golden light of the setting sun, a palpable serenity blanketing the grounds. And when the first rays of dawn kissed the walls, the mansion seemed to awaken anew, vibrant and alive, ready to greet the day. Ever since then, I've been trying to use my powers, but nothing's happened. Calypso held out her small hand. Gather. Her face fell as she stared at her empty palm. I guess I haven't fully awakened yet. A frustrated sigh escaped her lips. Oh gods, will I be all right? The sudden sound of approaching footsteps and a voice startled her. Princess, are you in your room? Calypso's head whipped around, curiosity piqued. Enter, she called. The door clicked open, and a girl with bright orange hair stepped inside. My name is Misha, she announced. I'll be working here from today onwards. Misha approached Calypso, her voice brimming with cheerful energy. Pleased to meet you, princess. It suddenly dawned on Calypso that she had been elevated from miss to princess. Before she could ponder this further, Misha, beaming, delivered more news. Your enrollment date at the academy has been set. Looking at Misha's face, a sense of familiarity tugged at Calypso's memory. Then her eyes landed on the scales that graced Misha's neck, and it all came flooding back. In my past life, to combat the land animals and beastmen, specific conditions were required. A commander with hydrokinetic abilities had to be exceptionally skilled, she mused. And a beastman with the ability to locate water sources was also vital. In a troop lacking a hydrokinetic commander, access to water was paramount. Gazing at Misha's bright smile, Calypso thought, if I remember correctly, Misha might develop remarkable abilities in the future, though she's unaware of it now. Lost in her thoughts, Calypso began to walk away. She could be useful later, so I need to remember this. Misha, startled by the little princess's silence and abrupt departure, called after her. Princess, where are you going? Calypso, already at the door, replied, just going for a walk. Misha's voice was tinged with worry. Many buildings have collapsed recently, so you shouldn't go out alone, princess. Misha's face was etched with concern as she pleaded to accompany Calypso, her anxiety evident. Hearing this, Calypso turned back to look at Misha, her eyes wide with surprise. Calypso's mind flashed back to the servant who had unceremoniously placed her on the bed. If you're the bride of this species, won't you be sold off eventually? And Okura's chilling threat. If you cannot prove your worth, you will be expelled. And the whispered sighs of the two maids. Oh dear, our young miss is so useless. I wish we could be transferred somewhere else soon. Returning to the present, Calypso reached out and gently stroked Misha's hair. That's very thoughtful of you, she said softly. Misha was utterly speechless. Tears welled in Misha's eyes at the unexpected tenderness of the small girl before her. Princess, she choked out. Calypso, however, didn't let her continue, instead offering a bright, disarming smile. Thank you, but I'll be just fine on my own. With that, Calypso departed, her spirits lifted, leaving Misha reassured. The scene shifted to a waterfall, where a hand gently caressed the surface of the water. By the pool, Pierre heard a voice. Hello, sir. He turned, curious to see who had approached. Lost again, Calypso? He asked. The little girl retorted indignantly. No. Do I look stupid? Despite her bold tone, she was racking her brain for the right words, something that would make her father acknowledge her, truly respond. Her little mind raced, strategizing a way to connect with him. Then, Calypso turned back, a bright smile illuminating her face, and asked frankly, Uncle, do you know how to use hydrokinesis? Pierre didn't look at her, instead turning his face to the side, testing the waters. What if I do? Calypso pressed on. Please teach me. I think you'd be a good teacher. Pierre was somewhat speechless with his daughter. And why is that? He asked. She feigned a thoughtful response. I don't know. Based on my observations, that's just how it is. The father seemed bewildered. Observations of what? Calypso's expression became a little sullen, tinged with a hint of complaint. I really want to learn. Can I just flip a switch or something? Her face suddenly brightened. I'm giving you the opportunity to nurture a talented disciple like me. Pierre looked at her, questioning. Like you? Have you no shame? Calypso declared. Maybe like my father. Pierre startled, his eyes widening as if she had struck him and he'd forgotten to defend himself. Calypso began to sing her father's praises. My father is super handsome and very powerful. He's the best man in the world. As if being coaxed by a child, Pierre pondered, am I really that good? The little girl continued to lay it on thick. And he loves me very, very much. Her tone softened slightly. I love him very much too. Please love me forever. I'm worried I'll get hurt. I'm weak, so when I get hurt, I can only cry. Hearing this, Pierre fell silent, lost in thought. Calypso remembered her father in the real world. Her father, gentle and warm. My princess, Daddy loves his daughter very much. Does it hurt? Let Daddy kiss it better. A happy family of 3. My parents loved me so much that I forgot I was adopted. Now, she could only recall those beautiful memories. Nothing can replace my family. Even if it's just to see my mom and dad again, I will definitely go home. Thinking of this, her small hands clutched her skirt tightly, as if demonstrating her resolve. At this moment, Pierre finally spoke, asking her, then why don't you learn from your father? Calypso stammered an explanation. My father is very busy. You seem free, so please help me. Suddenly, she felt a pressure emanating from somewhere, causing her to look slightly panicked. Realizing the pressure was coming from the person beside her, she glanced at Pierre. Pierre was now in a state of extreme anger, the water behind him churning violently. Calypso stared at the man before her in terror. Covering her face with one hand, Calypso thought, he's using hydrokinesis to pressure me. She explained, in a year, I have to go to the educational institution. If I want to get first place there, I need to use hydrokinesis. Hearing this, Pierre offered some advice. If you try to awaken it too forcefully, you might die. However, contrary to Pierre's concern, the little girl was incredibly determined. Well, you only live once. What's the big deal about dying? Besides, I don't even know if the educational institution has anything related to hydrokinesis. Why wouldn't it? To be first, of course, you need that kind of power. Hearing his daughter say this, Pierre was speechless, inwardly complaining. Who raised this child? What kind of education is this? Calypso stated, my father wants me to be the best orca. Pierre didn't answer, instead thinking with bewilderment. You clearly know I'm your father. Why are you lying? The little girl's determined expression, along with her words, so please help me, uncle, after talking to the man in front of her for so long without getting a response, led her to continue putting on a pitiful act. Just by looking, you can tell I'm smart. Please help me. But before she could finish her sentence, she was swept away by a current of water. Pierre was using his hydrokinesis on Calypso, leaving the child bewildered. What's with this unclear contradiction? At the last moment, what if I'm discovered? He snapped his fingers, retracting the water. Now, held aloft by the water, Calypso faced Pierre. He reminded her, I expect you to become strong, yet I haven't helped you at all. Do you think your father truly loves you? Calypso wasn't fazed by the question. Instead, a grin spread across her face. Well, she replied cheerfully, I love my father very much. The answer brought a look of surprise to Pierre's face. The young girl continued, praising her father. To me, my father is number one. He's the best and strongest person in the world. A sudden, heavy silence fell over the scene. Seemingly persuaded, Pierre set the girl down on the ground. You decide the time, he said. He added a warning. I'll tell you up front, I won't take age into consideration. Then Pierre turned to leave, calling back, come here every day at the same time. At his words, Calypso stood frozen for a long moment. A look of astonishment spread across her face, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Then, she let out a whoop of excitement. Well then, Calypso asked, what should I call you, uncle? Should I call you master? Pierre sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Whatever you want. The young girl followed after him, continuing as she walked. Then I'll call you master. Now that Pierre had agreed to help, it was only a matter of time before she awakened her hydrokinesis. I will absolutely not regret this encounter and decision. It was never like this in my past life. Thanks to the treasure, I was able to awaken my hydrokinesis. However, simply awakening it isn't enough. I also need to know how to control it. Luckily, I met someone. Though she had learned how to control her power, Calypso recalled the girl asking, "Don't know how to do it? Like this. If I constantly come into contact with water, I'll naturally learn how to control it." That was how that person reasoned. Perhaps thanks to that, I quickly learned how to control my ability. But I thought I was going to die. Now, that familiar feeling is back. After Pierre agreed to teach her how to awaken her hydrokinesis, he had her start by making contact with the water. Looking at the rushing waterfall beside them, he told her to jump in. Calypso was taken aback. "Yes, master." But Pierre insisted she jump in. He told Calypso, "There are many abilities that are awakened when one's life is threatened." Calypso protested vehemently. No, but if I do that," he cut her off. "If you don't like this method, there are many other ways." Hearing this, Calypso asked with interest, "What other ways are there?" He readily answered with a long list of generally difficult methods, leaving Calypso speechless. After a moment, the young girl conceded. "Fine, I'll jump." Then Calypso jumped into the pool, covering her mouth with her hand to hold her breath. After only a few seconds, she felt that the intensity of this training was a bit too much for her age. Calypso's face was now pale, as if she was about to faint. "If I'm training my body to withstand hydrokinesis," she imagined herself doing 500 push-ups or running for 10 hours every day and felt that method would be best. Calypso slightly opened her eyes underwater, but she closed them again. There's something very faint, but it seemed that at this moment, Calypso was letting herself drift with the current, trying to feel the hydrokinesis. But just then, she seemed to inhale some water. Calypso immediately surfaced to breathe. Clutching the edge of the pool, she gasped, "I think I almost died." Pierre, who had been watching from the side, had been observing her the entire time. He looked at the young girl, contemplating something. Suddenly, he asked Calypso, "Are you an amoeba?" An amoeba is a single-celled organism that lives in water. She was busy catching her breath, so she couldn't answer him. So he added another jab that hit Calypso where it hurt. Even an amoeba wouldn't react so dramatically to stimuli. "No one has more potential than you to awaken hydrokinesis." "Oomph," she retorted sullenly. "Master, that's a personal attack. That doesn't mean it's not true. And you haven't considered my age." Calypso has lived 4 lifetimes already and has forgotten how to act like a child. Not only that, but she also has a father who knows nothing about his own child. If I can endure all this training, what does age matter? Calypso clenched her fists resolutely. Father is just talking. With a determined look on her face, she thought, "But I feel something stirring within me, even if it's small. Though it's insignificant compared to my brothers, who are called geniuses. This time I will surpass them." At that thought, a brilliant smile bloomed on Calypso's face. The scene shifted to the academy. A voice called from outside, "Princess, we've arrived." Calypso stepped down from the carriage in surprise. She hadn't expected the day of her official entry into the academy to arrive in her 4th life. In her 2nd life, she had been immediately sold off, and in her 3rd expelled midway. One unfortunate life, filled with hardship. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a voice. "I've heard so much about you." It was a woman with graying hair. She introduced herself. "I am Lila, in charge of the primary stage. I'm the head of the primary training institution." Calypso didn't seem too surprised, thinking, "We meet again." She recalled that lifetime with Pierre. "The reason I left the academy early was because I was caught in a scheme by my relatives." A boy pointed at someone and said, "That person stole my precious gem." A girl in pink chimed in, "Yes, we found it in Calypso's bag." At the time, Calypso had stammered in fear, "No," but before she could explain, someone shouted, "Enough. I've heard enough." That was how I first met Lila. Lila walked towards the children. She told them, "There's not enough evidence. This is just a one-sided story. Therefore, we cannot conclude that Calypso is the culprit. Despite her reasonable defense, I was ultimately expelled from the academy. Later, when I returned to the academy after becoming the head of the family, she had vanished without a trace. Back in the present, Calypso stepped forward. She bowed respectfully to Lila. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lila. Lila, seeing the polite child before her, was somewhat surprised. She said, though I've heard rumors, this is truly amazing. You're only 3 years old, yet you can speak perfectly and are so well-mannered. After that, Lila excused herself to take Calypso to her classroom. This way, please. Calypso followed, replying, okay. As they walked, Calypso realized something that surprised her. Lila had adjusted her pace to match Calypso's. She didn't want Calypso to fall behind. Arriving at the classroom door, Lila said, "We're here. Please come in." But at that moment, Calypso was lost in thought. Looking back, I never thanked Lila. The sounds of children practicing their speech drifted from classroom. Lila raised her voice. "All right, everyone attention please," she announced. "From today onwards, our class will have a new member, Princess Calypso." Calypso entered the classroom, her presence surprising the children. The teachers in the classroom whispered amongst themselves. "The new princess is so beautiful. I heard she's very eloquent." "Oh, is that so?" Lila, standing to the side, overheard their conversation, but thought, however, an orca without hydrokinesis is a fatal flaw. Calypso, noticing someone watching her, she glanced back. Since this species develops slowly, children usually only start speaking around 7 or 8 years old. It seems the rumors about this eloquent, genius princess aren't unfounded. However, if this is just a lie, achieved through some trickery, I will find out what they're hiding. Indeed, with that thought, Lila's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a teacher approached and whispered to Lila with a helpless expression, "Miss Lila, there's something. We can't continue with the current lesson." The princess. At that point, she trailed off, letting Lila see for herself. Children were crowding around Calypso, wanting to play with her, but Lila refused. "Play with building blocks." "Sorry, I don't play such childish games." The rejected boy burst into tears. Calypso clicked her tongue at the sight. TSK, look at that. Grown whales don't cry. A blue-haired girl offered her a sweet. "Oh, is this krill candy?" Calypso accepted the candy and patted the girl's head, much to her delight. "Thank you." After appeasing the children, Calypso planted her hands on her hips and addressed Lila. "So, Lila, do you need more time to test me?" The question startled Lila, who sighed in resignation. "No," she replied. "I'll arrange for you to attend more advanced classes. Do you have any particular class you'd like to join?" Calypso beamed with satisfaction. "Excellent. Everything is proceeding according to plan. This is the moment I've been waiting for." Outside the academy, the sun beat fiercely against the walls. Lila's voice echoed. "Which class would you like to attend, Princess?" Calypso paused, a thoughtful expression flickering across her face. "I need to keep her attention." An image of herself instructing a classroom of younger children sprang to mind. A mischievous smile played on her lips. "I'm definitely going to be a prodigy." 8.5-year-old whales. Half of them considered qualified, the other half the oldest in the primary institution. A class brimming with the most exceptional children. Calypso posed a question to Lila. "What do you think?" She preened. "Is there anyone in that class more eloquent than me?" Lila was utterly exasperated with the child. "No, princess. You are the most exceptional. However, you must take responsibility for your choices." "Agreed." Calypso's air of superiority intensified. "You mean you're not treating me like a 3.5-year-old, right?" Lila chuckled softly. "Indeed, it's quite astonishing. I haven't been this surprised since your third brother was here. Speaking of which, who told you about the educational stages here?" As they spoke, the 3 teachers from earlier eavesdropped just outside the door. Calypso glanced over and caught sight of the trio. "My father told me," she replied. Calypso's answer stunned the 3, who could scarcely believe it. "Lord Pierre, actually." Calypso seized the opportunity to boast. "My father loves me very much. I told you, didn't I?" In stark contrast to Calypso's elation, a heavy silence fell. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Lila urged Calypso. "First, I'll take you to the class you requested." Calypso readily agreed. "Okay." They departed, leaving the 3 still huddled by the door. Lila harbored doubts about Calypso's words. Had Lord Pierre truly taken an interest in her? It was common knowledge that Lord Pierre never visited his children. This meant the princess and Lord Pierre had met and interacted. In Lila's mind, an image formed of Calypso and Pierre as a doting father and daughter. The thought filled her with unease. It seemed rumors traveled faster than words. Although her hydrokinesis isn't mastered yet, if Lord Pierre is assisting her, awakening is only a matter of time. This might not be a simple matter, but the emergence of a direct descendant of a prodigy. Perhaps a new challenger for the right of inheritance has appeared. The flowers in the setting sun shimmered. A voice suddenly echoed through the space. Smoother than you imagined. Pierre asked, puzzled. Smooth what? Calypso excitedly recounted her accomplishment. I've successfully gained recognition for this outstanding ability. Pierre said, I don't understand why you're so excited, but if you can't control hydrokinesis, you'll be eliminated. At his words, Calypso bristled. Hey, master, look at you, raining on my parade. But I'll take pity on you. Even a socially inept person like Master is swayed because I'm a 3.5-year-old with exceptional eloquence. Hearing himself mocked, Pierre asked if she wanted to run another 10 laps today. As if slapped, she quickly made an excuse. I was just trying to compose a 33-line poem. Calypso patted his arm. But, Master Pierre, look at me. Have you ever seen a 3.5-year-old child with such good stamina? My muscles have gotten much stronger too, so I can even break stones. Pierre considered her words. Strange, even if you can't create water, your physical abilities are still improving. Pierre felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he looked at the little girl. He sighed, then gestured for Calypso to follow him. It seemed Pierre had thought of a new training method. I have a training requirement. The scene shifted to Pierre's residence. The sound of Calypso's small footsteps grew closer. She gazed up at the residence in awe. Wow, Master's house is amazing. However, compared to Pierre's power, it was a rather humble abode, likely because it was out of her grandmother's watchful eye. The two of them went to a room. The door opened. Pierre pointed to the mess within. Here, look. Calypso was genuinely taken aback. Master, is this a pigsty? At her words, Pierre's expression darkened. Annoying. Why compare it to a land animal? Calypso, feeling a pang of guilt, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, but what's with this messy room? Pierre plopped down onto a nearby chair. This is my room. From now on, we're going to use hydrokinesis to clean it. Calypso asked incredulously. Do what? Do what? Pierre repeated. I said clean it. She protested. No, I heard you, but... Calypso slapped her forehead in exasperation. Could it be this is the training to become the strongest with hydrokinesis when you want to hit someone? Otherwise, hydrokinesis is also related to stamina. Is that sensory training? Hearing this, Pierre looked at her with a flicker of suspicion. Sometimes, you speak as if you understand that power quite well. His gaze sharpened, as if he were looking right through her. Calypso flinched, feeling exposed, but his next words immediately dismissed her apprehension. Impossible. Calypso stared at the man before her, a thought flickering in her mind. Could it be? Pride swelled within her. In my past life, I was the most remarkable aquatic being. Returning to the matter at hand, Calypso asked, so I have to tidy this up? Pierre stated firmly, make it spotless. Calypso pressed on, cleaning this will make me dizzy, right? Pierre conceded the point. Just then, Calypso trembled, as if about to unleash her fury. She felt as if struck by lightning. That orca must have forgotten, I'm only 3.5. The next second, Calypso's shriek echoed outside the residence. I don't want to. Calypso asked again, her voice serious. You mean you want me to use hydrokinesis to clean? Pierre replied, that's right. He explained, there are many different ways to apply hydrokinesis. The first is fear, using intimidation to threaten opponents. Calypso is materializing water and controlling it at will. Pierre is releasing the suppressed energy of the terrestrial matriarchal clan. Bynes is using hydrokinesis to strengthen his body. There are still items placed on the table. At this point, Pierre paused. He continued, currently, you can only use the strengthening power among them. If your awakening ability hasn't arrived yet, you must continuously use this power. Seeing the logic, Calypso began to clean the room. Did my father deliberately mess up the room to train me? She wondered. Look at this strange father. Suddenly, she remembered something. Master, she called out. But when she looked over, she found her master unresponsive. No way, not again, she thought. Pierre wore an expression of utter indifference to the world. Are all sickly people like this? Calypso wondered. Night fell, still in the residence. Calypso was diligently cleaning when she suddenly noticed something. It was a handkerchief. Master, she asked, where should I put this? Pierre rose from his chair and told her to throw it away. He emphasized that it was a useless thing. Calypso was curious. Pierre's reaction suggested, based on data from her past lives, that this was something important. I understand, she replied. I'll throw it away. But secretly, she slipped the handkerchief into her pocket. But isn't this yours? Calypso asked. Pierre turned around. No, he answered. He said it belonged to his wife, which startled Calypso. Suddenly, Pierre switched on the light, making Calypso jump. Oh, I was startled. Why did you come in without turning on the light? She exclaimed. She reflected. Even though I've been reincarnated many times, all I know about my mother is that she was also an orca beastkin and a good person. I only know those two things. I don't know anything else, and I don't intend to find out more, she thought, resuming her cleaning. Pierre watched her, then asked, This work seems too easy for you, doesn't it? Calypso, startled again, replied, Not at all. Really? Pierre said. Then hurry up. He added, Do you want to stay up all night? Annoyed, Calypso turned back to her cleaning. Ugh, this father. She lifted a cardboard box, thinking, in any case, constantly using this power helps me gain more experience. I do feel my muscles developing more than when I'm running. Pierre watched his daughter cleaning, moving things around. A rare smile touched his lips. The next morning, at Calypso's residence, Calypso walked dejectedly in front. I'm so tired, the nanny behind her said. Princess, as you wished, the living arrangements will remain the same. Calypso replied, Yes, I know. Her body ached after yesterday's cleaning. She thought with apprehension, if I go back, it'll be hard to see Pierre, even though he said he'd have me do the laundry next time. Stop complaining about the training. She scolded herself. What training? Just forget it. Someone came running, calling out, Princess. Lila said respectfully, Please come with me. I'll take you directly. Calypso was surprised. She's even more polite than yesterday. As they walked, Lila chatted. Princess, in just one day, you've become quite famous. Calypso was puzzled. Huh? Me? Lila explained. It seems the news has reached at least the 16 direct descendants of the Orca family. Calypso was shocked at how quickly the news had spread. What? Yesterday's events have already spread everywhere. Lila continued. The teachers who were with you yesterday, everyone has been saying things. Calypso was surprised. No way. Are they that gossipy? Because one of them said their father was a flying fish. Calypso was exasperated. If it's the notoriously gossipy flying fish, then I'll admit it, that's enough to be shocking. Naturally, the more shocking the rumor, the faster it spreads. You're saying my story is shocking? Lila asked with a smile. Isn't it a shocking story to some? The Orca family has about 32 direct descendants, centered around your grandmother. If you include close relatives from other marine species, the number is enormous, because they will all choose and support their own heirs. So my story will naturally become a thorn in their side. They reached the stairs and prepared to ascend. Lila glanced inquiringly at Calypso. Calypso climbed the stairs step by step. Reaching the top, Lila praised her. Princess, not only are your language skills impressive, but you can climb stairs so easily at such a young age. Calypso replied, That's right. Lila thought to herself, with this ability, I believe she could be compared not only to Bjorn, but also to Bales, the son of my eldest and second uncles, and my brother, who is called a genius of the century. Calypso asked tentatively, so Lila sighed. Honestly, everything you do is quite surprising. Calypso turned around happily, smiling. I'm sorry you're already so surprised, because this is just the beginning. Lila looked up at the class sign. This is the Alpha class, the most advanced class in this academy. Please come in, Princess. Calypso didn't enter immediately, but continued speaking to Lila. Lila, in just one day, rumors of me being a genius have spread, and I've even entered the most advanced class. Do you think I'm outstanding? Lila replied, You certainly are. Calypso told her to relay to her grandmother that this was the first time she had seen such a genius. With that, Calypso quickly ran into the classroom. Hearing the little girl say this, Lila chuckled. Will there be trouble? She mused. Mortals bear the traits and personalities of the species they inherit, so orcas generally avoid conflict and love peace. And they have a high tolerance for other species. But among them, there are also rebels, the killer whales. The teacher's voice echoed in the classroom. Today's briefing ends here, she announced. From now on, she instructed the class, we will be playing a building block game. 2 students grumbled about being bullied. Karen, the teacher called out sharply. Don't disrupt the class. Karen, leaning back arrogantly in his chair, replied, Yes, yes. I know he complained, he continued, but why do we have to play these childish games? Another classmate agreed. Karen's right. Luca and Luba were teary-eyed, having just been bullied by Karen. They were a pair of adorable beluga whale twins. Karen turned to them, raising his fists threateningly. You're far inferior to my fin. What do you want to do? Luca turned to his sibling. He's at it again. Luba echoed. He's at it again. Feeling ignored, Karen yelled furiously. Hey, you beluga twins! Quiet. Footsteps approached. Everyone attention, the teacher called out. Today we have a new student joining our class, Calypso. Everyone applauded. Karen was startled when he saw Calypso. What descendant is that child? If it's a girl, it must be. He recalled a conversation he had overheard. That's Pierre's daughter, right? But I heard she hasn't awakened her hydrokinesis yet. What a useless little girl. I heard she'll be sold off as a dragon's bride. Serves her right. How could someone like Pierre produce such a useless child? The teacher prompted Calypso to introduce herself to the class. Karen sat plotting. She's just an ordinary little girl. I'm going to make her cry. The teacher asked Calypso, so, shall we introduce ourselves in front of our friends? Calypso smiled radiantly, her voice brimming with excitement. It's a pleasure to meet you all. This educational institution, established by the Orca family, is a place where the law of the jungle is taught. The girls in the class all praise Calypso. So pretty, and she speaks so well too. Calypso thought to herself, I'm definitely going to be top of the class here. She introduced herself with an air of importance. I am Calypso, and I hope this class lives up to my expectations. The teacher said, Good. Did everyone hear that clearly? Let's give her a round of applause. The whole class applauded to welcome their new classmate. Now we're going to play with building blocks. Everyone returned to your seats. The whole class replied, Yes, ma'am. The teacher gently took Calypso's hand and led her away. Let's go. But before she could reach her seat, Karen blocked her path. He asked, That hair color, are you a descendant? As if anticipating this, Calypso thought, Here we go. She crossed her arms and asked, Who are you? How old are you? He replied, I'm Karen, and I'm 8 years old. Karen sneered at Calypso's lineage. You're so small, and you look dirty. Looking at him, Calypso saw nothing but a foolish brat. She lowered her head and offered him some advice. Listen, little boy, if you're still young, don't say anything. She pointed directly at his face and said loudly, startling him, Isn't 8 years old the age to go to the intermediate institution? People say that by that age, those who can't go to middle school are failures. And what's it called? Calypso held up 3 fingers. Sighing with an exasperated expression, she continued, Just so you know, I'm 3.5 years old. You're in the same class as a 3.5-year-old. Aren't you ashamed? Karen yelled angrily. That's preposterous. We can't even speak before we're 5. Calypso retorted, Do you think your mind is the same as mine? Unable to retort, he raised his hand to strike Calypso. You defective brat. Calypso stared at him fearlessly, her gaze unwavering. As Karen's fist descended, she hopped lightly, easily dodging the blow. Karen watched in astonishment as Calypso evaded his attack. Calypso gave him a chilling stare and added, You should learn some manners first. Suddenly, Calypso grabbed Karen by the collar, pulling him close. She slammed their heads together with a forceful thud. The impact sent Karen stumbling backward, off balance, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Karen clutched his forehead, trembling. Head butting, how dirty, he whimpered. The 2 girls behind them stood stunned, watching in silence. Oh, those 2, Calypso said, crossing her arms and looking down. What do you mean, dirty? Look at the size difference between you and me. The other 2 girls were equally astonished. Karen used to bully us all the time, Calypso. Calypso bent down and picked up the shards of stone Karen had previously smashed on the floor. I don't want to resort to violence either, she said, crushing the fragments in her hand with a sinister smile. But I'm not going to just sit here and be insulted. Calypso tossed the fragments in front of Karen, startling him. Then she smiled sweetly, smoothing her hair. Besides, my father told me not to wander around and get beaten up. The 2 teachers were astounded by the class's praise for Calypso. The teachers are saying she has such immense power without even awakening her hydrokinetic system, Lila thought, not voicing her observations aloud. Karen is just lacking in brains. In terms of strength, he's excellent. Watching Karen sitting on the ground, his face a mask of impotent rage, Lila exclaimed to herself, I didn't expect the princess to subdue him so easily. This time, this incident will definitely spread far and wide. Calypso basked in the cheers of her classmates. Good, just as planned, she thought, immensely satisfied. Now that I'm in this class, this is truly incredible power and attention. The teacher clapped her hands. All right, everyone, settle down. A good whale needs to diligently pursue their education. Everyone happily obeyed. Yes, ma'am. Another day had passed. The afternoon sun illuminated the mansion, creating a picturesque and beautiful scene. Calypso stretched wearily. Today was a very meaningful day. She recalled Lila's words. You don't need to change classes anymore. Perhaps you won't be in the beginner facilities for much longer. Calypso smiled contentedly. Luca and Luba came running, calling out, Princess! Princess! They greeted Calypso excitedly. Hello, Princess! Hello, hello. Without waiting for Calypso to respond, they chattered on. The princess saved our class. Karen bullied a lot of people, but you defeated him, saved us, defeated him. Looking at the two children before her, she thought, are these beluga whale beastmen? They're intelligent and kind beastmen. All belugas are like this. Looking at such adorable children, she felt puzzled. But who would want to hit these children? Their hair is so fluffy too. She asked, what are your names? They both excitedly pointed at themselves. This is Luba, and this is Luca. Together we are Luca-Luba. Mishearing them, Calypso repeated, Lub-dub, you're the first ones to become friends with me. Suddenly, something clicked in Calypso's mind. Oh, I remember. She recalled someone from her past life. She was complaining, please don't say weird things like asking for help. Do you think it will make me work harder? I only do what I want because I'm smart. It was her beluga whale Calypso from her third life. As she pondered, although unfortunate, he was also a smart one. Luca shouted, we must repay our princess. Even though she recognized Luca's intelligence, Calypso, remembering her past life as a beluga whale, was startled by his passionate declaration. We must repay our princess. Luca and Luba's eyes shone with the desire to repay their gratitude. Mom told us to be nice to people we meet for the first time. That's right, good job. So be nice to her father too. Calypso was a little annoyed. Isn't this the first time you've said this? Why are you suddenly like this? Suddenly, the two children noticed the stairs. Princess, aren't you tired from going up and down the stairs? Do you still have energy? Calypso quickly replied, no, not at all. But before she could finish her answer, she was suddenly swept down the stairs. Wait a minute. Two small beluga whales, Luca and Luba, gleefully carried Calypso on their backs, explaining as they swam. Whales always help their friends. From today onwards, Princess, you are our friend. Calypso's delighted squeals echoed through the water. By the time they reached the bottom and met the servants waiting to receive her, she seemed quite accustomed to the playful antics of the beluga twins. After exchanging farewells, Calypso mused to herself, it seems I have some adorable new subordinates. Back at the mansion, after disembarking from her aquatic transport, she was met with a line of bowing servants. Calypso found this peculiar. This is odd. Everyone's here, even people I've never seen before. A handsome, blonde-haired servant stepped forward to greet her. It is an honor to meet you, Princess Calypso. She inquired, what's all this about? He replied, to attend to your every wish during your stay here, Princess Calypso. We have been assigned to make your life more comfortable. Calypso eyed the maids, whispering amongst themselves. What if I had to leave the main house? She thought. So that's why the servants here had that look on their faces. Very well, I'll gradually uncover all your wrongdoings. I like this. I'll choose my own nanny. Calypso pointed directly at Misha, who was standing amongst the others. Misha, she declared, a pleased expression spreading across her face. Misha is the only one who has been kind to me. I choose her. Glancing at the previous servants, she added, especially since she's the one who took the most care with my meals. The head servant asked curiously, meals? What do you mean? Calypso, unwilling to elaborate too much, simply said, I suppose you wouldn't know. The staff here sometimes doesn't even provide me with proper food. The servant replied, but princess, this is the law of the strong. Calypso feigned a sigh. The Orca family's rules, right? I know, she continued. However, enduring scalding hot baths is also a custom our family follows. I feel neglected, overly mistreated for a child, and I don't think I'm undergoing a trial. The servant looked slightly taken aback. Such a thing happened. Calypso invoked her father again to further intimidate them. So I will definitely tell my father about this. Another servant asked in a panicked tone, What do you mean? Mr. Pierre, she replied. Father will be curious about this. He awkwardly tried to salvage the situation. We, Princess Calypso, if you would allow us, would like to correct our address from now on. Calypso thought to herself, if I don't take the initiative, I'll be in big trouble. she murmured. It doesn't matter to me, but the other children might get hurt. I'll tell my father about this too. Inwardly, she thought, I'll make you pay for your misdeeds. Seeing the situation was beyond repair, another servant cried out, Yes, I understand. Thank you. Calypso turned and tugged on someone's skirt. Beaming at Misha, she said, Everything's settled. Let's help each other. Misha sat down and gently took Calypso's small hand. Yes, princess, she promised. I will do my best. Morning at Calypso's mansion. Misha was hard at work. As she worked, she thought about what Calypso had said the previous day. I feel neglected. This is child abuse. I don't think I should be going through this ordeal either. Misha remembered the young lady saying she was a genius. Sunlight still streamed into the mansion. As always, inside, Calypso sat on her bed, reading. Suddenly, something occurred to her. I remember. In my past life, the beluga family was destroyed, wasn't it? Beluga orcs and dolphin orcs are very intelligent. But in my third life, when I reached out to the white dolphin family, everything perished. The culprit was my uncle's son, Bien, and the reason was simple. They offended him. Now, Calypso didn't need to recruit talent to fight. After all, she would be leaving soon. She was determined to shake her fist in front of her grandmother and then disappear. Behind Calypso, two servants were preparing to do something. They suddenly rushed forward, startling her and causing the book in her hands to fall, as they asked with a laugh, Are you studying, princess? The three of them were utterly ecstatic. Oh my goodness, Calypso, you're amazing, they gushed. How are you so smart? And oh my gosh, the way you hold things makes your hands look so cute. Calypso, you're adorable. When she spoke, their delight redoubled. Oh, your voice is cute too. Calypso watched their camaraderie, thinking to herself, I was worried about what they'd be like since they're from the main house, but I worried for nothing. Laughter filled the mansion. Calypso, curious, asked, Are you herring people? One of them immediately replied, Yes, we're herring beastmen. We're friends from the same hometown. They introduced themselves in turn. The gray-haired girl was Elle, the red-haired girl was Bio, and the blonde girl was Didi. They were all herring beastmen. Bio compared Calypso to someone else. How can you speak so well? You're cute and smart. Even Master Bayless isn't like this. Calypso offered no explanation, simply saying wearily, Let's go to sleep. That's enough for today. Footsteps sounded behind her. Misha approached and introduced herself to Calypso. First, greet my nanny, Misha. Please get along well with everyone. Misha beamed. It's a pleasure to meet you all. They chatted excitedly. Have you worked here before? Nice to meet you. I'm just a nanny, so please feel free to talk casually. Calypso walked to the door. Well, you all stay here. I'm going to see my father. With that, Calypso dashed off, thinking, if I stay, I won't have a chance to escape. They just keep talking. The three of them watch her go, a shared thought passing between them. It seems the rumors are true. It feels good. This place finally has some life. A few days later, Calypso reflected, life has been really peaceful lately. I have to say, this is the most peaceful it's been in all my lives. So peaceful. Everything is good, except for one thing. A pile of clothes was dumped into the water. Calypso called out to her tutor, This is training. Pierre stood by the window, still expressionless, his eyes downcast. Pierre tossed a bar of soap down. How many times do I have to tell you? Before you understand, he barked. Stomp. Calypso was furious, but powerless. Damn father, she cursed inwardly. She glared at the pile of clothes, her lip curling. The training is getting crazier and crazier. Looking at the messy heap before her, she thought, and by the way, who said Pierre likes things clean? This pile has definitely been sitting here for over a year. Calypso asked again, Master, how am I supposed to wash this? Pierre looked at her. Can't you summon water yet? Calypso defended herself. I'm not even 8 yet. Pierre replied, If you can't even do that, it's a bit serious. Calypso retorted angrily, That's why I don't want to talk to a real genius like you. Even if I'm like this, I'm still popular in class. Pierre teased, feigning seriousness. It seems the level of newborn Orcus has dropped considerably low recently. Recalling her 3 older brothers' frustration with Pierre in her past life, she thought with certainty, Now I understand why those guys used to call Father Doom. Yes, only now can I truly empathize. This is awful. Giving up on arguing, Calypso stepped onto the pile of clothes. I've never had such terrible training. I guess I have to pull it together. Calypso thought, I can't stomp on it. What should I do, master? Pierre responded, If you have the power, where would you stomp? Calypso stared intently at the pile beneath her feet, seeming to understand. Right here, she stomped down hard. Calypso was pleased. She'd stomped in the right spot. Master, look, it's all right now. I stomped him down. As she worked, Calypso thought, if my power is like this, it can make up for my small size, right? Calypso suddenly declared, just like Master taught me. This gave Pierre pause. She added, Master, you're the best. An unreadable expression flickered across Pierre's face. The sky gradually turned yellow, dusk approaching. Even as twilight fell, Pierre remained standing motionless, watching Calypso wash the clothes. She hummed happily as she washed, thinking, Papa must have realized he's my papa by now. The thought made her smile bloom even brighter. He'd been the subject of much attention his entire life, yet nothing held his interest. Pierre's mind drifted to a certain girl, Calypso's mother, he realized. Let's make a bet, young Master Orca, she had said. One day, you'll surely be startled by someone just like you. Calypso wrung out a garment. Master, she called out, pulling him from his reverie. Why have you come down when I haven't finished washing yet? The little girl asked. I'm almost done, Calypso replied, water droplets sparkling on her adorable face. I still can't call him Papa yet, can I? Pierre was lost in thought as Calypso looked at him quizzically. Gesturing to the drying clothes, Calypso declared proudly, I did all of this. I'm amazing, right? Nothing special, Pierre replied. It's not difficult. She pressed on. I wonder whose daughter I am to be so amazing. Pierre countered, whose daughter? The little girl answered cheerfully, your daughter, of course. Pierre paused at her words, a flicker of something like regret in his eyes. You're already 3 years old, yet that person has never shown up, never cared for you. Calypso gasped, thinking, are you aware that you're taking care of me right now? Pierre continued, the more I look at you, the more I think your intellect is quite good. The little girl beamed at the praise. Of course, because I'm a disciple trained by Master. Pierre, seemingly used to this declaration from Calypso, said, you don't have to mention me every time you open your mouth. The little girl looked at him resolutely. Master is the one who teaches me. But Pierre's gaze had already drifted elsewhere. Calypso studied his face again, that perpetually disinterested expression as if nothing in the world could truly capture his attention. Calypso turned and asked him, Master, why are you always alone? Because I dislike crowds, Pierre replied, his mind flashing back to his youth. Bedridden, he had overheard the servants whispering outside. What a shame about Pierre's hydraulic system. His body is too weak to control that immense power. So, Pierre had experienced this kind of thing before. He looked up at the sky. Let's see, it's best not to get involved with people from that troublesome family. Calypso asked, so you always wear that indifferent expression, as if you'll disappear at any moment? He considered her words for a moment. That's right, he answered. Calypso's small arm shot out. She smacked Pierre's leg hard, making him stumble in surprise. He turned to her, but before he could finish, Calypso interrupted. How can you? She pointed at him, her voice rising in anger. How can you say something like that so easily? The people left behind live in pain. Calypso rushed forward and hit Pierre again. Don't say such things in front of a 3-year-old. Are you crazy, Master? She fumed. Isn't tomorrow the day Papa is supposed to make up for his regrets towards his daughter? Calypso clenched her fists, her voice firm. No, Master's life is too dreary. She demanded that her master learn the joys of life. Pierre looked at her, surprised. What? Calypso explained. You teach me, so we're business partners. He turned away. I don't even understand what you're talking about. Calypso placed a hand on her chest, grinning. Trust me, I'll show you how fun life can be. With that, Calypso ran off. Pierre watched her go, her bright, adorable face lingering in his mind. He recalled what the other person had said. Mr. Pierre, I don't know if you're aware, but your daughter is going around saying you love her very much. And then they had laughed heartily. Pierre felt a flicker of surprise. That's a preposterous rumor, isn't it? Looking at the image of the adorable little girl, he thought, what are you trying to achieve by spreading such rumors? Calypso turned around and called him, Master, what are you doing? Come on, you're too slow. Pierre considered Calypso a cautious child, for she had never once called him the wrong name, not even once at the academy where Calypso studied. Building blocks were assembled into a tower. Someone asked, Princess, are you done? Luca and Luba chimed in together. Are you done? We're done too. Both were excited. Princess, the teacher said if we finish building with the blocks, we can play hide and seek. Can we? Calypso replied, No, I don't play such childish games. Luca and Luba were filled with admiration. Oh, that's what my father says too. I want to say that too. Calypso reminded them, you should say that when you're a little older. You should speak in a way that suits your age. They both agreed with her. Luca and Luba said, Princess, our mother said she wants to see you. She wants to thank you. They both beamed. We used to get bullied the most by Cullen, but it doesn't hurt anymore. It's thanks to you, princess. Hearing this, Calypso asked the two children, should I give him another beating? Luca and Luba, taking her seriously, cheered excitedly. Princess, we'll celebrate your birthday forever. She replied with a smile. Of course. You must be loyal. Calypso set a condition. You don't have to give me anything. Just answer this question of mine. She asked, have you ever prepared fish before? River fish and seafood are completely different. Hearing the word fish, Luca and Luba's eyes lit up. Fish. Then they suddenly looked at each other. As if their minds were connected, they both exclaimed in surprise. I want to do that. Our father is very good at that. Calypso asked back, really? Then she stepped closer, staring at the two boys. Calypso jumped up and said happily, all right, if your father's good at cooking, then ask him. Outside the mansion, children ran and played happily under the warm summer sun, accompanied by the rustling of leaves as a gentle breeze blew through. On the other hand, Calypso didn't seem happy. Her face was stern, her round cheeks puffed out like two steamed buns, tempting anyone who saw her pinch them. A plate of sausages appeared before her, seemingly from nowhere. Dear Calypso, hearing this, Calypso obediently opened her mouth and ate. The herring beastmen's sisters couldn't hide their excitement. They looked at her with sparkling eyes, squealing with delight, and then the three of them turned to each other, excitedly chatting amongst themselves. Then they turned back to Calypso, brimming with enthusiasm. How can you have such a beautiful and cute face? That's right, I've never seen such a lovely child as you. As Calypso ate, the herring sisters wiped her face and fed her. She thought to herself, although I've heard that the herring people are very friendly to humans, I still find their actions a bit excessive. But food is very important for growth. Thinking this, she quickly opened her mouth wide and took a bite of the egg that had just been offered to her. All I need is to grow up quickly in dragons, Calypso thought, holding two forks, each laden with food. Suddenly, one of the three herring sisters spoke. Come to think of it, the Dragon Festival will be held again this year. The Dragon Festival is a grand festival held by the imperial family of the Dragon Empire. To be precise, it's a festival to display the authority of the imperial family. It shows that the Dragon Duke is also under the control of the imperial family. Another one, hearing the girl mention this topic, sighed in disappointment. This time, only land animals and beastmen are invited. Hearing this, the red-haired girl clearly showed a disappointed expression. That's a shame. I wanted to go too. The first girl spoke again, throwing cold water on the red-haired girl's hopes. However, it's impossible for aquatic beastmen to be invited. Calypso, now finished eating, was wiping her mouth. Hearing them mention the Dragon Festival, a thought arose in her mind. I also want to see the Dragon Duke at least once. Suddenly, Bio, the red-haired girl, brightened. Clapping her hands as if struck by a sudden thought, she asked the others in a loud voice, have you heard? The head of the house is coming back soon. Calypso, overhearing this, couldn't hide her surprise and looked at them curiously. She furrowed her brow and asked, coming back? The other two girls, seemingly overwhelmed by Calypso's adorable aura, quickly turned away, covering their faces and exclaiming to each other. Bio, grinning from ear to ear, turned to Calypso and asked, Princess, did you just blink? Calypso quickly denied it, but the three girls had already surrounded her. Dee, the blonde girl, was even excitedly trying to get Calypso to repeat the cute action. Calypso was exasperated, but felt it would be rude to refuse their request. It was just blinking, after all. Sure enough, the moment she blinked, the three girls squealed with delight. Dee then quickly returned to the previous topic, explaining, the head of the house has been away for a while. He said he'll hold a meeting as soon as he arrives. Calypso inquired, seems like you know quite a bit. Bio cheerfully explained, because our herring sisters are everywhere. Calypso fell into thought. It's a family meeting. Is there any way I can attend? I can't suddenly awaken my hydraulic device now, so I think it's best to introduce. Thinking up to this point, she suddenly recalled her previous life. Now, her brother's words naturally came to mind. You defeated me. I will follow you on the path to becoming the head of the house. You won. Step over my corpse and move on. Keep moving forward, thinking of this. A look of panic spread across her face. She was at a loss, unsure which of her 3 foolish older brothers she should go to see first. Dee Dee's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. "Calypso," she said, holding a carrot in front of Calypso. Calypso cried out, "I don't eat carrots." The girl's face fell, tears welling up in her eyes. She apologized. "I didn't make it very well." Hearing this, Calypso panicked, unsure how to console her. She repeatedly denied that was what she meant. "Oh, it's not like that. Just this once, okay?" Calypso resignedly swallowed the carrot. The other 2, seeing this, clapped and cheered, rewarding her for the act. After a while, Calypso finally finished eating. The Herring sisters quickly gathered their things and left, waving goodbye cheerfully. "See you at lunch tomorrow, Princess." "Calypso, I'll bring something tastier tomorrow." She smiled and responded to them, but her mind was still preoccupied with the family meeting. "What are my brothers doing? I have to find them outside the intermediate facility." Calypso stealthily hid behind a bush. She thought to herself, "If I go this way, I can reach the intermediate facility, right?" She recalled the background of her 3 brothers. All 3 of them are in the intermediate facility. It'll be troublesome if I'm caught, so I have to be careful. Thinking this, she tiptoed, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, a loud shout startled her. "Don't you know how to obey? Are you deaf or something?" In front of her were 3 children around her age. One of them yelled, "Are you ignoring me? Or are you just too stupid to understand what I'm saying?" Seeing this, Calypso, unable to contain her curiosity, peeked out to see what was happening. A white-haired boy was quietly huddled in a corner, showing no sign of resistance to the 3 children's bullying. Calypso suddenly realized, "That's a Gino, my 3rd brother." A Gino Quasiador. Calypso was stunned. She couldn't understand why her brother was being bullied. A Gino trembled and whimpered, as if on the verge of tears. The purple-haired child spoke again. "Don't you know you should greet us first?" The red-haired child beside him chimed in, "Like that dirty white hair. How did you even get into our class?" A Gino cowered in fear, whimpering, "Don't say that." Seeing this, the 3 children became even more emboldened. They pointed at his face, giggling and jeering. "Hey, listen to that voice. Sounds like a little mountain goat." Calypso froze, a sudden thought striking her. "Ah, I remember my past life," she mused. She'd previously asked a servant about a Gino's time as a student. A Gino, back in his academy days, was an odd one. He liked being bullied. He'd feign weakness to provoke it, then attack those who took the bait. The red-haired child, growing impatient, grabbed a Gino by the collar and hoisted him up. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" On the ground, ripples of water gently pulsed. A Gino's demeanor shifted. The fear he'd shown earlier vanished. His face darkened, then twisted into a chilling smile. Calypso thought, no matter what, if he uses his power now, they'll all die. Before I can attend the meeting, news of my brother defeating his classmates can't become a hot topic. It'll turn into a huge problem. With that, she burst from the bushes where she'd been hiding, intent on stopping the fight. The red-haired boy had lost his patience. "Are you ignoring me on purpose?" he yelled. Still no answer. He raised his fist to strike a Gino. Suddenly, Calypso rushed forward. "Wait!" she cried. Startled, they all turned to look at her. Calypso sternly ordered them to stop. The red-haired boy frowned. "Hey kid, what are you doing? Put out." The blonde boy beside him gasped, a sudden realization dawning on him. He quickly pulled the red-haired boy back. "Look at her hair," he hissed. The red-haired boy looked bewildered. "Huh, what about her hair?" He then looked at Calypso more closely, seemingly recognizing her. "That hair color, it's a trait of the family descendants," he stammered, fear creeping into his voice. "But she's so young?" There were rumors recently. She's supposed to be Master Pierre's daughter. Anything involving the descendants is trouble. "Let's go." Shoving a Gino aside, they hurried away. Even as he turned to flee, the red-haired boy glared back at a Gino. "You just got lucky," he warned. Calypso stuck her tongue out at them. "Brats," she muttered. A Gino then spoke, his voice laced with suspicion. "Hey, what was that?" He placed a hand on his head, and his silver hair suddenly shifted, returning to the same color as Calypso's. He gave her a cold look. "Why did you interfere?" Calypso recalled his words from her past life. "You know, Calypso, if you had met me when I was younger, I would have been so embarrassed. I did a lot of childish things and a lot of unfair things. It makes me regret a lot. I wonder what it would have been like if I had met you sooner." Calypso didn't back down. Hands on her hips, she declared, "Why don't you come here, a Gino Quasiador? You're my brother, aren't you?" A Gino brushed the dirt and sand from his clothes, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "What are you talking about?" In Calypso's mind, she'd imagined that if she put on a cute expression and asked, "Are you my brother?" Ajino would joyfully embrace her and shower her with affection. Disappointed, she clutched her head. Doesn't the parenting book say this works? Why aren't you touched? Ajino brushed past her. Don't block the way. Hurry home, he said curtly. Seeing this, Calypso darted in front of him, blocking his path. Aren't you going to greet me? Ajino looked perplexed. Why would I greet you? You just saved me. Calypso pointed directly at Ajino's face, her voice firm. I know you were planning to kill them. No matter how talented you are, that's ground for expulsion, you know? Ajino remained impassive, crossing his arms. Even if you hadn't interfered, I still could have managed without being expelled. He didn't finish his sentence. Something whizzed past Ajino with a blur. Startled, he barely reacted, only registering the sheer speed of the movement. Then Calypso leaped high, appearing before Ajino. She lunged forward, fist cocked. Ajino couldn't react, frozen stiff where he stood. Then, with a swift flick of her wrist, Calypso snapped her fingers against his forehead. Ajino yelped, clutching his head, while Calypso landed lightly on her feet after the powerful flick. A bright smile spread across her face. Only a sweet fist could bring someone to their senses, she thought. Thank you for the lesson, Father, she thought, a silent tribute to the man who had taught her the move. Ajino, stunned, stammered, Why what was that strength, Calypso? Slowly approaching him, she replied, I'm a cute little sister who's much stronger than her older brother. Ajino gritted his teeth. That's absurd, how could? But Calypso cut him off again, darting forward to grab him by the collar. Brother, do you know how to wash clothes? She asked. Ajino stared blankly, utterly confused. With a sudden yank, she threw him to the ground. Calmly dusting her hands after delivering the lesson, Calypso continued, When you wash clothes, the more strength you use, the faster the stains come out. Ajino scrambled painfully to his feet, a flicker of retaliation in his eyes. Calypso, as if reading his mind, asked, Are you planning to attack me again? For a third time, he didn't get to finish his sentence. Another flick to the forehead sent a jolt of pain through Ajino's head. Behave yourself, she warned. Although my hydraulics haven't awakened yet, my strength is not to be underestimated. No matter how many times you try to attack, you won't succeed. Admit it, admit it. Ajino trembled with rage at her words. He clenched his fists and yelled, Hey, do you even realize how old you are to have this kind of strength? You must have taken some kind of drug. Calypso bristled. Her own brother didn't even know how his little sister was born and raised. She crossed her arms, a mocking smile playing on her lips. That's because you're too weak, she retorted. Ajino, speechless, could only let out an angry grunt. Calypso's expression turned thoughtful. I hope you'll become stronger in this life, strong enough to stop the original male lead from causing trouble. For the Dragon Duke, I need someone to stop him first. So, to enable you to defeat the original male lead, I will personally train you. As this thought took hold, a fierce look entered Calypso's eyes, one that made even Ajino shudder. Oh, look at those eyes, that face that looks ready to attack me at any moment, she mused. To subdue the proud Ajino, I must use that method. Calypso swiftly turned to Ajino. Call me little sister, she commanded. Ajino coldly refused. I don't want to. She stepped closer, a conspiratorial glint in her eyes. Want to become stronger? She began, her voice laced with temptation. I possess great power, right? It's amazing, isn't it? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Ajino's jaw tightened, caught between his pride and the yearning for power. He quickly succumbed, letting out a sigh. How can I become stronger, little sister? Calypso's plan had worked. A wave of triumph washed over her. We share the same Orca bloodline. How can you refuse the offer to become stronger? She said, immensely satisfied. Very well, I'll teach you some methods. So you must listen carefully and do as I say. What? You don't want to? Feigning regret, Calypso turned away with a dramatic flourish. Is that so? Then I'll go make the offer to Brother Atlan. At the mention of Atlan, Ajino's composure crumbled. He immediately rushed after her, calling out, No, I will. I'll do as you say. Calypso extended her hand, a smug grin on her face. So you promise to do as I say? Defeated, Ajino reluctantly extended his own hand to seal the deal. As their hands clasped, Calypso's mind drifted back to her previous life. After Ajino's student council president stunt, another incident had been swept under the rug. The classmate who had insulted their mother, saying she was unworthy. No one had taken notice of him. I heard he later had an accident, she murmured, snapping back to the present. Calypso began to lay down the law. Listen carefully. From now on, no fighting, no attempted murder, no assaulting, no destroying evidence. Nothing is allowed, especially burying people. She held up her hand, demanding his pledge. This condition only lasts until you defeat me. Once you defeat me, you can do whatever you want. Do you agree? Agino quickly agreed. Then the two linked pinkies, as if to seal the deal. A little while later, Calypso brought Agino before Pierre. Master, she said, do you need another disciple? She cheerfully introduced him as her brother and Pierre's son. Pierre asked coldly, so? He pondered for a moment, then warned, don't joke around. I don't need any more people. Go home, he said, glaring at them. Calypso still didn't give up. But I defeated him today. Pierre asked, you won? Yes, I narrowly dodged that blow. So I subdued him and made him my subordinate. But now I don't know what to do with him. So, can I bring him here? This person is lonely, just like me. Pierre was silent for a long time. Then he sighed in resignation. Do as you please. He turned and left, leaving behind a bewildered Agino and a jubilant Calypso. Pierre thought to himself, I really don't understand that girl. The third son always follows her lead. A daughter pretends to know nothing, yet knows so much. What are they planning? The next morning, at the mansion, Luca and Luba greeted Calypso cheerfully. Princess, they chirped, we prepared food to eat with you. Let's eat together again. Calypso readily agreed. Okay, let's go. You two are always so energetic. At the lunch spot, a picnic blanket was laden with delicacies. The twins couldn't contain their excitement, exclaiming loudly, while Calypso questioned her life choices, wondering if the three of them could possibly finish it all. Luba spoke to her first. Princess, father said we should invite you to our house. Luba agreed. Yes. He probably also said he'd prepare lots of delicious food. Calypso picked up a plate of glistening food and was silent for a moment. Luca and Luba continued to plan Calypso's upcoming visit. Remember to tell father to prepare that thing. Okay. Afterward, the three of them enjoyed lunch together. After lunch, they returned to the mansion. Luba suddenly handed Calypso a letter. Oh, this is what you asked for the other day. I personally asked father for it. Calypso accepted it happily and thanked him. Great, thank you. Then Luba turned to leave, not forgetting to bid her farewell. Ah, father's here. Goodbye, princess. Be careful on your way. Calypso's eyes lit up, looking in their direction. She saw Luca and Luba's father. He seemed to notice her gaze and looked up. Then he smiled and nodded in greeting. Calypso was just as surprised as the twins. A beluga orca beast man of the beluga family. In my past life, I never interacted with them because they disappeared before I became the head of the family. Currently, the orca family has a tradition of female family heads, but Orcula failed to give birth to a daughter. One of my grandsons will inherit, regardless of gender. Fight for it with your own strength. Those grandchildren who never had a chance to inherit now have such good news. And now one of the most promising candidates is my uncle's eldest son, Bian. Strong but cruel. The beluga children angered him, and the entire family was wiped out. I now remember the crimes Bian committed against the beluga family. Suddenly, someone bumped into Calypso. It turned out to be Karen. He sneered, what? Where are your eyes? Calypso coldly didn't want to cause trouble with him. If you're looking for trouble, pick another way. This isn't cool. Do you think I'd lunge at you like you would? The guy blushed awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He stammered, if you keep your head held high like that, you'll turn into that thing. You know, as a girl, you should be neat and polite. Who's arrogant like this? Calypso retorted, holding your head high and looking straight ahead is the polite way, didn't you know? He flew into a rage, shouting, then show me what you've got. Let me see it. Huh, you're going to be expelled anyway. Calypso furrowed her brow in annoyance, thinking, what nonsense is this guy spouting? Is there actually some reason I'm going to be expelled? Whatever, why bother thinking about it? Who gave you permission to defeat Master Bian's subordinates? Prepare to repent. Calypso then remembered the people who had caused trouble for her earlier. Oh, so it's those guys who claim to be Bian's subordinates. Calypso chuckled softly. Fine, then expel me quickly. I'd like to see how that's going to happen. She feigned indifference to provoke him. Seeing this, the man trembled with anger. He stammered, do you think I'm joking? I'm serious. Calypso laughed. Who said you were joking? Hurry up and tell Bian to tuck his tail between his legs and run. That way, you can report to him in time. As if she had struck a nerve, his face flushed crimson. He muttered, insolent. He turned and looked at the sword hanging on the wall. Then, with a determined glint in his eyes, he took the sword down. He immediately brandished it and lunged towards Calypso. I won't let you get away with this, he roared. Calypso effortlessly dodged his clumsy swordsmanship, thinking with irritation, I don't want to lift a finger, but it'll hurt if I get hit, and I hate pain. Calypso continued to back away to avoid the attack, while the man simply swung the sword wildly. Calypso suddenly jumped back, remembering her father's words, don't just grit your teeth and endure. Then, launching herself into the air, she delivered a swift kick. Caught completely off guard, the man reeled from the blow. The sword in his hand immediately clattered to the floor. Calypso, having dealt with him, landed lightly. Seeing the sword, she kicked it away with a warning. Dangerous! The sword rolled slowly towards someone. Then, it slowly levitated, landing steadily in that person's hand. Lila picked up the sword and, frowning, asked Calypso what had happened. Lila turned to Karen, reminding him, Karen, swords are for decoration, not for use as weapons. Karen, terrified, stammered an explanation to Lila. But before he could finish, Lila cut him off. We'll discuss the rest in the disciplinary room. Her expression hardened as she continued coldly. While power levels are important, using a weapon to harm others or to test the limits of strength and ability is not permitted. Karen paled, looking up at Lila anxiously. Then, someone came to take Karen away. Calypso watched him go, sighing. Afterward, she resumed her cheerful demeanor and turned to thank Lila. Miss, thank you. Lila simply lowered her head and replied softly, Don't thank me. As the head of this educational institution, it's my duty, but I must remain neutral. I have to be fair. Calypso once again put on her lethally cute expression and bright smile to thank Lila. Seeing this, Lila froze, unsure of what expression to make. Then, turning away, she said, It feels like I'm talking to an honor student from an intermediate institution. Calypso giggled. Calypso thought for a moment, then asked, Do you need an explanation? Or are we going to the disciplinary room too? In her mind, she was already picturing herself writing reports and undergoing a tiring interrogation. Lila reassured her. We heard everything echoing in the hallway. You don't have to go to the disciplinary room, Your Highness. And he told me to take good care of you. I was surprised. This is the first time. Calypso was confused, unsure who he was. Lila explained that it was none other than Calypso's father, Pierre. Calypso's jaw dropped, speechless, unable to believe her ears. That evening, at Pierre's mansion, Calypso paced anxiously in front of the door. Her heart was filled with unease. Pacing and biting her nails, she didn't know what to do. She recalled Lila's words. Me? Oh, Master Pierre. I'm one of his servants, too. I used to brag about Pierre everywhere. I didn't expect Lila to be Pierre's subordinate. Is this real? Calypso clutched her head in fear. What else was Pierre expecting besides this? Have you been gleefully deceiving me this whole time? How long did you think you could fool me? Calypso felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced her heart as these scenarios played out in her mind. Even if he hates me, she thought, I have no right to complain. Just feel it briefly and pretend not to know anything. Maybe it's time to end this charade. Calypso sighed dejectedly, but I should see him first. With that thought, she pushed open the door and stepped into Pierre's bedroom. I hope Father isn't too angry. Pierre stood pensively by the window. The wind drifted into the room, gently stirring his bangs. Countless secrets seemed to reside within his deep blue eyes. From the very beginning, he knew his daughter was weaving shallow lies. Now, it felt more like a betrayal. In that moment, he didn't want to play along with her any longer. I had considered ending this relatively superficial relationship, but I can't. I used to think I could end this pursuit, born out of curiosity at any time. But this is the first time I don't want to lose it. Pierre remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the doorway where Calypso stood. Hesitant, half wanting to speak, half not, she finally managed, Master, hello. He didn't reply, only walked slowly towards her. Pierre simply stared at her silently. Calypso shyly averted her gaze. Overwhelmed by the incredible awkwardness, she didn't know what to do and cried inwardly. Pierre suddenly noticed the paper clutched in Calypso's hand. He was curious about what it was. Calypso fumbled to open the paper, explaining, Master, this is what I wanted to bring you. Are you curious? Are you excited? She unfolded the paper, presenting it to Pierre so he could see its contents. But in the face of her enthusiasm, Pierre uttered a single cold word. No. Calypso's smile froze. She tried to reassure herself. Okay, I don't know how to start this, but if Father reacts like he usually does, it should be fine, right? He doesn't look angry. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem to be saying anything. Wait, does this mean I have to start the conversation? So, according to the plan, that's Luca and Luba's recipe. Wait a minute, Master. I'm going to make you a super delicious dish today. Calypso confidently patted her chest, recalling the recipe Luca and Luba had taught her. Pierre looked perplexed, unsure why the conversation had turned to cooking. Despite not understanding what was happening, Pierre patiently sat at the dining table, waiting for Calypso to cook for him. After a while, Calypso entered carrying a tray. Master, have you been waiting long? It's done. I made a dish based on your nutritional balance, and the chef in your mansion also helped a little. She slowly placed the tray before Pierre. However, please look forward to it. Here it comes. A horrific culinary creation appeared before Pierre's eyes, a dish ghastly enough to raise a chef's father from the grave. I consider the nutrition. Pierre remained silent. Calypso still hadn't noticed anything amiss with her dish. She replied cheerfully, "Yes, I have a very special recipe. It also contains the main nutrients." Calypso finally dared to say what she had been wanting to say all day. "Actually, I'm very sorry for what I did. This is also my apology for suddenly asking you to accept a second disciple, who was my older brother. I was too presumptuous." Calypso anxiously intertwined her fingers. Her pretty little hands were covered in scratches and bandages, the result of her wholeheartedly preparing this dish for her father. She apologized to Pierre shamefully. Pierre remained silent, lost in thought. He remembered the first day Calypso arrived, her bright smile melting his heart. Calypso kept her head down, too guilty to face Pierre. Pierre sighed helplessly, unsure how to deal with his little daughter. He broke the silence. "Explain this dish." Calypso looked perplexed. "Do you mean I have to explain every dish I serve?" A flicker of surprise crossed her face, but she acquiesced. "Oh, all right. The recipe is, well, it's a dish from Luca and Luba of the Beluga family." As Calypso enthusiastically described the dish, Pierre silently employed his hydromancy. Unseen by her, he had noticed the cuts on his daughter's hands and was subtly healing them with his power. Pierre finished his ministrations just as Calypso concluded her culinary presentation. "That's it. Master, what do you think?" Without hesitation, Pierre offered a blunt reply. "I don't like it." Calypso froze, a pang of hurt tightening her chest. "I won't accept any from anyone else." Remorse washed over Calypso. "Oh, I understand. I'm sorry, Master." Pierre cautioned her against repeating the mistake. Calypso meekly obeyed, promising she wouldn't. She hesitated, a question hovering on her lips. "Oh, Master, you know." She seemed to be gauging whether it was the right time to ask. Pierre paused mid-slice, prompting her. "What is it? Something strange happened at school today. Your father had Lila protect you. Why would he give that order?" Calypso excitedly recounted her accomplishment. "I defeated a 9-year-old. Not to be outdone," Pierre added. "At your age, I defeated a 14-year-old. Calypso, outwardly cheerful, inwardly gritted her teeth. "Father is so carefree," she thought. Pushing the thought aside, she returned to her earlier question. "My father had Lila protect me. Why would he give that order?" Pierre glanced at her with an air of indifference. "So what?" Calypso cautiously looked up at him. "Master, what do you think? Even if he finds out, I'll pretend I don't know. I have to ask him why he did that. Because I witnessed the world being destroyed by the Dragon Duke, and I didn't care. Now I hate uncertainty." Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, Pierre slowly sliced his meat. "What do I think? Why are you asking me? I'm not your father." Calypso faltered, unsure how to respond. Stunned, her hands clenched into fists beneath the table. "So that's it. What did he realize I was lying? And why is he helping me?" She wondered. Pierre, meanwhile, continued eating with an air of tranquility. He sighed. "This is the first time I've had a well-done steak." Seeing this, Calypso decided to play along. "But, Master, you're the same age as my father, so I was curious. I thought you'd understand his feelings since you're both adults." Inwardly, Calypso was riddled with questions. If he saw through my disguise, why hasn't he said anything? Pierre gazed into the distance, his voice calm as he answered Calypso's question. "Not all adults are the same." At his words, Calypso fell silent. "So father just doesn't want to talk about it." "I won't listen. It's so unfair," she thought, resentment and annoyance flickering across her face. After a moment of charged silence, Pierre finally set down his fork. Ceasing his meal, he addressed Calypso. "Didn't he say he cares for you, loves you?" Calypso paused at his words. Pierre continued. "Why wouldn't he say it himself? Your father cares for you and loves you very much. That must be the answer." A gentle smile played on Pierre's lips. As Calypso ate, her gaze fell to her hands. She suddenly realized the cuts were gone. A wave of warmth spread through her as she realized Pierre had healed the scratches on her hands. Calypso gently clasped her hands together, a gesture that seemed to stand in for the hug she wanted to give him. The next morning, on Calypso's training grounds, Agino stood with his arms crossed, watching Calypso and Pierre. A frown etched itself on his face, his expression grim. He was bewildered. "What is this scene?" Calypso was lifting a stone half the size of her small frame, counting 335, while Pierre, standing behind her, barked out instructions. More strength in your legs. Agino was speechless at the sight of the two. He took a step back in awe. How heavy is that stone? Lifting a rock 335 times at the age of 3. Now augmenting her strength with hydraulics. And feeling the challenge wasn't enough, Calypso Pierre relentlessly pelted her with stones. Calypso yelped in mock terror. Master, you wouldn't throw that one, would you? That's attempted murder. I still want to live. You murderer. I'm going to throw it, Agino. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. He finally understood that his defeat was inevitable. Pierre's third son, Agino, was a genius, renowned for his talent from a young age. But that wasn't enough. He always wanted to know his limits. He yearned to compete with the strongest. But because his strength became so well known, no one wanted to challenge him. So he changed his approach. He deliberately provoked others to bully him, then defeated each powerful opponent one by one. It was a perverse kind of joy. Until one day, his younger sister appeared before him, and she called their father Master. He didn't understand what was happening, but the fact was his father was interested in her. Without a doubt, she's my true savior. Thinking this, his eyes lit up like headlights. Though my conviction is to surpass strength, what if she's so powerful I can't destroy her? I should respect and serve her. I must act according to my convictions. But I can't stand this insane training. The thought of going through this hellish training like his sister sent shivers down Agino's spine. Pierre's voice snapped Agino back to reality. What are you doing? It's your turn. Next, Pierre watched with a puzzled expression as Agino silently walked towards him. Then he suddenly spoke up. Please give me a smaller stone than Calypso's, master. Both Calypso and Pierre were silent for 5 seconds. Pierre crossed his arms and looked at him. A smaller stone? Aren't you ashamed? Didn't you see the situation? Agino hesitated for a moment, then replied, No, master. I will become stronger within my limits. Is there a problem with calling my father master? That's how I address him. He will surely grant my request. Calypso's legs wobbled. She threw the stone off her back with a tremble and asked breathlessly, Is my training over? Hearing the answer she wanted, Calypso let out a sigh of relief and sat down, exhausted. Finally, a break. Agino suddenly glanced to his left. He saw a glass of ice water and a towel. He flicked his wrist, activating his hydraulics. Both the towel and the water flew over instantly. Then, Agino turned and gave Calypso a bright smile. Little sis, you've worked hard. He offered her the towel and water. Calypso was suspicious. She wondered what was wrong with him. Is he crazy? That look is something wrong. Agino was beaming, his blue eyes like 1,000 stars. Then, Agino began to flatter her. You're amazing, so cool, so incredible. Calypso took the towel and water, bewildered. Seeing you reminds me, can you grant me a request? She asked curiously as she wiped her face. A request? Go ahead, let's hear it. Agino continued, I have 2 older brothers. My second oldest brother is called Atlan. So, here's the thing. Please take care of our second oldest brother. Calypso was dumbfounded, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Her mouth fell open and water dripped down her chin. What? Agino's face showed clear disgust as he mentioned Atlan. That ill-tempered, unlucky second brother. How can he compare to you? Those eyes are so annoying. Thinking of his plan, he smirked. So I can't be the only one suffering. Agino feigned a smile and said to Calypso in a flattering tone, Make sure he can't recover, okay? After the training, Calypso sat alone on a stone bench, lost in thought, oblivious to the boisterous scene of children playing. She recalled what Agino had said earlier. She wondered what had happened between Agino and Atlan. Second brother Atlan. Somehow, his temper is quite similar to Byun's. But there's something different about Atlan, something more mischievous. Since they both hate losing, they probably don't get along. Calypso's mind drifted to her past life, a time when the 3 of them had been an inseparable trio. It had transcended ordinary companionship. An almost unsettling intimacy had permeated their interactions, intensifying during moments of crisis. The memory of their parting resurfaced, sharp and painful. She saw Atlan standing before her, his image etched in her mind, her own past self helpless and watching. His words echoed in her ears, urging her to live. They had been so close, bound by a loyalty that defied death itself. Calypso abruptly returned to the present. This life, this world, could never truly mirror the last. I haven't even seen Atlan yet. Stop dwelling on the past. Suddenly, the twins, Luca and Luba, materialized behind her. Princess, what are you doing here? Calypso voiced the question that had been on her mind. Come to think of it, you two are brothers as well. Do you get along? The question seemed to strike a nerve. Both boys bristled, their voices rising in a chorus of complaints. No, we don't. They took turns airing their grievances. Luba always insists he's older. You're wrong. Go ask Mother. Exasperated, Calypso stepped between them, her voice low. All right, calm down. I get it. Don't interrupt. Luba suddenly seemed to remember something. But, Princess, wait a minute. Realization dawned on Calypso as well. Oh, right. He's been absent for days now. Karen's absence had cast a strange pall over the household. It feels like they've split into factions. The air crackled with unspoken tension, a palpable current of animosity that everyone seemed to sense. Calypso nodded in agreement. Exactly. I wonder what caused the rift. Back inside the mansion, Calypso paused, turning at the sound of her name. Lila approached, her voice questioning. Princess, are you leaving now? Yes, Calypso replied. Is there something you need? Lila leaned closer, lowering her voice. Come a little closer. You know about the upcoming family meeting, right? Calypso confirmed her awareness, acknowledging her attendance as a potential successor for the head of the family. Lila's voice was laced with concern. Yes, please be careful. You know, potential candidates are always nominated, but they always seem to disappear before the family meeting. Calypso offered a reassuring smile. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. Father will protect me, and Lila is here too, right? Lila returned a gentle smile. That's true, but please don't let her guard down. There are too many hidden dangers within this large family. Calypso paused, then turned to leave. I'll be careful. Father will protect me, she thought. I need to prepare myself for the family meeting. The division within the household is worrying, too. The carriage awaited, ready to transport Calypso. Agino was already inside. He spoke suddenly, breaking the silence. Ah, that's probably because they'll be following different successors. Calypso frowned, her voice laced with annoyance. Why are you here? Agino's reply was bright and enthusiastic. Because we're going to see Master together. Calypso's irritation was evident, but Agino seemed oblivious, even reminiscing about her grand entrance with the twins, Luca and Luba. I was so surprised when you showed up like that the other day. The memory brought a flush of embarrassment to Calypso's cheeks. Agino, seemingly unaware, continued with a guileless smile. Do you have followers already? How many followers do you have? I'm not the first, am I? If I beat the others, can I be the first? A disturbingly eager glint entered his eyes as he spoke. Calypso frowned. If they bother me, they'll die by my hand. Agino expressed mock disappointment, claiming he'd like to try that too. Calypso, exasperated, grabbed his collar, her voice sharp with warning. Agino simply covered his mouth, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Releasing him, Calypso continued. If they're following successors, it must be Bayan and Sword, the family candidates. Agino straightened his clothes, a thoughtful expression on his face. That's right. The atmosphere in the intermediate facilities is about the same. Little sister, how are you going to handle the family meeting? Calypso admitted it was her first time. At this, Agino offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll introduce you. Calypso thought an introduction by Agino wouldn't be so bad. Ideally, her father would do the honors, but that was unlikely. Agino added a word of caution. Be careful before the family meeting. Everyone will be on their guard. I've even faced our oldest and second oldest brothers before, but I never thought you little sis would need my help. Have I been spoiling you too much? Well, take advantage of me while you can. Calypso chuckled at his antics. Then, playfully, she pinched his cheek. Don't be silly. Agino, surprised by the sudden attack, yelped. Oh no, I surrender. I surrender outside the mansion a few days later. Calypso read a piece of paper and sighed. Things have been too quiet lately, haven't they? The paper read, come to the back garden. If you don't, I'll threaten those twins you care about. Calypso angrily crumpled the paper in her hand. These cliches, she grumbled, straight out of a third-rate villain's handbook. Clutching the crumpled note, she resolved to meet the sender. In a mansion's back garden, Calypso arrived as instructed. Karen was already there, frowning at someone beside him. No doubt about it. The brat actually showed up. Brian sneered. Is that the little runt? Nothing much to look at. Just a rat in the gutter, after all. Being compared to a rat infuriated Calypso. A murderous aura surrounded her. "How dare you compare me to that land-dweller term?" she shouted. "And this is no different than you two picking on a little girl." Brian's followers, witnessing this, took a few frightened steps back. "You idiot," Calypso retorted. "Your brain is smaller than a jellyfish." Brian chuckled. "Yeah, that rumor made me curious." He stepped closer, pointing at her provocatively. "Interesting. So you can talk. Seems Grandma didn't deal with you, did she?" This action thoroughly enraged Calypso. She abruptly grabbed Brian's hand. Then, with surprising ease, Calypso twisted his arm. Brian gasped in surprise. Calypso sneered coldly. "If it was just talk, Grandma wouldn't have bothered. You imbecile. Release the twins." Her actions stunned Brian, leaving him frozen in place. Calypso warned, her hydromancy swirling around her. "I'll make you pay for this." Calypso glared at Brian, her warning clear. Brian smirked. "Interesting. Seems you weren't lying. You really are Master Pierre's daughter." Calypso affirmed his statement. "Yes, my father is the renowned Pierre Aquacidal." Her words caused a stir among the children present. Brian continued to provoke her. "So what? That just proves you're a daddy's girl." Calypso quickly denied it. "No, I inherited all of my father's talents, and you'll be sure to remember that." Then she called out to the twins. "Luca, Luba, now." Brian turned angrily towards the two brothers. "You dare play tricks? Orcus are apex predators, but they're not invincible. All sea creatures evolve and develop their own weapons. The weapon possessed by the beluga beastmen, Luca and Luba, is an ultrasonic scream capable of rupturing eardrums." No sooner had Brian finished speaking than the brothers cried out simultaneously. Calypso covered her ears and turned to Agino. "Save the twins." Agino rushed forward without hesitation. "Leave it to me." Brian, clutching his ears in pain, complained he's here too. Suddenly, Calypso darted forward and grabbed him by the collar, catching him off guard. "Where are your eyes? Your opponent is me," she declared, her fist clenching. Then, with a powerful swing, she punched Brian squarely in the face. Too slow to react, Brian took the full force of Calypso's blow. His head reeled as she landed lightly on her feet. His face, swelling rapidly on one side, began to bleed. Wiping the blood from his face, Brian glared at Calypso and roared, "Some cheap tricks." Calypso sneered and turned to look at Brian's now defeated underlings. "So," she asked triumphantly, "what do you think of these cheap tricks? Answer me," she demanded, then turned sharply towards Agino. "Agino, no matter what happens, protect the twins." Agino, his voice laced with worry, asked, "Princess, do you need assistance?" Calypso offered her brother a reassuring look, swiftly transitioning into a battle-ready stance. "Please, who do you think I am?" With a dismissive wave of her hand towards the group confronting them, she taunted, "What are you all still standing around for? Are you all scared?" Witnessing the previous scene, the group hesitated, none daring to take a step forward. Calypso scoffed, "Cowards." After that, only the sounds of fighting filled the air. Agino watched from the sidelines, bewildered, unsure whether to call it a fight or something else entirely. Fights between Orcus were typically brutal affairs, characterized by the use of pressurized water attacks. But this was more like a chaotic brawl. One of the children was quickly thrown towards Agino. Screams erupted. Calypso, eschewing conventional fighting techniques, resorted to using her jaws. The underling she caught cried out, "Let me go." Brian, observing the scene, yelled, "Stop her. Can't any of you take her down? Use a pressure attack." A flicker of fear ignited within him. She's this terrifying before even awakening her powers. She's even stronger than the eldest brother. Then, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Agino covered his mouth, a twisted smile playing on his lips. With surprising ease, Calypso single-handedly defeated Brian's underlings. He spun around furiously, shifting his target. "If I can't catch that brat, then seize them and bring them to me." A man appeared suddenly, gesturing for silence. A piercing sound then ripped through the air, causing the frenzied underlings to writhe in agony. Screaming, they finally collapsed to their knees. "Unbearable. Master Eugenio, I came as soon as I saw the message. But what happened here?" The newcomer was Luca and Luba's father. Upon seeing his father, Luba rushed towards him in a panic. "Father, father." Luca's eyes won't open. "Father." Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at his twin brother lying motionless on the ground. Eugenio calmly addressed Luba. "Please wait a moment. Let me explain. The princess is almost finished." Calypso, having dealt with the group, quickly wiped the sweat from her brow. This is close to the mansion. Because of this commotion, they might, just as Calypso suspected, Lila and another person quickly arrived at the scene. As soon as they arrived, Lila called out, "Stop! What's going on here?" Calypso smirked inwardly. Back at the mansion, Calypso's wounds were quickly bandaged. Lila wanted her to explain what had happened. Calypso had only one request. "Wait, can you let me calm down first?" Lila readily agreed. Of course. Calypso took a calming sip of tea. Then, she began her account. "First, I must clarify that they started the fight. More precisely, those Beluga twins were beaten by them. How could I stand by and watch? They're just children, not even 7 years old. We Orcus must protect children. This is an indisputable fact. But not only that, this also involves the rules of Orca law. These are the rules of our education. System must adhere to. Students with better grades and abilities have no right to bully lower-class students." Calypso slammed her hand on the table as she spoke, her voice rising with indignation. She continued, "This is an ancient rule, known to almost everyone, but as long as it goes unnoticed, it's fine. This rule was established by the ancestors of the Orca family, so it cannot be ignored. Therefore, I, Calypso Aquaside, request a disciplinary hearing." Calypso speculated inwardly. Based on Brian's understanding of my abilities, he must have thought I would stay silent and let it go. But I hate those who break the law more than I enjoy using violence. So he doesn't quite understand my character yet. This is why you shouldn't underestimate someone reborn, my dear Brian, she thought, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Lila waited until she had finished speaking before replying. "As you wish, a high-level disciplinary hearing will be held. As this matter involves the princess, she must also attend." Without a moment's hesitation, Calypso agreed. "Of course, that's not a problem." Lila continued, "The guardian must attend the hearing along with the princess." Hearing this, Calypso froze. "In other words," Lila clarified, "even if the princess is present, you still have to invite Master Pierre." Calypso was stunned, realizing she had just dug herself a rather deep grave. She couldn't bear to imagine Pierre's terrifying reaction to this news. A chill ran down her spine at the thought. After a moment, their conversation finally ended. Lila promptly dismissed her. "You may return now, Your Highness." Behind her, the large doors slammed shut with a resounding boom, leaving Calypso still dazed, not yet fully recovered. "I just wanted to call a disciplinary hearing," she thought dejectedly. "I never thought a guardian would be required. Lila told me to deliver the invitation to Master Pierre." She worried about how she would even phrase it. "I beat up Brian, so could you attend the disciplinary committee as my father? What if he tells me he's not my father?" The mere thought of Pierre filled Calypso with dread. She rubbed her hair, unsure what to do. Just then, Lobo Beluga suddenly approached the princess. "I've been waiting for you." He politely introduced himself. "I am Lobo Beluga, Luca and Luba's father, from the House of Beluga." Loba quickly thanked Calypso for saving his children's lives. She anxiously inquired about their condition. Loba politely replied, "My wife, Madame Beluga, has already taken them home. I must thank you again, because if you hadn't notified me, I wouldn't have arrived in time." Calypso scratched her head shyly. "I only did what I should have. Besides, Luca and Luba were dragged into this because of my personal affairs. I apologize on behalf of those foolish Orcus. Orcus think they can do whatever they want as long as they're strong enough, so they always disregard morals or established rules. Luca and Luba being involved in this vile act is also my responsibility. I apologize." She bowed her head sincerely as she spoke. Loba Beluga replied, "It's hard to expect kindness from Orcus. As you said, they're creatures who deviate from morality. But after meeting you, my opinion has changed. I must accept the apology for the perpetrator, Brian." Hearing this, Calypso felt a weight lift from her heart. She smiled. "Almost everyone feels this way, but they find it difficult to express it. I'm glad you expressed it so sincerely." She recalled the Belugas from her past life. They were so pitiful. Bien demanded their subservience, but they refused and were killed. Lobo Beluga was among them. Although he was just a beluga, he was an excellent warrior. I clearly remember Brian is the type who wouldn't reconcile, even in death. Calypso quickly replied to Loba, "Thank you. I'll visit Luca and Luba soon." Hearing this, Loba Beluga smiled gently and said, "Yes, they will be very happy." A while later, in a library, a group of students were chatting amongst themselves. "Hey, have you heard the rumors about the princess? You mean about her fighting Brian and winning?" Brian's entire team participated, and they were completely crushed. Throughout the primary, intermediate, and advanced educational institutions, rumors of the little princess defeating Brian spread rapidly. Absurd. How could a princess who has only received primary education do that? I heard she hasn't even awakened her hydraulic system yet. Everyone was buzzing about the news. A gray-haired boy excitedly said to the person next to him, "In short, the princess and Brian had a fight, and the princess won a landslide victory. What do you think? Say something." He chattered incessantly, nudging the other person, who was trying to nap, with his elbow. The other person finally snapped, sitting up and retorting with a voice laced with menace, "Do you enjoy interrogating others so much?" The other boy, seeing this terrifying sight, flinched and quickly denied it. "No, after all, you can't say anything. She's your sister, Atlan." The person was Atlan, Calypso's brother. Atlan fell silent for a moment. He seemed lost in thought for a moment, then said, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a sister. If you wake me up one more time, I'll kill you." Atlan warned, his grip tightening on the other boy's collar. The startled boy immediately assured him, I know. Your temper is too unpredictable. What do you think about the rumors surrounding the princess? Bellis, what do you think?" Two girls shyly asked the boy who was reading. The boy, Bella's Aquaside, Calypso's brother, calmly replied, "Those who commit crimes should be punished." The blonde girl looked puzzled. "Cream? Bellis, tell me more." "She really hates people who break the law. But Brian isn't the main issue." At this point, Bellis's expression darkened. The scene shifted back to Calypso. She excitedly recounted to Pierre, I won. Master really taught me a lot of amazing things. Thank you. Thanks to you, I won." Calypso's face beamed with pride. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the wound on her shoulder. Calypso inwardly complained, "I'm such a child. Just a small brawl, and my body is aching." Then she flinched, as if suddenly sensing something. Looking up, she saw Pierre's somber, dark face. Calypso tried to reassure herself. "What's wrong? It's all right. I just have to try harder. But he has to be happy for me, so I can talk about joining the disciplinary committee." Pierre frowned, his displeasure evident. "Victory is when you return home with honor, unharmed." Calypso was confused. "What is Master talking about? How could I win without getting hurt?" Pierre immediately retorted, "I win without getting hurt." Calypso still wouldn't give up. "But that's Master. I haven't awakened yet." Pierre glared at her, reiterating, "From the moment you acknowledged me as your master, shouldn't you obey my words?" As if they were law. Calypso stammered, "That's true, but—" Pierre cut her off. "A victory like yours, covered in wounds, is not a victory. It's incompetence." The smile vanished from Calypso's face. She remained silent. Only praise expected, met instead with reproach. "At this age, is winning a fight that easy? Can't he just praise me a little? I trained harder than anyone." Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She tried to lower her head, not wanting him to see her vulnerability. "From my past life to now, I've been trying my best." Her hands trembled, clutching her skirt tightly. Then Calypso turned to leave. Pierre asked her where she was going. Calypso simply replied coldly, "I don't know, but I'm leaving." She walked away, tears streaming down her face as the injustice of it all overwhelmed her. She thought of her father. "Father would never treat me like this. Father, I miss you so much." The more she thought, the more heartbroken she became, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Calypso turned and walked away. Pierre silently watched her from behind. Suddenly, a surge of water erupted, enveloping Calypso's body. Pierre pulled her back with his water flow. He spoke softly, "Your body is a weapon." Calypso was still sulking. She frowned and asked, "So?" Pierre explained, "If you don't take care of your weapon, it will break or rust. Your body is the same as your master's. I am scolding you for neglecting your weapon. A well-maintained weapon can last a lifetime. It is I who failed to forge that weapon properly." At this, Pierre sadly lowered his head. Calypso was stunned. She remembered a powerful hero admired by all. However, that Orca unfortunately suffered from an incurable disease. so he considered his life a failure. Until the day Pierre closed his eyes, he was constantly the center of attention. Unable to overcome his frail body, he lived under that unwanted attention until his death. So he found himself possessing an extraordinary body and strength, a healthy body he could never have. Pierre raised his hand, using his water flow. The bandages covering Calypso's face slowly unraveled, revealing the face she had been hiding. Was I wrong? Calypso demanded. Are you saying it was my fault I got hurt? That it's wrong to win like this? If I don't fight tooth and nail now, how can I ever achieve a victory as magnificent as yours? I can't even access the hydraulics you wield so easily. Pierre replied. Even if I told you the answer, you wouldn't listen. He slowly approached Calypso. A student-teacher relationship inevitably involves separation. Didn't you want me to maintain a distance? To be objective? Calypso was bewildered. Your voice sounds bitter. Am I imagining it? No, it's because you're thinking about this. She reached out involuntarily, gripping Pierre's collar, and voiced the question that gnawed at her. Master Pierre, are you worried about me? Pierre averted his gaze. Your father loves you very much, doesn't he? What would he say in a situation like this? Calypso smiled brightly. He'd scold me for making him worry so much, and then he'd hug me tightly. And finally, he'd say, I love you, my daughter. So, Master Pierre, can you repeat what I just said? I'm worried about you. Calypso watched as Pierre's eyes softened, a clear affection blooming on his face. He reached out and stroked her head. I'm worried about you, Calypso, he said. Calypso laughed, a genuine, happy sound. She thought of her journey, the reason for her limp, and now, finally, she understood. The scene shifted to a few days later at Agino's mansion. Cakes and tea were spread across the dining room table. So, we're attending together? Agino asked curiously. Calypso confirmed yes. That's right. I remember that day. I was so consumed by anger, I didn't even mention giving that paper to Father. I couldn't do anything. I had no choice but to abandon the idea of bringing Father along. No matter how many times I thought about it, I couldn't find a suitable reason to ask Father. Agino, watching Calypso's fluctuating expressions, felt perplexed. But is this okay? The highest positions require parental attendance. Calypso set down her plate. With you and me, we'll figure something out. It would be awkward to suddenly spring such a request on Master Pierre. Agino, in his naivete, suggested they simply tell their fathers everything. Calypso vehemently shook her head. No, absolutely not. Before I meet the Dragon Duke, I want to continue living like this with Pierre. Agino grinned, brimming with confidence. I'm not worried. My little sister must have already planned everything. By the way, I didn't expect the High Disciplinary Committee meeting and the family meeting to be held on the same day. Calypso's brow furrowed in agreement. That's right. Based on the rumors I've spread, my mere presence will draw attention. I want to see the look on grandmother's face, the one who's been ignoring me since the incident with Brian. Since Brian won't be attending, I have to handle this myself. Dealing with Brian's people would have been incredibly difficult without Agino. Agino, you helped me for no reason. Thank you so much. Calypso expressed her gratitude sincerely. Agino grinned mischievously. What are you talking about? It was fun. It was my first time fighting to protect someone. Seeing his enthusiasm, Calypso laughed as well. Truly, it was thrilling. A lot is going to happen. Agino declared passionately. That's what my little sister said, right? Calypso, witnessing this display, felt a fond exasperation for her brother. Suddenly, someone approached them, pushing a tea cart. A red-haired girl called out excitedly. Oh my, I knew you two would need more tea. Young Master is here too. Look at you two, getting along so well. Then, both the redhead and the blonde-haired girls surrounded Agino, exclaiming nonstop, Oh, young Master, you're so handsome. The two of you look so much alike. Seated between them, Agino could only blush, speechless. Suddenly, he ducked under the table, shouting, Hey, our sister needs to discuss tomorrow's disciplinary hearing. Calypso, having slipped under the table at some point, was attempting an escape, leaving her brother to face the other two alone. Seeing her plan had failed, Calypso sat up, feigning a cough. Oh, all right, she said to the two girls. You hearing sisters can leave now. The two girls bowed respectfully to Calypso and then left the room. Soon after, they were back to their discussion. Agino, tomorrow you must do exactly as I say. Listen carefully. First, I'll do this, and then. Agino quickly agreed. Understood, I'll do as you say. But are you sure we don't need to call Father? Calypso smirked mysteriously, and then giggled, as if harboring a secret plan. She reassured Agino. Trust me, Agino, we can handle this ourselves. Agino didn't respond. Though he trusted his sister completely, doubts still lingered. The next day, the day of the Supreme Council meeting arrived. Calypso stepped down from the carriage, one graceful step at a time. Impeccably dressed for the occasion, she thought, Supreme Council, let's begin. Once out of the carriage, Calypso puffed out her cheeks, muttering to herself, this outfit is way over the top. She recalled the hearing sisters' incessant nagging. You need a suit, princess. Leave it to us. Even when she'd said she didn't need one, they wouldn't listen. Well, she mused. I could feel their sincerity. And it's true, clothes are also weapons, princess. Your body is a weapon. Pondering their words, Calypso felt warmed by their concern. She placed a hand on her chest with a small smile. This is a weapon. Another person quickly came to greet her. Princess, this way, please. Calypso swiftly replied, all right, lead the way. She thought to herself, I'm glad they didn't ask for a parental invitation beforehand. I've always wanted to maintain a student-teacher relationship with Pierre. I can do this. I'm used to handling things on my own. A constant buzz emanated from within the court. Calypso entered calmly. As the court doors slowly opened, a woman gasped, covering her mouth as she looked up at her. Oh my goodness, is that Calypso? Calypso walked in with the air of a protagonist, capturing the attention of everyone present. Everyone was astonished, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Impossible. Someone so frail fighting. As expected, she truly inherited Pierre's blood. The attendance is rather sparse, due to the coincidence with the family meeting. It seems most of them are here to see me. It's odd that these 2 days coincided. Lila will handle this well, right? Lila quickly rose to greet her. Your Highness, welcome. She stood ramrod straight, hands clasped before her. Noticing the change in Calypso, Lila smiled. You look different than usual. Calypso asked cheerfully. The water maidens worked very hard. Don't you think they did a beautiful job? Lila simply smiled silently and nodded in agreement. She gestured towards Agino in the distance. Over there, you can sit next to Mr. Agino. Seeing Calypso looking at him, Agino waved her over with a cheerful grin. Lila thought to herself, the resemblance to Pierre is certainly striking. But the princess's beauty is of a different kind. Perhaps she takes after her mother. Seeing Calypso and her brother chatting happily, the crowd began to murmur again. The princess is sitting next to young Master Agino. Didn't the young master say his relationship with his sister was terrible? It seems the stories about Pierre's children meeting and fighting are false. Let's see. Calypso glanced back discreetly. Brian was there too. She met his gaze. He glared back at her angrily. As expected, my uncle isn't here. Beside Brian sat an elegant lady. Calypso, unflinching, raised her middle finger, silently cursing. What are you looking at, jerk? Maybe my uncle went to the family meeting. Since he has to take care of my grandmother, his wife came in his stead. I guess it's tricky, because that's the real power on my uncle's side. A capable heir is more valuable than an incompetent one. A gavel banged. The presider announced, everyone, please be quiet. We will now commence the Supreme Disciplinary Council meeting. Lila began to administer the oath. In this place, regardless of rank, all are welcome to participate in the proceedings. I ask everyone to swear in the name of the ocean that they will speak only the truth. First, the perpetrator of this agenda, Brian. Although Brian looked displeased, he complied, I swear to the ocean. And the victims of this agenda, Calypso and Agino, I swear to the ocean. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Hold on. As the chair of this disciplinary committee, I have a few points to raise. The speaker was Chaya, who belonged to the Orca family and was the chair of the Mid-Level Facilities Board. She continued, this meeting is convened to discuss the conduct of underage students, so I believe everyone has been informed of the requirement for guardian accompaniment. But why are Calypso and Agino without guardians? Calypso remained silent, anxiously clutching her skirt. It's finally here, she thought. I thought I'd dodge this thanks to Lila. Seeing father isn't here, she must have tried to help in her own way. On the other hand, that person is her old friend and very principled. Calypso slowly rose to answer. I do not have a guardian. Guardians are necessary for those who are not yet of age. But Agino and I do not require one, so we will be our own guardians. The room immediately erupted in a cacophony of noise, everyone murmuring curiously. Why? Why is a Master Pierre here? But isn't that the law? Maybe he's ill. Lila quickly called for order. Order! Everyone, please maintain order. In this instance, Calypso and Agino have the right to be without a guardian. Chaya slammed her hand on the table, cutting Lila off. Impossible. The law is the law. The meeting cannot proceed with someone who doesn't even abide by the basic rules. Calypso, summon your guardian at once. Calypso cursed inwardly. Damn it, that damned friend of hers isn't helping at all. Agino anxiously asked her what they should do next. Brian laughed triumphantly. Why not proceed with the meeting? If she says she doesn't have a father, what can we do? Others joined in his laughter. Maybe Brian is right. Maybe they're at a family meeting or conducting business. If she claims her father's absent, there's nothing we can do, someone said, and the others laughed. Maybe Brian's right. They're likely just at a family gathering or a business meeting. Chaya scowled, her face darkening. Silence, she shouted. Calypso and Agino do not have a guardian. Calypso remained standing, motionless. Though she told herself to remain calm, she couldn't control the trembling of her body. Chaya continued. This meeting is hereby canceled. Calypso tried to reassure herself. Calm down, think. I've been looking forward to this moment. Think of a way to turn this around. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, surprising everyone present, including Calypso. All eyes turned towards the doorway. The law is the law, and we must abide by it. Of course, mustn't we? The person said, slowly walking in. I am the guardian of my daughter's son. I wish to participate. The crimson robes clearly indicated a position of importance. The owner of the voice was, in fact, Pierre. Calypso was astonished, unsure of what was happening. Then, the bewildered girl clutched her head. This was the first time she had felt this panicked since her fourth regression. Judging by Agino's shocked expression, this was certainly unexpected for him as well. She didn't know how her father had arrived or why he had come, but if she panicked, it would certainly appear strange. In the fleeting memories in her mind, her father loved her dearly, but in reality, too many rumors refuted this. In this tense atmosphere, Calypso suddenly stood, and to the astonishment of everyone present, a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. She rushed forward, calling out to her father. Meanwhile, a silent prayer echoed in Calypso's heart, a desperate plea for her father to respond. Like a bolt of lightning, she darted across the room, arms outstretched towards Pierre, the prayer still resonating within her. The next moment, she was safe in Pierre's embrace, her arms wrapped tightly around him. Looking down at the small figure in his arms, Pierre murmured an apology for his tardiness. Calypso clung to him, her voice anxious as she asked if he was all right. The frantic look in her eyes betrayed her fear that he might not have arrived in time. As Calypso searched his face, Pierre simply stroked her hair, reassuring her that he was feeling much better now. Then, in a low voice that carried to Lila and the chair, he apologized for his late arrival. Pierre turned to Lila, inquiring if she required a separate confirmation of his presence. Lila could only respond that it wasn't necessary. His presence was already acknowledged. The chair suddenly greeted Pierre, a long time no see, hanging in the air, hinting at their assumption that he wouldn't appear. To Brian's astonishment, Pierre explained that his daughter, in her worry, had forgotten to inform him of the time. It was for this reason he claimed that he was slightly late. Calypso, nestled in his arms, was stunned that he could fabricate such an excuse. Brian, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. He abruptly stood, his voice rising in protest. This doesn't count. Calypso's arrival time is invalid. Seeing Brian losing control, Lila intervened, urging him to calm down. Young Master Brian, she said, the chair is aware of all the regulations. Brian's heart grew heavy. Did these people think he would stand idly by and surrender the eye of insight? Power began to crackle around his hands. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the tension, ordering him to compose himself. Startled, Brian, on the verge of an outburst, snapped back to his senses. The energy around him dissipated. His mother fixed him with a stern look. Hasn't the chair already given approval? She questioned, implying he should cease causing further trouble. Defeated, Brian could only mutter a curse under his breath, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Calypso watched the fool forced to restrain his fury, thinking that his actions were utterly pointless. His punishment was already a foregone conclusion. Didn't he realize this meeting was merely to determine the specifics and severity of the penalty? If he self-destructed, it would benefit everyone. Glancing at her father's cold, grim face, Calypso knew that if he unleashed his power, Brian's lifeless body would be sprawled on the floor. A flicker of pity, quickly extinguished, crossed her mind. Brian's mother, too, wore a troubled expression. Pierre was then invited to take a seat. He settled into a chair, Calypso still in his arms, putting a significant distance between himself and Brian. Calypso, nestled against her father, offered a bright, unwavering smile. Seeing his daughter's cheerful demeanor, Pierre tilted his head and returned her smile. Calypso, observing this, wondered if her father had just openly mocked her. As everyone listened intently to the chair, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from beyond the door. The door swung open, accompanied by a breathless apology. The steward emerged, seemingly out of breath from rushing to deliver the head of the family's decree. The decree commanded the Supreme Disciplinary Council to immediately adjourn and relocate to the trial hall. The disciplinary hearing would continue in the presence of the head of the family, concurrently with a family meeting. Calypso froze, her face paling slightly. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events. It was absurd. If they moved to a family meeting, that imbecile Brian would gain the upper hand. Upon hearing the decree, Brian couldn't contain a smug grin. Within the Academy's disciplinary council, the chair held considerable authority, ensuring Brian's punishment. However, if the proceedings shifted to a family meeting, numerous factions would rally to Brian's support. Calypso fell into deep thought. If they moved the proceedings to a location that favored Brian, he wouldn't just escape a fair trial. He'd likely avoid any punishment whatsoever. Beside her, Agino asked what they should do now. Whispers rippled through the courtroom, speculating on the head of the family's intentions. No one dared to object, knowing the grandmother's commands were absolute. Calypso sighed, a pang of regret twisting in her gut. She had truly relished the prospect of seeing Brian humiliated. Seeing his daughter's dejection, Pierre consoled her, saying, "It's all right." The young girl couldn't help but wonder what exactly her father meant by all right. Pierre understood his daughter's thoughts. He clarified, explaining that she needn't worry about these matters. He added that she didn't need to force herself to be so polite. He knew such formalities weren't her usual style. With that settled, they both set off for the trial hall. Wherever the trio walked, they radiated an aura of power and prestige, drawing the gazes of those around them. Every eye followed their progress with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Feeling a blush creep up her cheeks, Calypso told her father he could put her down. She could walk herself. But her father disagreed, teasing that her legs were too short, and who knew how long it would take them to get there otherwise. Calypso felt a flicker of annoyance, but couldn't argue with his logic. Then she reconsidered. If rumors spread, it might actually work in her favor, so let them stare. Her thoughts then turned to her father's motives. What did he gain from all of this? Suddenly, Agino asked his sister if she had ever been to the trial hall. Looking at her brother's bright eyes and cheerful face, Calypso said she hadn't, though in truth she had. Agino then explained to her the traditional family meetings usually held in the three main halls, the trial hall being one of them. "We're here," Pierre announced. "This is it." The small procession stopped before an immense door, the entrance to the trial hall. Calypso's eyes widened as she took in the imposing structure. She knew the trial hall held a double meaning. First, its bright blue doors just like its name. Second, it was the place where judgment was passed. Calypso stared, mesmerized. As the three of them, Calypso included, stepped inside, even Brian and his mother had to lower their heads. She knew that throughout the history of the Orca family, countless pivotal events had originated within these walls, hence the origin of its name. The blue doors opened once more, and she stepped across the threshold. Pierre held his daughter protectively in his arms. As they entered, a voice boomed, announcing the arrival of Lord Pierre, young Master Agino, and Lady Calypso. The three of them proceeded together. Those inside were taken aback by Calypso's presence. It was the first time many had seen her in person. One woman, upon seeing the seemingly happy family of three, lowered her eyes slightly. Then, unable to contain herself, she let out a cold laugh. "Look who it is," she sneered. "The head of the Orca family, Okra," she added sarcastically. "I never thought I'd see your supposedly dead son here." The family of three bowed politely to the head of the family. Okura launched into a tirade. "Why show your face here? You'd be better off dead. Do me a favor." A heavy silence descended. Even the onlookers began to feel a sense of dread. Suddenly, Calypso cleared her throat. Beaming, she offered a polite greeting to her grandmother. In a sweet, almost saccharine tone, she complimented Okura on her youthful appearance and asked for her guidance. Beside her, Pierre and Agino were speechless. Okura finally noticed the little girl. Pointing at Pierre, she scoffed, "Look at that, already a flatterer at such a young age. Much better than your shameless father." Calypso whispered in her father's ear, explaining that her grandmother liked being complimented, so he should try it. Pierre looked silently at his daughter, cradled in his arms. Her bright eyes, sparkling with encouragement, urged him to give it a try. Agino, standing beside them, was dumbfounded. He knew the issue wasn't so simple. Just then, Pierre suddenly laughed. Calypso, unsure what had caused his sudden laughter, Calypso stared at him, eyes wide with surprise. Pierre simply complimented her, saying it was a good suggestion. "I'll keep that in mind." Calypso, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe her father had actually laughed. A murmur rippled through the assembled crowd, surprised to witness Lord Pierre's amusement. It seemed the rumors were true. He truly adored his daughter. Suddenly, a sharp rap on the table echoed through the hall, directed at the head of the family, Okura. They reminded her to return to the matter at hand and proceed with the trial. The speaker was Rodin, Pierre's elder brother. He glanced at Calypso, a sardonic edge to his voice. "While it's heartwarming to witness this reunion with my younger brother, we mustn't delay official business." The three of them, Calypso, Pierre, and presumably Lila, completely ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. Those around them also averted their gazes. Okura suddenly laughed, fixing Rodin with an icy stare. "Do you dare interrupt me now?" she challenged. Rodin could only lower his head and apologize. Calypso playfully stuck out her tongue, mocking him for being put in his place before he could even finish his sentence. "Serves him right." She then wondered where she was supposed to sit, but an attendant quickly appeared to guide her. As everyone settled, a disconcerting realization dawned on her. She couldn't understand why her father had chosen this particular spot. Their seats were far from the main table. She felt Okura was deliberately sliding them. It was outrageous. Those seated near them also seemed perplexed by Pierre's choice of seating. Calypso nudged her father, whispering, "What are we going to do? They're looking down on us." It seemed Okura couldn't hear her from that distance. She continued to poke her father in the chest, trying to get his attention, but he appeared unconcerned. As she persisted in her efforts, Pierre placed his hand on her forehead. He sighed. "Stop nagging like a fishwife," he told her. Calypso hastily told him not to play word games. He reassured his daughter, telling her not to worry about being overheard. "Everyone will hear you," he promised. "We're here for a disciplinary hearing, not a family gathering." Brian, sitting nearby, let out a cold laugh. Pierre reminded Calypso to remember why she was there. "The reason you're here, at this very moment." Another young man entered the hall. His arrival sparked a fresh wave of murmurs, surprise rippling through the crowd. But of course, who could miss this? As he approached Okura, he paused to greet her. He began to speak. "Grandmother, there must be a reason for you to hold such a grand meeting. Everyone is present and ready to listen to your wise words. My lady, please enlighten us." He offered a slight smile. This was Calypso's elder brother, Villainous. Okura thanked him, praising his eloquence. Villainous bowed in response. "You flatter me." Calypso watched their pleasant exchange with a flicker of annoyance, labeling him an opportunist in her mind. Okura returned to her seat and began to speak, asking if they had heard about what had transpired within her educational system. "Anyone involved? Please step forward." At these words, Calypso's expression turned serious. Brian, by now, had regained his composure and a smug air of confidence. He was certain that if the matter was settled here, victory would be his. Several individuals stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder, silently awaiting what would be said next. A cold voice rang out. "Explain everything you have caused within my precious institution." Brian smirked, his confidence radiating. "Allow me to speak first. Firstly, please do not refer to it as a mess. It was merely a minor incident." He considered it a trivial matter, hardly worth troubling the head of the family. For the Orca family, life is a struggle, a constant battle. Every moment must be utilized to its fullest. Yet you dare waste our precious time merely for this petty, personal conflict. Okura listened intently to his justification. "This diminishes the dignity of the Orca family, the mightiest creatures of the ocean." At these words, Calypso's face darkened. She wondered if his conscience had been eaten by a dog. He seemed to have forgotten that he had picked a fight with a 3-year-old, her. But she quickly refocused on the main issue, taking in everything he had said so far. The head of the family questioned, "Are you saying these are all exaggerated rumors?" That in reality, this incident was just a minor accident. Brian began to feign innocence, claiming he merely wanted to see his cousin Calypso. He explained that she had been embroiled in so many rumors lately. He discreetly arranged a meeting simply to talk. "And what did she do upon meeting me?" he demanded, gesturing toward his father. "She dared to insult my father." He claimed she did so to demonstrate her status as the daughter of the strongest orca, Pierre. Calypso, standing nearby, burned with indignation. He'd insulted her first, and now he was dragging her father into it. And who gave him the right to address her father so casually, using his given name? Brian continued to justify himself, saying he wasn't as cunning as she was. He even had witnesses prepared to recount everything. The mention of witnesses caught Calypso by surprise. She hadn't anticipated this tactic. Soon enough, the witnesses were called. As soon as they arrived, one of them cried out, claiming they had only wanted to help young Master Brian. They had simply done what they could, yet they were beaten for no reason. Pointing at Calypso, he exclaimed loudly, "Is it simply because you are Lord Pierre's daughter?" From the very beginning, this was an unfair fight. Initially, seeing the seemingly remorseful witnesses appear, Calypso had been slightly worried. But did these two even qualify as witnesses? She couldn't understand. Were they bragging about being defeated by a 3-year-old? The other witness also began to speak, corroborating the story. "That's right. This young lady insulted young Master Brian first. He was absolutely in the right." Brian seemed immensely satisfied with his preparations. He added that there were no lies in the testimonies. As for Agino, the witnesses seemed considerably uneasy and frightened, so much so that Calypso could even hear them murmuring amongst themselves. They were such idiots. After listening to Brian's defense, the head of the family spoke. "In short, you're saying you're not at fault in this matter?" Brian smirked smugly. He began making excuses again, claiming that he hadn't been wrong, and that he had brought this trivial disciplinary issue to the family council for a deeper reason. He glanced at Calypso beside him and sneered. "I intentionally used this opportunity to expose the truth about my uncouth cousin." Calypso still couldn't fathom what game he was playing. She simply asked coldly, "What truth? I don't understand what nonsense you're spouting." Brian began to question what outstanding qualities she possessed to be the daughter of the great Lord Pierre. He claimed she had neither the corresponding strength nor dignity. He asserted that with her ability to lie and boast so readily, she must not have been raised well. Hearing this, Calypso wasn't bothered or angry. Instead, she thought that the one who hadn't been raised well was him. Someone who could insult others as naturally as breathing couldn't be a good person. She felt bored and yawned, wondering when she could retaliate. Okura, hearing this, asked, "So you believe she is an ill-bred child, disrupting family discipline?" Brian, ecstatic that the head of the family had asked this, immediately replied, "Precisely." She walked over and leaned down, as if to get a clearer look at Calypso. "A mere commoner, not even acknowledged, dares to challenge one of my future heirs." Calypso frowned. She considered Calypso's actions reckless, a display of overestimating her own capabilities. Okura's hand began to exert her power. That power enveloped Calypso. She was lifted into the air. Calypso felt extreme discomfort, as if something was squeezing her tightly. Damn it, she could feel the power of the current head of the family. Her grandmother. Although extremely uncomfortable, she could only endure, knowing this was a battle of wills. Just as she was about to lose her breath, something unexpected happened. When she opened her eyes again, the suffocating discomfort was gone. Her grandmother's water-based power had vanished. Could have been blocked by a stronger force? It seemed this force was slowly lowering her back down. A voice cried out to the head of the family. Pierre's face darkened, his voice icy. "She's only a 3-year-old child." He, the source of Calypso's strength, was her shield against Okura. Okura, seeing his concern for his daughter, retorted, "If she cannot withstand this, is a disgrace to our family." She questioned his methods of raising Calypso, challenging the very foundations of Orca society. "How did you raise her?" she demanded, her words laced with disdain. "Letting a weak girl run wild, unaware of her place." Calypso seethed. This old woman, who had nearly killed her, now dared to speak these words. Okura pressed Pierre. "Did you truly raise her yourself?" The question hung in the air, stunning Calypso into silence. Wait, if her father said he hadn't raised her, if he disowned her in this instant, how could she face anything? The lies she had spread, the whispers of her father's love and care, would shatter. Seeing Pierre about to speak, Calypso's anxiety spiked. She prayed it wouldn't be so. But then, unexpectedly, Pierre declared, "I taught her by my own rules." She stared at him, astonished. He turned and walked towards her. Approaching Calypso, he said, "I taught her to win every battle. Your actions followed my instructions perfectly." Calypso looked up at him. He looked down at her, adding, "She followed everything meticulously." Okura sat back, muttering in disbelief. She watched the affectionate father and daughter across from her. The thought of living to see her own son defend another chipped away at her composure. Pierre stroked his daughter's head and addressed Okura. "Let us hear the entire story again, but this time from my daughter's perspective." He looked up at the head of the family, seated high on her chair. "Isn't that your duty?" he challenged. Calypso understood. Her father had given her a chance, the chance she had been waiting for. A chance to make her name, to show what she was capable of. She wouldn't miss it. Calypso stepped forward and softly addressed Okura, "Grandmother." She bowed her head slightly, her hair falling forward to obscure her eyes, but her voice remained clear. She had just one question. Lifting her head, her eyes gleaming, she asked, "Must the actions of the strong be held accountable? Is this not the rule of the Orca family?" Okura readily replied, "Yes. The main topic of today's meeting is this fight. They insulted my honor in that way, but this is what matters, correct? If you judge me fairly today, Grandmother, I will tell you something interesting." Brian's face paled. He rushed to interrupt. "That bastard Brian's speaking time is over. It's my turn now." As the two bickered, the head of the family cut them off. She commanded Calypso to continue. That day, Brian brought 4 subordinates. Agino dealt with 3, and Lila and I fought. Murmurs rippled through the assembled Orcus. But in the end, I won the fight. Calypso pointed at Brian. He was thoroughly defeated by a 3-year-old. He flushed with shame. Inwardly, she cursed the idiot Brian 10,000 times. Hadn't he been so eager to be a witness then? Now, she would show him. A wicked smile played on Calypso's lips. "Thank you, Cousin Brian, for helping me." Calypso continued, affirming the witness's statements. "Pierre's daughter is a good fighter. According to the rules of the Orca family, I am the victor. Brian cannot challenge me, the victor." Furthermore, she added, that day, a friend of hers had been caught in the crossfire. Though not a member of the Orca family, Brian had threatened to kill her friend if she didn't participate in the family feud. With a dignified posture and clear voice, she affirmed that her actions were solely to protect her friend. Calypso asked Okura, "What did I do wrong in all of this?" Orcus held a position of power within the schools of aquatic life. For her, only Orcus decided everything through combat, and she had also received instructions not to engage in such a manner with other, weaker families. Hearing this, Okura chuckled unexpectedly. This little girl knew more than her age suggested. She understood. Even while threatened, Calypso had reluctantly fought and won. She had to admit, the story was entertaining. A second later, her tone and gaze shifted abruptly. She demanded Calypso provide witnesses. Finally, the question she'd been waiting for. Calypso's small hands clenched around her skirt. She knew Aegoner was her brother, so he couldn't appear as a witness. Luca and Luba were still receiving treatment. In the end, she didn't have a single witness on her side. Calypso frowned, thinking hard. Was there truly no one to speak for her? Suddenly, just then, a hand shot up, accompanied by a voice, outraging the head of the family. The owner of that voice and hand was a strikingly beautiful, silver-haired girl. The girl stated she wished to be a witness to the incident. Okura tilted her head with a flicker of interest, granting permission. "Speak quickly, if you dare." It turned out the child threatened with death in Calypso's story was this silver-haired girl's twin sons. This was Luca and Luba's mother. The moment those words were spoken, all eyes turned towards her. But she wondered why the Beluga family had enough authority to be present at this occasion. The silver-haired girl introduced herself. She was Lila Beluga, the head of the Beluga family, and the mother of Luca and Luba. She stated her children had suffered violence at Brian's hands. They had received severe head injuries and were near death. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present paled and began whispering amongst themselves. Hearing this, Calypso was also deeply worried, but she remembered Lady Loba Beluga saying the children were not in mortal danger. Then she saw Loba Beluga wink, signaling her to stay silent. Calypso understood immediately this was their plan. This was a witness who could lie. But could she do this? However, a sly smile quickly spread across her face. If he could do it, why couldn't she? The Beluga family was truly amazing. On her side, Lila continued her testimony. She wanted the head of the family to take this matter seriously. Why did her children have to face death in a fight between Orcus? As a representative of all the vassals, they could not stand idly by. She knew she was just a weak vassal, but after the incident, she hoped for respect, as she was sure the powerful Orcus wouldn't be hurt or have anything happen to them. Lobo Beluga spoke up at this point. He was the one who reported this matter to the person in charge of the main facility. He requested the head of the family to invite several family members as witnesses if there wasn't enough evidence. At this, Calypso spoke up cheerfully, saying she thought there were already more than enough witnesses. Immediately after, she met the head of the family's icy gaze. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. She agreed as well, stating the outcome of her duel with a child not even 3 years old spoke for itself. As for those who didn't know their place, they weren't worth her attention at all. Hearing this, Brian was utterly shocked and flustered, wanting to explain further. But he only received a chilling silence from the head of the family. He could only shut his mouth with a darkened face. At this point, she said it was nothing to be surprised about, but she had already realized Calypso was telling the truth. Finally, she would deliver her judgment. Brian Aquilani had attempted to flaunt his power and ended up harming the child of a key vassal. Furthermore, despite the strict rules of the educational institution, he had attempted to cover up his wrongdoing and dared to lie and deceive the head of the family. Taking all of this into account, Brian Aquilani was forced to leave the institution and placed on probation for 1 year. Though punished, judging by his expression, there wasn't a shred of remorse. As for Calypso, justice had finally landed on her side. Rosen, Brian's father, couldn't contain himself upon hearing his son's sentence. "Mother, wait," he cried out, attempting to defend Brian despite the clear evidence of his wrongdoing. He pleaded for leniency, citing Brian's accomplishments thus far. Brian himself, upon hearing the judgment, seemed to lose his composure, his jaw clenching tight. Okura then turned to Calypso, extending a hand and asking for her opinion. Calypso, momentarily bewildered by the question, paused. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes before blossoming into a bright, almost innocent smile. "I have no objections to his punishment," she replied sweetly. Her gaze shifted to Lila. "The greatest victims in this incident were Luca and Luba," she continued. "So we also need the opinion of Lila Beluga, head of the Beluga family." Lila could only respond, "We defer to your decision, Calypso, and to the esteemed head of the family." And so, the judgment was finalized. As the dust settled, a tremor ran through Brian. "Since the council has no objections, this decision will be carried out." The words fell like a heavy stone, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Brian's eyes. His face paled, as if he might faint at any moment. Among the Orcus, the age of graduation from intermediate level was crucial for proving one's abilities. Moreover, building connections during a probationary period was incredibly difficult. Watching Brian tremble, Calypso mused that if she were him, she would avoid attracting her grandmother's attention during his probation. He wasn't someone who had earned his position through merit. Rather, it was Sot, her second uncle's son, and Belus, her father's eldest son, who garnered attention through their own strength. The line of succession would shift accordingly. By the time she had defeated Brian, he had already lost his standing, becoming a discarded pawn. The competition for status would now be between Sot and Belus, but one thing was certain. Whoever was involved, it wouldn't involve her. Suddenly, Okura made another announcement. From this moment forward, Calypso Equatialdel is formally recognized as a direct descendant of the Orca family. What she had longed for had finally come to pass. Her ultimate goal in attending this family council meeting had been to have her grandmother introduce her to everyone, but she hadn't expected such a grand presentation. A hand gently stroked her head. "You've done well," Pierre murmured softly. Calypso turned, offering him a tender smile. Then, she threw herself into her father's arms, exclaiming, "I won." It's always exhilarating to be the main character, isn't it? With everything resolved, the atmosphere became lighter, more relaxed. Okura, observing the affectionate exchange between father and daughter, pensively stroked her chin. Even being introduced by the head of the family herself could be daunting, the weight of such responsibility a source of pressure and fear. Yet, Calypso seemed to relish the attention. Okura recalled Calypso's words about high-level strength and innate fighting ability. She herself couldn't even manipulate a single drop of water. The order was disrupted. She had encountered a true prodigy. She then beckoned Villainous, who stood beside her. Villainous bowed respectfully, awaiting her command. Gesturing towards the heartwarming scene between father and daughter, she asked, "What do you make of this situation?" Previously, he had been the youngest to receive official recognition. Villainous's acknowledgement as a direct descendant of the Orcus at the age of 6 had astonished everyone who heard of it. Now, his younger sister had broken his record. Even Pierre, who had previously shown little interest in his children, seemed protective of Calypso. Furthermore, even his rival, Brian, had been defeated by her. Okura wanted to hear his perspective. Villainous simply stated coldly, "The punishment you delivered was appropriate. Those who break the law are unforgivable." However, Calypso Equasiadel also bore some responsibility. Despite possessing ample ability, she had still injured a fellow student. In short, his point was that both his sister and Brian were at fault. Okura understood his meaning, simply praising him for his clever response. As for Villainous, he always maintained proper decorum in her presence. Watching the two of them chatting amiably, Calypso simmered with irritation, having overheard everything he'd said from the start. She glared at him with a look that could curdle milk. "My sister was attacked, and at the disciplinary hearing, he says both my sister and that guy are at fault? How is that even possible?" Calypso resolved that before leaving this place, she would set him straight. Just then, Aegoner rushed over to congratulate her on her victory and ahead of the family's acknowledgement. He then gestured towards the Aquilani family. "The meeting isn't over yet, but looking at the atmosphere over there, I thought it was already concluded." Calypso, cradled in Pierre's arms, suddenly remembered something. She glanced towards the Aquilantes and was met with a volley of hostile stares. Every one of them glared daggers at them. Among them, a girl in a pink dress caught her attention. After staring at her for a moment, the girl abruptly turned her head and walked away. Calypso stuck out her tongue, taunting them silently. "Go home and sulk." Just then, Lila approached her and addressed the head of the family. "Before the meeting concludes, I have something to say." Okura granted her permission. She wished to exercise the vassal's right of choice. The Beluga family, with me at its head, will continue to follow Princess Calypso Equasiadel in the future. Calypso, overhearing this, interjected, "Wait a minute." Lila smiled. "On my honor as leader, I will not retract what I have said. Our family will support Princess Calypso Equasiadel as the next heir." As soon as Lila finished speaking, a wave of murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. Some even burst into applause. Calypso, meanwhile, could scarcely believe her ears. She was only 3 years old, and the thought of becoming the head of the family hadn't even crossed her mind. As the meeting concluded, people began to disperse. But the buzz of conversation about what had just transpired lingered in the air. It was sure to be a hot topic for some time to come. Pierre and his 2 children also became the focus of attention as they emerged. Pierre asked his daughter if she had anything to say. She commented on how everyone around them seemed to be staring. Aegoner spoke up. "I know that none of the people rushing over here after the meeting are sincere. They're all just a bunch of rabble." Pierre made a move to shoo away the bothersome flies. Calypso, hearing this, wondered why her father was suddenly being so benevolent. Her father turned and uttered, "Deceive me, and you die." Then, she felt as if she'd been hit by a ton of bricks. She looked at her father with suspicion. Suddenly, a figure blocked Aegoner's path, startling him. Aegoner quickly rushed forward, telling Calypso urgently that he was leaving first. "See you two later." A boy appeared from seemingly nowhere, chasing after him and calling Aegoner's name. Calypso asked, puzzled, who was that? Pierre told her it was a member of the 3rd Collateral Branch. She couldn't understand why Aegoner had run off at the sight of a Collateral Branch member. "Tell me about it." While she was still pondering this, a figure suddenly approached. It was Lila, standing before her with a beaming smile. Calypso managed a strange smile of her own, thinking, should I run away now? It must have been a beautiful day, with a high, clear sky, fluffy white clouds, and golden sunlight, utterly pleasant. And then Lila appeared, addressing her as the heir. Calypso could only sigh, praying she wouldn't be addressed as such. Lila expressed her gratitude to Calypso for agreeing to speak with her. Due to the numerous onlookers, she wished to find a quieter place to talk. Pierre was currently waiting inside the building. Calypso knew she hadn't been called out for sightseeing or a casual stroll, so she prompted Lila Beluga to get straight to the point. If Lila didn't ask, Calypso would. She wanted to know why Lila had nominated her. Lila bowed her head in a gesture of apology. However, once she had decided to use the vassal's right of choice, she was firmly committed to Princess Calypso, to her. Calypso was baffled. There were plenty of other promising candidates for head of the family besides herself. Furthermore, this was the first time she'd heard of a vassal's right of choice. In her past life, she had become head of the family through overwhelming power. Recalling the former head of the family's insidious smile, Calypso couldn't fathom what Lila was thinking. She voiced her confusion. Isn't the head of the family chosen through inheriting the current position, developing one's own power, or gaining the support of a higher authority? Lila replied, that is correct, but there is also the vassal's choice, which carries more weight. However, the former head of the family had personally sealed the curse with her own hydrokinesis, so the information Lila could offer Calypso was limited. Moreover, due to the weight of the choice, she couldn't retract her oath or change her chosen successor. Calypso shook her head. If that's the case, then you should. Before she could finish, Lila added, if Princess Calypso falls, we fall too. But if Princess Calypso becomes the head of the family, you will gain everything. It was a gamble, but what if she lost? Calypso grew frustrated. I don't understand what your choice is based on, she exclaimed. My children owe Princess Calypso their lives, so I decided to choose you. Thanks to Calypso's intervention, Luca and Luba's physical and emotional trauma had been minimized. Lila knew there were many outstanding candidates for succession, but so far, none of them had considered individuals weaker than the Orcus. This was the primary reason she had decided to choose Calypso, who had helped her sons and other non-Orca individuals. What she was about to reveal was that she had publicly endorsed Princess Calypso as the next head of the family. 30 years ago, the former head of the family had summoned the heads of 8 families. These 8 families, chosen by the head of the family for various reasons, were granted a special right of choice. That right was the power to choose the next successor. Regardless of the successor's strength, the individual chosen by the most of the 8 families would become the next head of the family. Calypso said with a look of exasperation, but you know I'm only 3 years old, right? Seeing no response from Lila Beluga, Calypso anxiously added, you must also know that the younger the successor, the more disadvantageous it is. Lila Beluga replied, of course I know. The surrounding falling blossoms shimmered around Calypso, as if resonating with Lila Beluga's words. But today, it was none other than you, Princess, who salvaged that disadvantageous situation. We believe that you are a treasure we have discovered, so it is only fitting that we choose you as the successor. After listening, Calypso scratched her head and groaned, oh my goodness. Lila Beluga, looking at her with gentle eyes, continued, as a mother, in front of my children, I couldn't help but become weak as they almost lost their lives. Hearing these words, Calypso was startled. What did you say? Both of them were in mortal danger. Lila Beluga replied with a smile, I apologize, Princess. My husband didn't tell you the whole truth. Lila Beluga recounted. When we first brought Luca back from the hospital, my husband and I ran in after hearing Luca's loud cries. When we rushed in, Luba was crying, and he turned to us and said, Dad, save Luca. Quickly, save Luca. They said Luca had convulsions and almost died. Hearing this, Calypso was enraged, her gaze turning fearsome. You should have told me sooner. If not, I wouldn't have let that bastard off so easily. Seeing Calypso's murderous aura, Lila Beluga said softly, it's all right. He has made a full recovery. Lila Beluga smiled gently, speaking with the exasperated fondness of a mother. I'd do anything. All parents are like that. Even Pierre, who had long lived in seclusion, had come here for his daughter. Suddenly, Lila Beluga's face lit up. In any case, the next head of the Orca family will undoubtedly be you, Princess Calypso. I'm truly looking forward to it. Calypso panicked inwardly. How am I supposed to tell her I don't want to be the head? I don't ever want to be the head. Midday, inside the mansion, sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room. Calypso sat slumped in a chair, lost in thought. This is exhausting. Just then, Pierre entered. It's all over. It seems you've succeeded. There's something I need to talk to you about. At his words, Calypso straightened abruptly. Here it comes. I've been deliberately avoiding it, but there's no escaping it now. As she braced herself, Pierre said, we should probably address the matter of how we address each other, shouldn't we? Calypso froze. What do you mean, father? I deceived you, didn't I? You knew I was your father, didn't you? Pierre asked. Yes, Calypso replied. I knew from the beginning. Why? Pierre pressed. Calypso turned her face away. Calypso looked at Pierre's radiant face. He continued, were you pretending not to know I was your father? At his words, she clutched her skirt tightly. From today onwards, my relationship with him seems to have changed. So, who will be my guardian until I turn 10? I'm a target now. I'm sure I'll face countless threats and assassination attempts from now on. Perhaps Villainous will be the first to act. Who knows? Calypso lowered her head, gritting her teeth, trying to reassure herself. Calm down. Everything will be all right. But this sudden change is making me so anxious. But father came to the disciplinary committee. He stood by my side. During the meeting, he protected me too. All of this was due to father's own initiative. In the past 3 lifetimes, I've never felt as desperate as I do in this one. Pierre, also looking anxious, spoke. I'll only ask you one thing. The father you often mentioned, was he the ideal father you always longed for? At his words, the memory surfaced of her past father, lifting her up, laughing. Daddy loves his little gold nugget the most, he'd said, and then he'd kissed her cheek. Returning to the present, she answered, no. No matter what, I can't let my adoptive father become someone who never existed. Then she said, my father really was like that. Right, Pierre replied. Hearing him say that, Calypso thought, what are you saying? How can you understand? She clutched her skirt tightly. I really want to go home now. I want to go back to my real home, where my family is. Please, punish me as you see fit. Calypso began, but before she could finish, Pierre interrupted her. Then, from now on, I will be the father you wish for. Calypso looked up in astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Pierre asked, is that all right? Calypso gripped her skirt, her mind racing. Why? Damn it. I can't trust anything I'm not certain of anymore. It's only because I didn't hold on to everything tightly that I witnessed the destruction of the world. She thought, questioning him silently. What about all the years you abandoned me? If I hadn't come looking for you, you would never have remembered me. Huh? Why are you doing this? Seeing her silence, Pierre sighed. Here we go again. He stood and approached her. It seems these words have no effect on you, do they? Startled by his approach, Calypso asked, are you angry, father? No, Pierre replied. I will ask for your permission. With that, he knelt down on one knee. Seeing this, Calypso was taken aback. Pierre continued, until the 4 of us are reunited, please acknowledge me as your father. Until then, you may call me master. Calypso hesitated, the words, I don't actually hate you, on the tip of her tongue. For so long, she thought, I've resented so many, that I can't even see your face clearly. So how could I dare to resent you? Thank you for making me stronger. However, deep down, only one person is my father. With that thought, Calypso remembered her father from the past, a father who always loved his daughter more than the world. I must say, that love was truly vast and boundless. Calypso looked at her father shyly and said, what is this? You always do as you please. Pierre's expression remained unchanged. Orcas are born this way, he said. Selfish creatures, concerned only with the food they choose. We still have a considerable amount of time. During that time, if you wish, I will continue to be your guardian. If you do not wish it, I will relinquish my role. Hearing this, Calypso said nothing, her hands gripping her skirt tighter. Seeing her silence, Pierre thought, rejection? That's probably it. If this 3-year-old hadn't come to me first, this relationship would have been severed forever long ago. Suddenly, Calypso grabbed Pierre's hand. Father, please swear an oath, she continued, if those feelings won't change. Swear it upon the ocean, father. Calypso's eyes, filled with expectation, locked onto Pierre's. Seeing Pierre's surprised expression, Calypso thought, what a reckless fool. I'm sure father can't do it. Even so, I won't be disappointed. A few seconds later, just as Calypso was about to withdraw her hand, about to say, as expected, it's difficult, isn't it? If that's the case. Pierre suddenly grasped Calypso's hand with both of his. I, Pierre Equisito, swear to be Calypso Equisito's father. The term is until my death. All of it. Calypso was still struggling to process it all. I swear it in the name of the ocean. After making his vow, Pierre released Calypso's hand. If that's the case, there's no turning back now. Now what should I do? The ocean oath you wanted is a contract with the underwater sailors, so it must never be broken. If I break it, I will lose everything. Hearing Pierre ask this, her hand fidgeted nervously. This crazy orca is asking me what to do in this situation. No, this is a good thing. It means I now have a definite guardian, she thought. After a moment of consideration, Calypso smiled. I will trust in Master's sincerity. In her heart, she added, I won't question why he abandoned me. No, I don't want to know. Then Calypso asked, so, can I continue to call you Master? Pierre asked back, why don't you call me by my name or something? After asking, Pierre furrowed his brow, looking frustrated. Then, with a sigh, Pierre said, your decisiveness is unlike me. Calypso turned her face away. Perhaps I take after my mother. After that, Calypso smiled triumphantly, thinking the important thing is I can turn this situation into an opportunity. With that in mind, she asked, Master, please listen to my wish. Pierre asked, what is it? I want to go to the Dragon Boat Festival, she said brightly. Pierre stood up. All right, I agree. Calypso asked excitedly, really? Pierre said, I will listen to your plans, so don't forget, when I receive your approval, you must stop calling me Master. Hearing this, Calypso avoided Pierre's questioning gaze. Of course, by a window bathed in warm sunlight. The light fell upon Pierre's contemplative face. A natural-born warrior, skilled in interpersonal relationships, Pierre thought. This means Calypso isn't like a child. For the first time, that child looked at me with expectant eyes. Recalling that moment, Calypso, with excitement in her eyes, had said, I want to go to the Dragon Boat Festival. Pierre continued his thoughts. That's right. It means that until now, she's never had any expectations of me. A child of only 3 years old can think like this. Even so, I approved of that child without hesitation, without thinking too much about it, and without showing anything else on my face, perhaps because I had already understood her heart, soft as a feather. She opened her barriers and let me in. If he hadn't considered it before, Pierre now recalled the moment Calypso had shouted, I won that fight. The memory lingered, a flicker of something cold in his eyes. I can't explain the rage I felt that day, he thought. Lost in thought, he was startled by a knock. Master, may I come in? The door opened, and Calypso entered. Breaking through Pierre's reverie, Calypso announced, I've finished my training. Come here. She leaned against the wall, a slight strain in her voice. But, Master, she asked, is the training getting harder because you're in a bad mood? Pierre's response was swift. That's right. At his blunt admission, Calypso fell silent, unsure how to respond. She poured a glass of water, then turned back to him. Master, may I ask you something? She inquired earnestly. Master, do you love me as you would your own daughter? Pierre's silence hung heavy in the air. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? She wondered. Finally, Pierre spoke. I don't know what love is. Calypso replied. I thought so. She shrugged. Actually, if you say you don't understand love, Master, I have an ocean oath that could prove otherwise. Suddenly, Pierre was behind her. What did you say? He asked, his voice low. Startled, Calypso quickly backtracked. I was just joking. Just a joke. She added, Don't worry, Master. She continued, I didn't have high expectations anyway. I don't expect you to love me like your own daughter, so I think our relationship should strive for mutual benefit, protecting each other in times of need, worrying about each other in times of pain. That's enough. Master, she thought, I know what it feels like to be loved. So, we'll be good partners, Master. Don't try to be a father. Outside the mansion, the sun shone brightly. Calypso's eyes widened with excitement. I can't believe I'm going to the Dragon Boat Festival. Her mind drifted back to a conversation from 2 days prior. Pierre had said, I have something to tell you. The trip to the Dragon Boat Festival has been approved. Now, sitting in a chair, a small smile played on Calypso's lips. It's only a matter of time now before I leave. The Dragon Boat Festival, a celebration in honor of the dragons and the Empire's guardian deity, the Dragon Duke. An imperial festival held annually in Dragon City. She sat thoughtfully. At the end of Volume 3, the Dragon Duke opened a dimensional space. The problem is, I don't know how to open it, but I have to meet the Dragon Duke naturally at the festival and see if there's a chance to find a way to approach him. Or it would be great if I could live with him. She imagined the scene. Goodbye, everyone. In my past life, I couldn't move freely. I had no choice but to wait until I was 10. Thanks to Pierre, I gained fame and power, received formal recognition at the family meeting, and the trip to the Dragon Boat Festival was approved. Father, you're really useful. Calypso's thoughts grew increasingly cheerful. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes in front of her. 2 figures emerged, calling out, Your Highness! Your Highness! The 3 of them sat down and chatted amiably. Nearby, Belus watched from behind a wall. He murmured her name, Calypso Equisito. The two who had appeared called out again, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" As the other two laughed, Calypso sat calmly beside them, listening. "Our parents told us to greet your Highness," they said. "They want to invite your Highness to our house." Calypso was taken aback by the sudden invitation. She found the two siblings endearing, so she didn't refuse. Patting one of them on the head, she said, all right, all right." One of them added, "Your Highness, I also want to—" Seeing she hadn't given a definite answer, he thought, her Highness is still hesitant. Thinking this, he pressed, "Your Highness, you're not coming to our house, are you? Your expression says it all. Your expression says it all." Calypso's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" she wondered. Calypso sighed inwardly. As expected, the belugas are sharp and clever. One of them giggled. "I'm worried I'll be captivated. Because the princess is a good person. The princess is a good person." Calypso responded with a smile. "I'm not a good person." She thought to herself, if she were truly good, then their family would surely accept her as the heir. She should be responsible for that position, not planning to run away. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait a minute. If I publicly support Aegoner as the heir, then the Beluga family might also support Aegoner, right? Seeing Calypso lost in thought, the two siblings stared at her. Then they both burst into laughter, startling her. Both of them, beaming, said, "The princess's forehead is all wrinkled. My mom does that sometimes too." Hearing this, Calypso laughed, thinking, this is why it's troublesome if feelings develop. Afterwards, Calypso said, "Let's go back, it's time for class." Both siblings said, "Ah, we completely forgot. Luba's an idiot." The three of them chatted. "Princess, hold my hand." "Me too, me too. Can't we just stay like this forever?" Just then, Belis called out, "Calypso Equisito." Calypso was startled at the sound of his voice. Then Calypso looked around for the two siblings. Seeing her like this, they asked in confusion. Princess Calypso turned around and said, "Can you two go ahead?" Something came up. After that, she appeared before Belis and asked, "Looking for me?" Belis replied, "That's right, you've noticed my presence." She said, "Although I don't know why you're here, make it quick." "What is it?" Belis glanced at her and said, "I came to talk to you. But why are you already in a defensive stance?" Calypso, in a defensive stance, said, "Speak. Your conversations aren't held with words." Belis shook his head and said, "No, that's not it. Calypso Equisito, think normally. There's no way I'd fight you in a place like this." As he spoke, Belis began to move. Calypso scowled and said, "Even so, I still can't trust you. Get to the point and then disappear. If you want to fight, we can change locations. How can I trust that you're not here to fight? You only act when you're certain." Clutching her skirt, Calypso thought, do I have enough power to defeat Belis now? Even if I fight, I can't escape this place. I won't go beyond the limits of the primary educational institution. Belis lowered his head and asked, "You speak as if you already know me well. Aside from that last time, I've never engaged in a meaningless fight. How do you know I like to fight?" As he spoke, currents of water jetted out from around Belis's body. Calypso gritted her teeth, thinking, crazy, why is this guy creating so many water currents now? Suddenly, Belis looked puzzled. Strange. Among the people I've dealt with, has anyone been this talkative? Even after being beaten like that, who would dare to speak? She thought to herself, Belis doesn't fight at the educational institution. I don't know what that implies. Is he struggling internally? After careful consideration, Belis said, even Grandma doesn't know I like to fight. I have no reason to fight here, making such an obvious mistake, so I really don't intend to fight you. Look, I've lowered the water pressure, right? She frowned and said, even so, I still can't trust you. Get to the point and then leave. Then the two of them stared at each other in silence. Then Belis said with a smile, Bayon's downfall is a good opportunity for me. Since you're weaker than me, it's more advantageous to get rid of you now. But I truly care about you. Calypso Equisito. Calypso thought wearily, how ridiculous. Even if I prove how excellent I am, in his eyes, I'm still just a fish who can't control her own water power. It's obvious that the person he cares about isn't me. His target must be Pierre. Having figured it out, she said seriously, I don't need that kind of concern, so please stop. The person you truly care about isn't me. It's father, right? Dallas asked why you think that way. It's not that I don't care about Pierre Equisito. It's that I don't have a father, Calypso thought furiously. This guy is seriously immoral. Belis continued, it seems this conversation keeps going in circles. So I'll just be blunt. I want to observe you. I want to support you as my successor when the time is right. I was impressed by your performance at the family meeting. That's why I came to see you again. I want to know if this is someone I can support. As for what you did, it can be considered to include some respect. As he spoke, Villainous pointed at her. Calypso grabbed Villainous's hand and said, I understand. Listen carefully, brother. By the way, I have something to tell you. Can you lean in closer? Villainous replied, certainly. He thought, what kind of strength is this? Suddenly, she pulled Villainous close and whispered, stop playing dumb, you cold-eyed fish. Calypso said, if you're innocent, swear it on the sea. Villainous laughed, you're cunning. You're too shallow. With that, he abruptly pulled his hand back from hers. Villainous prepared to strike Calypso, but Calypso dodged the blow. She swiftly tried to grab his hand again, but as Villainous retracted, his hand turned into water. Calypso flexed her stinging hand, thinking, TSK. I was going to grab his wrist and break it. This small body, surrounded by water. Villainous said, well, it's no use doing that. Calypso puffed out her cheeks in frustration, thinking, Villainous, he's such a child. He immediately resorts to fists if he gets even slightly angry. Suddenly, Villainous asked, I heard you're going to the Dragon Boat Festival this year. Calypso froze, thinking, could he? She thought, then looked up, meeting Villainous's smile. Then Villainous turned and walked away, not forgetting to say, I'm close with grandmother, so I know most of her information. This was a direct request from Pierre, Equisito. What a coincidence. How interesting. Hearing this, Calypso thought with increased surprise, I guessed right. Why are you going there, you fish? Seeing Calypso's expression, Villainous's eyes flicked downwards for a moment. Then, a sly smile spread across his face. Seeing this, she thought, oh no, that guy's expression is the same as when I made him bleed. He's the type who enjoys getting in his opponent's way. How annoying. While Calypso was thinking, Villainous turned around again and said, oh, one more thing. Grandmother has summoned you to the mansion. Calypso went inside and looked around. Observing the architecture, she thought, anyone can tell this is Orca's. It's all black. Arriving at her destination, Calypso bowed her head and said, hello, grandmother. I heard you summon me. Orcula clicked her tongue. Then she criticized Calypso. Still just an ordinary child, huh? Calypso thought, did she call me here for a fight? Orcula stood up and said, at the family meeting, I didn't expect you to be such a small child. Then she continued, looking at Calypso, little sticky rice ball. Were you cowering back then? Hearing this, Calypso thought angrily, this old woman, no way. Gesturing to a nearby chair, she said, anyway, sit there. I've discovered something strange and interesting, so I called you over. About what happened at your residence. I heard they requested a qualification review and consecutive measures for the heir. So you wanted to accuse the maids of mistreating you, right? Calypso stared at Orcula, thinking, when did this happen, and why are you only finding out now? Is it because I gained recognition at the family meeting that everything changed? She thought, then firmly replied, yes, that's right. The person who was there before me received very little food for every meal, and the accommodations were poor. There was no one my age there at the time. Looking at the report and Calypso's answering eye patch, Orcula said, what is the meaning of this? Everyone else died, and yet you're saying you survived? Calypso's eyes flashed. No, she replied. It's because of me that I survived. To select the strong and the weak, grandmother demanded fair competition, but she didn't provide the same conditions. If a child dies because someone deprived them of their rights and abused them, then that's not competition, it's murder, grandmother. In fact, the records show that most of the children brought to the building I lived in died before the age of 3. How was that any different from infanticide? Yet, to you, it doesn't matter. Seeing Orcula casually cleaning her ear, Calypso pressed on, even if no one cared. If the report says they died of weakness, how can you tell them apart? No one even knows what talents the dead children possessed. Perhaps grandmother missed out on quite a few. That means the maid touched the master's property. Seeing Orcula's expression shift, Calypso smiled inwardly. Good, she's reacting now. Just as she was thinking this, the door burst open and Pierre rushed in, shouting, excuse me, mother. Calypso startled, then turned to look at Pierre. Father, what are you doing here? Orcula rose, leaning on her hand. Barging in like this is rude. Where did you learn such manners? Pierre answered frankly, I learned them from you, mother. Pierre gazed at her calmly. What a minnow sees and learns, it surely learns from its parents. Orcula glared at him. Son, have you been indoors too long? Has your brain rotted? Calypso sat there, thinking, Master, you're doing great, I need popcorn. Orcula unleashed her power. I asked you a question, and you dare talk back? Calypso struggled to breathe. Wait, hydrokinesis in here? Suddenly, a torrent of water surged in her direction, making her jump. Why me? A tremendous crash echoed through the room. Calypso slowly opened her eyes and looked. Then, Calypso's eyes widened in surprise. Pierre stood before her, having blocked the attack. From behind him, she thought father absorbed grandmother's power and blocked it. Pierre spoke. Take your anger out on me directly. Did you intend to kill my daughter? Orcula flicked her fingers dismissively. I knew you'd interfere. That's why this girl has no manners. Well, it's been a while since I found a whale I liked, so I decided to cherish and nurture it. Calypso gritted her teeth in fury. How absurd. You clearly just tried to kill her. Orcula sat back down. Well, sit. So what's the reason for your visit? Pierre's expression remained unchanged. If you summon my daughter, of course I must attend as her guardian. Who knows what might happen to her alone? Orcula replied. I'm speechless. Then, looking at Pierre's neck, she said, wipe your sweat before you speak, son. Were you so rushed getting here you're out of breath? Pierre turned his face. I didn't run. Hearing this, Calypso felt a surge of emotion. For me, father ran all the way to this distant place. Pierre helped her up and examined her. Are you hurt anywhere? He asked. No, she replied. Watching this, Orcula asked, even you find your daughter cute, don't you? But Pierre didn't answer. Orcula continued. Well, I'll ask you as her guardian as well. We were just discussing the punishment for the maid who abused your daughter. How should we deal with her? Calypso clutched her father's clothes, astonished by her grandmother's words. What is grandmother saying? Shouldn't we investigate and confirm the truth before discussing punishment? And why ask Master this? His response will surely be whatever. Thinking this, her hand unconsciously tightened its grip on her father's clothing. Suddenly, Pierre's voice, low and laced with a chilling intent, cut through the air. Kill her. Calypso looked up, startled. Father! Pierre, shrouded in a palpable darkness, responded, leave the decision to me. A maidservant of the Equasiator Rumi lineage once thought, I'm so pathetic. I've always been kind to everyone, but they all avoid me just because I'm a pufferfish beastkin. An argument erupted. Did you just say something bad about pufferfish beastkin? I heard everything. Oh my God, stop them. You stop too. You blamed me before, and because of you, I was kicked out. Whispers followed. Stop crying. I'll help you find another job. Wow, what am I going to do? Oh, Rumi is so strange. Last time, 2 friends with good hearing were also kicked out because of her. Be quiet. She'll hear you. Hearing this, the maidservant thought, was it my fault she got fired? Sure, it slipped from my hands, but she couldn't catch the falling base either. Why is everyone only criticizing me? The truth is, Rumi doesn't know. The reason everyone avoids her is because of her selfishness. Eventually, Rumi found work as a nanny at a childcare institution. Looking at the children, she thought, at least children won't avoid me. Her eyes reddened as she thought, my life is ruined. There's no turning back. Their futures are so bright, aren't they? At first, she wasn't used to killing. One day, a child appeared before Rumi. Calypso, Equasiator. Rumi thought, your future will be brighter than anyone else's, right? A direct descendant of the Orca family. Calypso replied, that's right. Calypso's eyes widened in recognition. Oh, it's the one who poured hot water on me. At that moment, Rumi gasped and then cried out, it's so hot. Calypso said, what? It was just warm water. Why are you making such a fuss? This much should be fine, right? I'm still alive. Just then, Rumi realized as Calypso said, Miss Calypso. Calypso replied, it's me. She asked, this is what you talking about? Calypso smiled. It's okay if you don't remember, because I remember everything. It's been 10 years. Even if you don't remember, there are very capable people who will help you remember. Rumi, panicked and bewildered, asked, what? Wait a minute. Calypso continued, the one who gave me spoiled food, poured hot water on me, and deliberately pushed me down the stairs should also experience everything I went through. Watching Calypso turn to leave, Rumi thought, what is this? 10 years? Is she mocking me? Is she falsely accusing me just because of small grudge? Suddenly, Calypso asked Rumi, you're blaming others, aren't you? My goodness. Even if the perpetrator doesn't remember, the victim will never forget. With that, Calypso turned and closed the door. Rumi called out from the other side, Miss Calypso. Pierre was already waiting outside. Pierre asked, are you finished talking? Calypso replied, yes. As they walked away, Pierre said, that maidservant will be declared the murderer of countless children. For the next 10 years, she won't be able to live comfortably. Tugging on Pierre's clothes, Calypso asked, Master, don't you think it's strange? Pierre asked him. Calypso said, you heard everything I said, right? Like about the 10 years. Don't you think I don't sound like a child? She asked, her grip tightening on his clothing. Pierre looked down, seeing her anxiously awaiting his response. Stroking her head, Pierre said gently, even a child can feel pain. So, those who hurt you must pay the price. I didn't intend for you to answer any questions. I said, from now on, I'm your father, right? As he spoke, Pierre lifted her into his arms. Resting her head against his shoulder, Calypso said, if I had known it would be like this, I should have come to you, master, and snuggled up to you sooner. Pierre replied, that hypothetical is meaningless now. Hearing this, she sighed in relief. It sounds like something an irresponsible person would say, she remarked. Next time I won't gamble, I'll do better, and so on. Pierre asked, I wonder how much my trust in you has diminished. She leaned back. It has to be proven through actions, right? If my mother were still alive, Master would have divorced you long ago. Pierre quickly replied, I agree. Be careful not to fall. Calypso looked away, her expression softening. It's strange how Master caught on to the subject so quickly. Pierre, gazing at Calypso's face, said, sometimes you talk just like my mother. Calypso quipped, that's an insult. Pierre responded, think what you will. The investigation into Rumi took only 3 days. The reason it progressed so quickly was because of Grandmother. Earlier in the study, Grandmother had asked, do you want the authority to decide? Then, narrowing her eyes, she'd said, isn't it obvious? I find it bothersome, so you should handle it properly. You must pay the price for barging into my office so abruptly. What followed was, hey, little one. Orcula pointed at her, her expression turning serious. She asked, are you planning to attend the Dragon Boat Festival? At the time, I gave an answer that Grandmother found amusing. I replied, according to the maids, only land dwellers are invited to the Dragon Boat Festival, right? The Dragon Boat Festival is a festival commemorating the Empire's guardian deity. It's strange that excellent marine beastmen like us can't go there. So I must go there myself, to let them know the greatness of marine beastmen. Orcula burst into laughter. After laughing, Orcula asked, well, I'm not going to retract my permission. When are you leaving? I replied, in a week. Orcula continued, go earlier. Go there and knock those land dwellers down a peg. With everything settled, Orcula waved her hand dismissively. All right, get out. Pierre quickly ushered his daughter out. As they left, Orcula's voice echoed after them. Oh, and little one, live until the day your name comes out of my mouth. Pierre said, Mother, don't worry. I will protect her at all costs. Orcula fell silent, unsure of what else to say. Grandmother shooed them both out, exclaiming, don't give me goosebumps. Get out. Afterward, we entrusted the task to Lyra and decided on Rumi's punishment. I'm sorry, Lyra. Lyra said, Dolly, you're making me finish this in 3 days. This reminds me of when I was a research assistant in graduate school. Pierre said, isn't this a meaningful task? Lyra replied, Master Pierre, you know nothing. That night, Calypso looked out the window and sighed, thinking, no matter what, that day has finally come. Tomorrow, I will depart for Akina, the Dragon City, the first dragon to appear in the Empire. That dragon became the guardian deity of the Empire. The city was named after it, after the first emperor married the blue dragon. Of their 2 children, the one with the lion's blood ascended to the throne, while the one with the dragon's blood was granted the title of duke. So the dragon duke of royal blood thought he would enjoy a life of luxury and comfort. But then, the scene shifted to a frightened maidservant. Trembling, she carried a tray towards someone's room. The maid was delighted to be chosen as a servant in the Dragon Duke's household, but he called for her, saying he had a task only she could perform. The man warned her not to breathe a word of anything she saw or heard, if she didn't want to be torn to shreds. Recalling those words, the maid trembled even more. Who knew the famed Dragon Duke didn't reside in his own castle, and, unimaginably, he was a monster in hiding. The maid reached the door and fearfully announced, the meal is ready. Startled by the sound of the door opening, she dropped the tray. Frantically apologizing, she turned and ran, screaming, help me. Then, the figure in the room slowly emerged, picking up a piece of meat that had fallen to the floor. Savoring each bite, she finished her meal. Soon, morning arrived. Today was the day Calypso would depart for the Dragon City. But before leaving, she made one last stop at the school to say her goodbyes. A voice called out from behind her. Luca and Luba, brimming with excitement, excitement, asked, "Are you really going to the festival? You're going to the Dragon Festival." Calypso offered a gentle smile and bid them farewell. Luca invited her to stay for lunch, but Calypso patted his head, politely declining, explaining that she had to leave immediately. A pang of sadness touched her as she realized this might be the last time she felt the softness of his hair. Luca seemed to notice the shift in her demeanor. Luba took her hand, reminding Calypso, "You must come back and visit Orsabu. Take care of yourself and don't get sick." To this, Calypso simply replied that she would consider visiting if she returned. Then, withdrawing her hand, she turned to leave. Luca hurried forward, catching Calypso's hand in his own. Tears welling in his eyes, he asked, "Princess, are you never coming back?" Calypso gave a small smile, slowly pulling her hand away. Then, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, she waved goodbye to Luba and Luca before quickly departing. The carriage set off towards the Dragon City. Sitting in the carriage, Calypso pondered seriously. "If I were to jump from the moving carriage, I would probably die, wouldn't I?" Such thoughts stemmed from the oppressive atmosphere that had settled within the carriage. Seeing no improvement in the situation, she cautiously inquired, "Master, it's been 3 days now. Could I perhaps ride with the maids and nanny?" Pierre firmly replied, "No." Calypso attempted to find more reasons to persuade Pierre to let her switch to the maids and nanny's carriage. But Pierre held firm to his initial stance. Seeing that she couldn't sway him, Calypso sat dejectedly. Glancing at Bellies, who sat opposite her, she wondered, what is his intention in accompanying me? Bion's power has waned. He didn't handle the matter thoroughly, and instead decided to follow me like this. I only heard that grandmother agreed, so I don't know what to do. Lost in thought, she was startled when Pierre pinched her cheek, asking, "Didn't you ask me to be your father? So from now on, I'll try my best." Her cheek still pinched, Calypso's words came out muffled. Seeing this, Pierre teased her about her pronunciation. The two bantered back and forth. Suddenly, the sound of a book snapping shut interrupted their conversation. Bellies spoke coldly. "Are you abusing a child? Someone powerful enough to be compared to the head of the family actually has a penchant for child abuse." Calypso was bewildered by his words. She thought, father is an adult, so he won't be provoked by Bellies. But she might have been wrong. Pierre coldly retorted to Bellies, "Do you want to fight me?" Watching the scene unfold before her, Calypso felt the atmosphere grow even heavier than before. She decided to speak up. "If you two are going to fight, please go outside. If someone dies, they should be buried underground so they won't be discovered for a while. But I really want to go to the Dragon Festival. If someone actually dies from fighting, I might not be able to go to the Dragon Festival, right?" Pierre, sitting beside her, was taken aback by her words. Calypso clenched her fists, threatening, "If that happens, it'll be very boring for both of you." She thought angrily, "If all this talking doesn't work, I'll just go ride in Misha's carriage." Silence descended upon the carriage once more. The carriage continued its journey towards the Dragon Festival. Neither Pierre nor Bellies spoke to each other again. The silence was a welcome change, but Calypso truly disliked the atmosphere. She hated the quiet. It allowed her to hear every subtle sound around her too clearly, a stark reminder of the land Beast Clan's taunts. They said she smelled of fish. Perhaps it was the impending journey to land that dredged up these unpleasant memories. Seeking a distraction, Calypso asked Pierre about the Dragon Festival. "I've never been to the Dragon Festival," he admitted. "I attended plenty of other festivals as a child, and a couple as an adult." Calypso, curious, inquired what they were like. "Not much different from Orca festivals," Pierre replied. "Similar to the Water Festival, too. The Empire has 3 major festivals: the Dragon Festival, the Land Festival, and the Water Festival. Of these, the Water Festival is the biggest event for underwater beast clans. Of course, the land dwellers sneer at it, calling it a smelly feast, but a lot of fights break out during the festivities. Many die. The festivals you mentioned are fighting polar bears, fighting 50-year-old great white sharks, fighting foxes." Calypso was bewildered. What kind of festivals are all about fighting? Pierre seemed almost proud. "The important thing is I won." She turned away. "Of course you won. Master is the pride of the Orca clan." At his silence, she glanced back. A faint blush colored Pierre's face, a sight that puzzled Calypso. "Master, are you shy?" Pierre demurred. "I'm not sure, as I've never felt this way before." Calypso explained, "Normal people would call that being shy. She was about to tease him further when Bellies suddenly spoke. The Dragon Festival allows formal duels. So powerful beings enjoy the festival differently than ordinary beast clans. Calypso, intrigued, urged Bellies to tell her more. She had only heard rumors of the Dragon Festival. She'd never attended. After becoming the head of her clan, her relationship with the land dwellers had become incredibly strained. Attending their festivals would be like walking into a trap. So Calypso was intensely curious about what her brother was saying. Bellies offered a cryptic smile. If you want to fully enjoy the festival, imitate prey. In your case, a sea hare, a sea slug, or a Dumbo octopus would suit you. Calypso bristled, but Pierre intervened. Master, let me at him. My fists are just aching to caress my brother a little. Pierre added, your water punches won't kill him. Then, clenching his own fist, he looked at Bellies. I will kill him. At this, Calypso hastily stopped Pierre. To diffuse the tension, she asked a different question. If we go to the Dragon Festival, we'll see the Dragon Duke, right? Pierre replied, I'm not sure. Bellies continued, the current Dragon Duke hasn't been seen in public since birth. Calypso was incredulous. If that's the case, even if we go to the Dragon Festival, we won't see the Dragon Duke. Isn't that like an orca manor without an orca? Meanwhile, at the Aquicider Manor, a man's voice scolded, I told you to weed out those young sprouts early on. For example, the secret order to eliminate Pierre's daughter. Are you saying that order was given to that person? Wouldn't it be easy to get rid of one little granddaughter of mine? His expression darkened. But it failed, didn't it? Because of that, my son had to endure such humiliation. So I hope this time it won't fail. A hesitant voice inquired. Lord Rodson, young Master Pierre, is going as well. Is that all right? Rodson replied cheerfully. If everything goes according to plan, it's fine. While I'm not sure about Pierre, the princess definitely won't survive. He let out a booming laugh. The white-haired woman sitting beside him seemed to be contemplating some aspect of the plan. Calypso's mood darkened as they journeyed towards the Dragon Festival. The news that the Dragon Duke wouldn't be present weighed heavily on her. It was unexpected. Her brother had mentioned that the current Dragon Duke had never made a public appearance. She only knew one thing about the current Duke, that he was a being who desired a peaceful existence. Considering his personality, his absence from official events was perhaps understandable. Suddenly, Bellies stiffened, sensing something amiss. All three of them simultaneously looked out the carriage window. Faced with the developing situation, Pierre remained remarkably calm. Before him, the carriage seemed to collide with something unseen. It lurched violently, its balance lost. Swiftly gathering Calypso into his arms, Pierre muttered, let's see which fool dares to attack this carriage. Surveying the scene outside, Pierre extended a hand. Displaying his power, a torrent of water erupted from his palm, aimed directly at the assailants. The water pressure blasted open the carriage doors. The sight that greeted the attackers was enough to make them falter. Pierre, Calypso, and Bellies stepped out of the carriage. The maids in Nanny's carriage had also arrived. Mesa and the other maids rushed forward, their faces etched with worry. Princess, are you all right? I was so frightened when I saw your carriage being attacked. Relieved that everyone was safe, Calypso asked her master to put her down. Pierre hesitated, concerned that it would make protecting her more difficult. It's all right, Calypso reassured him. My maids and Nanny can protect me. Pierre set her down. Mesa immediately embraced Calypso, tears welling in her eyes. Princess, weren't you scared? Calypso soothed her. I'm fine. Father is here too. She thought, touched. Mesa looking at me like this makes my heart flutter. She checked to see if anyone was injured. Then, with a bright smile, she watched the unfolding fight. Pierre and Bellies were now surrounded by their assailants, but both skillfully evaded their attacks. Observing the combat, Calypso realized something. Several of the attackers could use hydrokinesis. While my uncle is hot-headed, this isn't his style. Did Brian snap because I'm being protected by Pierre? Or is it because time is running out? As she watched, a sword suddenly flew towards her. With a swift turn, she kicked the blade, snapping it in two, leaving the attacker stunned. Calypso delivered a swift, righteous kick. Knowing Pierre had deliberately left an opening for that attack, she called out, exasperated, Master, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Pierre replied calmly, Indeed. This is real-world combat training. Calypso clicked her tongue, thinking, I've been fighting for over a decade. She glanced at Bellies. His expression seemed strangely strained. Before Calypso could dwell on it, someone grabbed her leg from beneath the ground. An ambush from below. Bellies reached out, desperately trying to grab her, but it was too late. She was pulled downwards. This is a mud wave, and there's even a catfish beastman. A hand clamped around her leg. A jolt of electricity coursing through her body. Nausea welled up inside her. There's even electric eel. I can't let this happen. Mustering all her strength, Calypso kicked the hand gripping her leg. Then her eyes fluttered closed, exhaustion overwhelming her. Her body felt like it was sinking into the depths of the sea. Suddenly, a voice jolted her back towards awareness. Damn it, where did the princess go? Over there, search thoroughly. Still disoriented and unsure of her location, Calypso heard an order from above. Kill the princess, and the mission is complete. She jolted awake, struggling to sit up, her mind racing. The surrounding trees and terrain were familiar, and based on what they'd said, this place didn't seem far from where she'd been before. If it was capable of such short-distance movement, then as expected, it was likely a jellyfish beastkin. In short, those who attacked the carriage were merely decoys. This meant the real attackers were those who ambushed from underground. Because she hadn't realized the presence of the catfish and jellyfish beastkin until it was too late, there must have been someone with cloaking abilities helping them conceal their movements. This suggested her uncle and the conservatives had underestimated those beastkin with weaker water manipulation abilities. It was clear her aunt was involved in this. The villains were still frantically searching for Calypso. Seeing them go elsewhere, she tried to move, but her legs had been injured during the abduction. She could still walk slowly, but her legs wouldn't hold up for long. So, she decided to find a place to hide, like a rabbit's burrow. Just then, her hand brushed against something. The earthworm-like creature struggled as Calypso's hand pressed down on it. It whimpered pathetically. Calypso quickly apologized, saying, "There are some evil beastkin in this forest right now, and they'll kill anything they encounter, so please be quiet." Hearing this, the blue creature immediately fell silent in fear. Calypso thought to herself that if this little creature wasn't a beastkin, then it must be a sentient being. She quickly said, "I'll let you go. Run quickly, because there's going to be a fight here soon." With that, she bid it farewell and turned to leave. After searching for a while, she finally found a small cave. Calypso recalled the time she ran away from home and lived in a forest in episode 3. To think I'd have to do this again at the age of 3. Looking back, Calypso was surprised to find that the blue creature had been following her all the way here. At the same time, the villains were closing in. Calypso hurriedly pulled the blue creature into the cave to hide. They couldn't understand how a child like her hadn't left any tracks, as if she had lived in the forest before. Calypso knew she couldn't hide like this forever. The time those guys spent looking for me, the time I spent moving and finding this place. If you add it all up, a considerable amount of time has already passed. Would her father be able to find her? Just as she was feeling despondent, a rabbit suddenly appeared from behind, startling her. It was charging towards Calypso. Sensing danger, she ran out of the cave. Hearing the commotion, the villains quickly gave chase. They arranged for men to surround and capture her. As she ran and saw villains ahead, Calypso displayed her agility, dodging their attacks. A flurry of swords flew towards her, forcing Calypso to desperately evade. Gritting her teeth, she endured the pain from her leg injury. She calmly asked the group, "You're from Brian's collateral branch, aren't you? Catfish, jellyfish, and anglerfish. I've memorized all of you." Hearing Calypso's words, the villains were startled. One of them shouted, "What are you doing? Kill her quickly. We don't have time. What if we mess up after getting close?" They argued, "Are you afraid of a 3-year-old child?" The closest one drew 2 small swords and threw them at Calypso. For a moment, she was at a loss. Suddenly, a force shot out, knocking the swords away. The force made them tremble with fear. Then it knocked down all the villains there. Suddenly, someone approached, making Calypso anxious. The person slowly walked towards her. It was Villainous. Seeing him, Calypso sat down in relief. "I almost died," she said. "At least someone's still alive." "We need a witness," Villainous replied. "You don't have to worry about that." Then, with a grim expression, he stared at Calypso. "Are you going to kill me?" Calypso asked calmly, thinking, if he intends to kill me, it will be now. If I die here, they can claim the culprit was a stranger. She smiled. "If you kill me here, you'll regret it. Do you think Father won't know you're the murderer?" The two stared at each other in silence. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the tension. The blue creature struggled out of Calypso's arms. It glared at Villainous with an indignant expression. Villainous looked at the blue creature and asked, "Is that an earthworm?" Calypso retorted, "An earthworm? Apologize. It could be a snake. Villainous asked, is the little girl going to eat a snake? The little girl retorted, who would eat a snake? Hearing their conversation, the blue creature trembled. Observing Villainous's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of harming her. Suddenly, from behind, a sinister aura emerged. Calypso reached out to Villainous. Hey, take my hand. Father's coming. You can feel it too, right? Hurry, grab my hand, and earn some brownie points. He didn't understand why he needed to earn brownie points with that person. But Calypso still insisted on holding Villainous's hand. Pierre approached from a distance, manipulating his power, the fury evident on his face. Villainous finally took Calypso's hand. The little girl whispered to Villainous, thank you for helping me, regardless. You could have left me to die. Actually, I don't hate you. I don't know if it's because of Grandma, but let's get along from now on, okay? It's a bit complicated, but I'll explain it simply. It's because I'm not your enemy. As she finished speaking, Pierre's power lifted her, and she flew towards him. Pierre gritted his teeth. Describe in detail where you were injured, because from today onwards, these people will no longer possess those body parts. Calypso hesitated. If we let them go, I believe they'll die soon anyway, Father. But Pierre didn't want them to die comfortably. With that, he manipulated his power to attack the villains. The sounds of bones breaking echoed. They writhed in agony, begging for forgiveness. Watching them being tortured one by one, Calypso asked, Master, shouldn't we leave one alive? We could use him as a witness. But Pierre's face darkened. There's no need. If we go back and interrogate everyone, someone will eventually break. Calypso was surprised by this answer, thinking, it's so nice of Father to avenge me. Night fell, and the maids were preparing dinner for everyone. Pierre watched from behind, noticing Calypso limping. He thought, when I asked her where she was hurt, she said they were all dead, so what did it matter? But my rage hasn't subsided. Still, it's good to see her happy. Although this trip was troublesome, and we encountered a rather dangerous attack. But it seems everyone is all right. Pierre recalled his encounter with Calypso. It was a relationship that was wrong from the start. But if it improves little by little, then someday, it might become the relationship we both long for. Villainous approached Pierre and asked, do you want to make a deal with me? I know the location where those dead assassins attacked Calypso. I can also provide proof of their identities. Among those assassins, one fool took the family signet ring. It's something only the heir possesses, so it will be quite useful. Pierre asked what Villainous wanted. Villainous held up 3 fingers. Whenever, you just need to answer my questions 3 times. But you must answer truthfully and swear by the name of the sea. Upon hearing this, Pierre touched the signet ring with his finger, sealing the agreement. He asked Villainous when he could ask his questions. Villainous replied that the first question was right now. This isn't a difficult question. Have you had any strange dreams lately? Pierre answered calmly. I don't know what dreams you're talking about. I haven't dreamt in over a decade. Having received his answer, Villainous simply replied, I've got the answer I wanted. In another corner, Calypso was looking at the small, blue creature lying listlessly in her hand. She guessed it was hungry. Because it looked like a snake, she thought a mouse might be the most suitable food. So, she decided to find some food for it. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when a current of water appeared from behind, enveloping Calypso and lifting her up to Pierre. Pierre asked her where she was going. Calypso said she was going to find food for the blue creature. Pierre inquired, this is the first time I've seen it. Are the two of you already so close? Calypso quickly explained, this little guy tried to help me, so I don't want to abandon it. Pierre asked if she was going to look for food with her injured leg. Noticing Calypso's puzzled expression, he took note of her injury. Pierre said, in this situation, you'd say I should be saying this, right? I was so worried about you. He stroked her hair as he spoke. Like this, right? Calypso was confused. Pierre's actions brought back old memories. She had been cared for like this before. Seeing her master's quick study, Calypso blushed. Pierre asked if she needed to find food for the snake, when suddenly another voice spoke. I'm not hungry. Calypso was startled. She looked down at the blue creature in her hand. Then, looking up at Pierre, she asked if he had just said he wasn't hungry, but he replied that he hadn't said anything. Her eyes widened as she looked back down at the creature in her hand. Did you just talk then? The blue creature replied, I'm not hungry. Only those with time-related abilities can hear my voice. Seeing Pierre staring intently at her, she said, it seems only I can hear its voice. If I can hear what it's saying, then it's highly likely a demi-human. The blue creature trembled and said, "Water. I need a lot of water." It whispered in Calypso's ear that it needed a lake. Hearing Calypso explain what the creature had said, Pierre replied, "Due to various complicated reasons, it's impossible to create a large water source with a lake right now." Hearing this, the young girl worried for a moment. Calypso decided to quickly find Misa. She said, "Misa, find a water source. It's urgent." Seeing Misa's blank look, Calypso continued, "Misa, you're a grouper demi-human, right?" Calypso recalled memories from her adulthood. She had heard about this. Misa and her companions were able to survive on land thanks to someone skilled at finding water sources. And that person was Misa. Although she was an incomplete demi-human, she was exceptionally talented at finding water. As a hybrid of grouper and shark, this rare combination made it easy for her to conceal herself. Incomplete demi-humans are mutations that appear in hybrid creatures. They have no special skills, or, conversely, possess incredibly outstanding talents. Fortunately, Misa belonged to the latter. She possessed the ability to find water sources, a characteristic of demi-humans who lived in freshwater environments like groupers. However, no matter how superior their abilities, mutated demi-humans were sure to be discriminated against everywhere. In other words, an incomplete demi-human had to live their whole life in hiding. You could say I've revealed a part of Misa's secret, but even if she doesn't help me, there's nothing more I can do. Misa took Calypso's hand and said, "I don't want to hide it from you. So, I wanted to say this first. I'm an incomplete demi-human. Can someone like me really be of help?" Calypso saw Misa's hand trembling. Calypso clasped Misa's hand tightly, her voice sincere. "It's all right. I like you, Misa, because you're a warm and kind person. Even knowing you're an incomplete demi-human doesn't change that. That's the Misa I cherish." Hearing these warm words, Misa was deeply moved. "I'll try to find a water source." Strangely, looking into Misa's eyes, Calypso recalled the words of a subordinate from her past life. That person had said, "I guarantee that wherever the Lord goes, there will always be someone following. Actions speak louder than words, and I am living proof." Soon enough, Misa located a lake. Calypso rushed towards it and placed the small blue creature into the water. It revived, its horns shimmering. Calypso watched, transfixed. The water in the lake began to recede. The creature's mouth worked, gulping down vast quantities of water. Pierre, Calypso, and Misa were all stunned by the sight. The blue creature had actually drunk the entire lake. The water swirled like a vortex. Calypso thought, what kind of serpent drinks like a pig? But it drank too much. What calamity has befallen the creatures living in the lake? She pulled free of Pierre's grasp. "It's been in the water for 30 minutes. We have to do something now." Suddenly, the blue creature sprang from the water. Refreshed, it declared, "Thank you." Everyone was startled when Calypso spoke. "If you're grateful, then stop drinking, you pig." Seeing her talking to herself, Misa was taken aback, unaware that only Calypso could hear the creature's voice. The blue creature said it was trying to stop. It walked dejectedly towards Calypso's hand and began to cry. "Did this body make a mistake? Did I do something wrong?" Calypso spoke kindly. "You didn't do anything wrong. Have you had enough water?" Hearing this, the blue creature wagged its tail. "Even if I don't drink water for about 3 months, I can still survive." Calypso asked curiously, "What exactly are you?" Its eyes lit up. "My name is Sath. I am family of the great Dragon Duke." 2 days later, since Calypso had encountered Sath in the carriage, the young girl smiled radiantly. Pierre curiously asked if she was that happy. Calypso looked at Sath and thought, "Of course I'm happy, because this little guy is family of the Dragon Duke." Recalling the night they slept together, Sath had said that the Dragon Duke had released his power and created him. Sath was the only member of the Dragon Duke's family, and they shared a special connection. In other words, Sath, a family member, would be absolutely loyal, and the head of the family, the Dragon Duke, had a responsibility to protect the life of his offspring. Calypso curiously asked Sath why it was alone in the forest, but it didn't answer. Then she said, "All I can do for you is take you to the dragon's castle." Back in the present, she pouted. "In the end, I couldn't find out why Sath was left alone. But thanks to this, I have an excuse to meet the Dragon Duke privately. If I take this little guy there, the Dragon Duke will definitely be impressed with me. This could be an opportunity to develop a relationship, whether it's for exchanging information or friendship." Lost in thought, she hummed a tune happily. Hearing the tune, Virus was startled. "Where did you hear that song?" Calypso thought silently. I can't say it's a song my subordinate sang in my past life. She smoothly replied that she had heard it from someone she knew before. Does it bother you? Virus replied. Not at all. Calypso was puzzled. If not, then why did you react that way? Pierre touched her forehead. I forgot to tell you. There's something special about this dragon festival. The royal family will arrive on the final day. Usually, they arrive mid-festival and stay until the end. Since that isn't the case this time, the family responsible for the opening address is the Panther Ion family, the Black Panther Dukes. Calypso froze when she heard the news. The Panther Ion family, the Black Panther Dukes, is the most powerful family after the royal family. This is also where the main characters of the original story appear. This is also the family I was sold to for an engagement in my past life. Calypso gritted her teeth. No matter how many times I'm reborn, this resentment won't disappear. Pierre noticed her displeasure. He looked out the window and said, and I have good news. We've finally arrived at Dragon City. Sath wagged his tail excitedly. The Duke is close. He's calling for me. Without me, the Duke can't even hold a fork. Sath looked out the window, whimpering. Calypso hugged him. Whether you want to or not, I'll definitely take you to see the Dragon Duke. At the festival ground in Dragon City, a man who looked like a butler came out and said, You must be tired. Many esteemed guests have already arrived, so I don't know if there are any vacant rooms. Please understand. He bowed, but the smile on his face twisted. Calypso glanced at him. Is the dominance display already starting? The animosity between land and aquatic demi-humans is long-standing. No one knows when it began. On the day of the meeting, this animosity reached its peak, with anger and disgust dominating the discussion. The chaos ceased with the appearance of Okura, the family head. She became the head after shedding her brother's blood, and she's incredibly belligerent. After she dissolved the meeting by force, the land demi-humans fell silent. On the other hand, compared to his known strength, Pierre lived a very peaceful life. Could someone like that remain calm, even when faced with discrimination? When he heard the butler say there were no rooms, Pierre asked, Are you saying we can't stay here? Calypso, who had been busy comforting Sath, only now noticed the shocking situation. Clutching Pierre's shirt, she cried out, Father! Tears welled in her eyes. Can't we stay at Dragon Castle? Pierre was taken aback by her expression. Meanwhile, the butler thought smugly, There's no way they're staying here. How dare they step foot in the noble Dragon Duke's castle? If they object, I'll just pretend there's no other choice, and then give them a room. Pierre walked up to him. Then he extended his leg and kicked him flying. Calypso couldn't believe her eyes. Pierre, his face a mask of fury, glared at him. Seeing Pierre's water magic, the butler trembled. I'm done for. I'm really done for. Just as he was about to apologize, water magic whizzed past his face, severing his hair and grazing one of his ears. Out of fear, he revealed his ears and tail, hoping to escape death. He quickly bowed and pleaded, I apologize. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Pierre asked, How do you intend to apologize for this? He immediately replied, I'll take you to the best room. Hearing this, Calypso said excitedly, Please take us to the room closest to the Dragon Duke. Virus turned to explain to her that the Dragon Duke didn't live in this castle. He resided in his own. Pierre still hadn't forgiven the butler. He lifted him high into the air with his power. Compensation. You haven't provided it yet. So I ask you, how do you intend to apologize? Seeing the situation escalating, the surrounding guards intervened. Please stop. He's the head butler of this castle. Pierre remained silent, merely swatting the guard aside with a casual display of power. He turned his attention back to the trembling butler, his voice a low growl. I don't want an apology anymore. I want compensation. He glanced at Calypso. Tell him what you want. A wave of emotion washed over Calypso. Had her father made things worse for her sake? She swallowed, then voiced her desire. Father, I want to meet the Dragon Duke. The butler stammered. I am so sorry, but we also have matters to attend to, so... Pierre fixed him with a chilling stare. If you value your life, you'll have a proper answer for me tomorrow. Now, show us to our rooms. Looking around the spacious accommodations, Calypso reflected. If I had come here alone, as a dragon bride, I certainly wouldn't have been given a room like this. Dragon bride was just a title. In reality, it was closer to being a sacrificial offering. Some of them lived only a few years, or perhaps none survive at all. What exactly did the dragon brides go through? The only recorded information detailed the selection process. The stories were always the same. The dragon bride met the dragon duke, and then nothing. In the original story, the dragon duke was someone the heroine deeply respected. What could such a person possibly do to the brides? Regret gnawed at her. If I'd known it would be like this, I should have paid more attention to the previous volume. She still didn't have enough information. So, while father was out, I tried to ask Sath about the dragon duke's whereabouts. But the problem is, Villainous keeps staring at me. What does that guy want? With Pierre gone, Calypso felt a prickle of unease. Pierre had told her to ignore the stairs, that the land dwellers were weak. Still, Villainous's gaze was unsettling. She turned, addressing Villainous directly. Just say what you want to say. I'm listening. Villainous replied, I was just wondering, even if I hadn't died in the forest that day, could I have defeated you? Calypso scoffed. Unless you're stronger than my father, you don't stand a chance. But I have a question. Why are you following me? Villainous recalled Okura asking him why he had joined Calypso's journey. He had answered then, because I want to get closer to my sister. Even though he knew his answer sounded completely illogical, he felt it was the most accurate. So, Villainous repeated, because I want to get closer to my sister. Seeing Villainous standing there, not elaborating, Calypso grew irritated. Suddenly, he spoke. I'll try to think of a reason you can understand from now on. Calypso was perplexed by Villainous's response. Orcus, she mused, developed their emotions primarily through combat. They reveled in battle, finding joy and fulfillment in it. When they lost, they experienced anger and resentment. Especially when facing an insurmountable opponent, they learned the feelings of despair and sorrow. In addition, they developed loyalty and adoration for the strong. The problem was, her relationship with Villainous didn't fit into any of those categories. She looked directly at him. Don't mind me. You don't have to care about me. When the time comes, I'll be gone. Orcus were typically calm and rational, but they could become excessively fixated on something that piqued their interest. Villainous should be focused on the powerful position of family head, not on a family member like her, because this time she would definitely leave this world and return to her own family. Villainous asked what she was talking about. Calypso replied, after the dragon festival. I won't be here anymore. Villainous thought, what about the position of family head? She said she wouldn't become the head. Do your own thing. The two stared at each other in silence. Suddenly, the door opened. Pierre returned. Seeing the scene, Bellatrix quickly left the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Calypso watched, thinking, is he angry because he can't have his way? That guy is the most promising candidate to be the head of the family. It might be a bit difficult to have him properly look after Egener, Luca, and Lubba. Pierre announced he'd heard bad news. The Dragon Festival might be canceled. Calypso was startled by the rumor. She thought it might be because Pierre had hit a land demi-human, but Pierre said the rumors about the festival were just that, rumors. Anxious, she asked why it wouldn't be held, what the reason was. Pierre said there were many rumors, such as the Dragon Duke being ill. Because the royal family couldn't participate properly, the festival wouldn't be held. The Black Panther Duke's family opposed holding the festival, and many other rumors. Ultimately, it meant the reason was unknown. Calypso tugged on Pierre's shirt, suggesting they go to the dining hall. She needed to hear the rumors circulating amongst the people. On their way to the dining hall, Calypso asked Sath if he knew anything about the festival, but he replied that he knew nothing about it. As expected, this child doesn't know either. I have to quickly send him back to the Dragon Duke. Sath laid down dejectedly. I left the castle because of the Dragon Duke, but I ultimately failed and almost died. If I failed, I should hurry back, but I can't go to the Dragon Duke alone. I want to ask Calypso for help, but to reach the Dragon Duke's residence, you have to be incredibly powerful. At that moment, in a certain room, there was a blue-haired boy who looked ill. He clutched his chest in pain, calling out Sath's name. The scene shifted to the dining hall where the land demi-humans were gathered. Calypso and Pierre went straight there, wanting to hear the unfavorable rumors about the Dragon Festival. But a servant loudly and unnecessarily announced their arrival. Of course, the sneers that followed were incessant. Pierre and Calypso, without a word, went directly to teach them a lesson. Calypso crossed her arms and looked at them one by one. Then she walked up to a fox demi-human, smiling amicably, then stomped hard on his hand. If you don't want to lose a finger, tell me clearly. There are rumors that the Dragon Festival won't be held. Do you know anything? He said uncomfortably. Ask the servants about that kind of thing. Seeing him still daring to talk back, Calypso pressed down harder on his hand. Fox mister, if you keep this up, your hand will be crushed. The intense pain made him yell, I'm not sure, but the Dragon Duke doesn't want to hold the festival. Rumor has it he's ill. Suddenly, someone behind them said, lies. The Dragon Duke just wants to rule. Another person chimed in. That's also a lie. It's obvious he doesn't want to see lowly creatures like us. Looking at the trembling fox demi-human, Calypso thought he wasn't lying. So, the rumor he knew might be false, and someone was deliberately spreading it behind the scenes. A man's laughter interrupted the argument. There's a useful fellow among the aquatic demi-humans who came this year. I've heard of you, Pierre. I hear you're as strong as Okura, he said boldly. But in the Black Panther Duke's family, if the Black Panther comes, you'll be defeated. Seeing her father hadn't acted yet, Calypso ran over and said, Father, what are you listening to again? If losers talk too much, we have to put them in their place. Pierre replied, You're absolutely right. Then, gently exerting his power, he made the man's soul leave his body. Having dealt with these people, thus cried from within Calypso's bag, Help me, Calypso, take me to the Dragon Duke. Back to the bedroom. Thus asked if they could go that night. Calypso agreed and further inquired, Can we communicate telepathically like this? I don't want my father or Bella to hear our conversation. Thus confirmed it was possible, as it could hear Calypso's thoughts. Calypso attempted telepathic communication, and to her relief, she succeeded. She had used water magic to communicate underwater when she encountered that demi-human with an adult body. She could do anything except create water. Just then, thus abruptly looked out the window, hissing several times as if receiving a signal, then declared, The Dragon Duke is calling for thus. It sobbed and cried, Dragon Duke, I miss you. I want to see you. Calypso quickly comforted it. All right, stop crying. Tell me, and I'll help you. What's wrong with the Dragon Duke? Thus explained that it needed a powerful demi-human to see the Dragon Duke, someone with considerable strength, because the demi-humans guarding the Duke were incredibly strong. They would have to overcome tight surveillance to meet the Dragon Duke. I thought Calypso was weak, but that's not the case. You're strong. Remembering how thus had considered her weak during their first encounter in the forest, Calypso retorted indignantly. Weren't you quite hostile toward me back then? I helped you. Then she posed a series of questions that had been plaguing her. Why is the Dragon Duke being monitored? If you love the Dragon Duke so much, why were you alone in the forest? Now that you're back, why hasn't the Dragon Duke come himself? Why didn't you ask for help from the people in this castle? Thus, appearing dizzy, said, I can't say more here. Hearing this, Calypso didn't press further. She thought, as expected, the story is quite different from what those others know. Even under threat from my master, in a place that discriminates against aquatic demi-humans, the servants won't tell the truth. It seems I really have to go myself. Calypso told thus, we'll go to the Dragon Duke tonight. Thus rubbed its head against Calypso's face joyfully. Yay, thank you. I like Calypso. She asked thus if it knew the way. Then, jumping off the bed, she said, I have something important to tell my father. I'll be right back. Thus lay on the bed, wagging its tail, and told Calypso to be careful. She turned and gave thus a gentle smile. She went to Pierre's room. She was about to knock when a voice called out from inside. I didn't lock the door. She opened the door and entered. Pierre sat on the bed, seemingly lost in thought. He looked up as Calypso entered. Pierre, looking refreshed, sat in a chair, gazing at his daughter. A gentle breeze wafted past Calypso. At that moment, Pierre gently extended his hand, and a powerful stream of water materialized. The water quickly lifted Calypso's body, and Pierre said, After attending these family meetings for so long, I finally understand. You're the most beautiful. He pulled Calypso closer. Calypso murmured in response, I didn't expect to hear such words from Master. Pierre replied, I've heard that fathers often dote on their daughters, so it's not surprising, is it? Calypso felt a touch of emotion. Master is truly considerate. I didn't know you would try so hard to play the role of father. Are you usually the type to keep your word? Pierre responded candidly, I'm not sure. Perhaps I should be more specific. I'm enjoying this moment. Hearing this, Calypso paused, thinking, is this why you always seem so indifferent? Like you're ready to disappear at any moment. So she asked, can't you and Eganer feel that kind of happiness? Pierre thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied, if the third child were as strong as you and possessed the same personality and soul, it might be possible. Calypso wondered, why do you have to say it in such a roundabout way? That wouldn't be possible if it weren't me? What about Virus? In terms of strength, he might be even stronger than me. Pierre irritably responded. That guy, the kid, is no good. He's too much like me. Don't talk about that kid anymore. Calypso laughed and replied, what surprises me the most is that Dragon City and the Orchid Territory are completely different. In Aquatic Dale, besides our mansion, there aren't any buildings this tall. The Equestria Mansion isn't this tall either. She thought to herself, it's time to talk about the main point. It's strange that I'm being so indirect. Even so, She tightened her grip on her skirt to gather courage, then said, Master, I like this city, so please go back alone. Hearing this, Pierre paused for a moment. Then he frowned, showing displeasure, and suddenly asked, Are you saying you want to live here with me? I just found out you like high places, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. If you live here, you'll definitely need an escort to the village or a private bodyguard. Mercenaries might be good too. Calypso hurriedly waved her hands and asked, No, did you hear wrong, master? Pierre asked back, Didn't you say you wanted to go alone? If you stay with me, Dallas will return alone. Calypso widened her eyes, silently lamenting, No, why would you understand it that way? She said, That's not what I meant. Suddenly, the air around Pierre grew cold. He asked icily, Don't tell me. You're not asking me to leave you here alone. Are you asking me to leave you in this place full of land dwellers? Do you know what they're capable of? Calypso covered her mouth, silently lamenting, This is father's true power, comparable to grandmother. Pierre gloomily continued, Don't say such unreasonable things. Calypso, a little surprised, wondered, what is this feeling? It's clearly a sense of competition, but it doesn't have the same superiority as grandmother's. This means father won't easily give up on me. It's a reassuring feeling, Pierre said. You made me become your father. You might have come here and said these things easily, but I'm not like that. From now on, your job is to be protected and trained by me. You just need to grow up as you wish. Calypso bowed her head, emotionally thinking, This is truly a complicated feeling, but the problem is I don't hate it. Pierre worriedly asked, You look tired. Is it because of the trip? Calypso thought, Do you know, master? If you were the father who loved me in my first life, I wouldn't have let you die of illness. She obediently said, Please take care of me, master. Pierre nodded. All right, from now on, think about how to do better every day. Calypso blamed herself even more. I'm sorry, master. Because of that incident, I wasted 60 years. Night quickly came. A small figure swiftly flew through the night. The person skillfully flipped once and landed. It was Calypso. She asked Saf, who was on her shoulder, You said it was west, right? Saf nodded in confirmation. Yes. We need to run very far for a very long time. Calypso slightly smiled, then said to Saf, Hold on tight. They quickly arrived. Calypso looked up and thought, This is bewildering. Does the Dragon Duke really live in this place? Broken windows, an old building. This isn't even the place Villainous mentioned the Dragon Duke lived. Calypso wondered, How do I get in from here? Saf trembled and instructed Calypso, From now on, you must be very quiet. At that moment, Calypso suddenly sensed something. She immediately crouched down and lowered her head. Her heart pounded nervously. Sure enough, right after that, the wall in front of her suddenly warped. A blue-haired man materialized out of thin air. Calypso, startled, watched as a figure abruptly emerge from the aged wall, clearly shifting from the color of the bricks to human skin. The fellow had to be a chameleon beast. If the land dwellers' military system hasn't changed this time around, weak fighters like chameleons always operate in pairs. A chameleon's partner is usually a carnivore. He patted the wall behind him and called out, Hydra. As silence fell over the area, a shadow darted out. Another figure appeared, seemingly from nowhere. The newcomer raised a hand. Border Patrol. I'm not the one usually on this assignment today. Calypso stares surprised. A hyena? Why would a prominent family of land beasts be mobilized for something like this? The beige fur dappled with black spots. The jet black fur around the ears. Definitely a hyena beast. Hyena were one of the 5 influential families on land. As she just thought, they weren't the type to be mobilized to guard this old building. The hyena grumbled to the chameleon. Look at our family. The chameleon replied, A few days ago, I saw the Panther clan come here to supervise. The hyena sounded astonished. The Black Panthers came too. They were dispatched here as well. Calypso recalled Sath's words. Sath needed a powerful beast to reach the Duke's residence, which meant it must be heavily guarded. Perhaps that's why Sath said that, Calypso thought. Just then, the chameleon asked, But Mr. Hydra, is the Dragon Festival really not being held this year? The hyena shrugged. Looking at the current situation, do you think it will be? The dignitaries who were supposed to attend have all left without knowing anything. The royal family has confined and is monitoring the Dragon Duke. They've erected a fake castle outside. Anyway, just bear with it a little longer. Hearing this, the chameleon asked excitedly, "Not much longer left?" The hyena replied, "That's right. The current Dragon Duke will die soon. The next Dragon Duke we see will be a reborn one." At these words, Saf, perched on Calypso's shoulder, trembled uncontrollably. The hyena stated confidently, "Since this is my mother's, the clan head's speculation, it must be reliable." The two of them gradually walked away. After a while, Calypso slowly crawled out from the bushes. Holding the shaking Saf, she comforted him. "Saf, calm down. We're here to save the Dragon Duke. Now is the time to be strong." Hearing this, Saf sniffled and then thanked Calypso. Calypso smiled. All right. If you calm down, let's go." She quickly led Saf inside. She whispered, "You said once we cross the outer perimeter, there won't be any more guards, right?" Saf nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Once inside, there won't be anyone." Calypso looked up and thought, "Well, I don't know about the Panther clan. I can handle those guys from earlier, but it's not a good option. Killing them is a problem, and knowing nothing about them is also a problem. If I kill the guards, everyone in the city will be suspected. In that case, those of us who are discriminated against will be blamed. If I just knock them unconscious, then a small fry like me will be assumed to be the perpetrator. More likely, I'll definitely be caught. The best option is to avoid them and go inside." Right, this is it. Before her was a dog hole. After a moment, the two successfully slipped inside. Saf cheered happily. "Saf knows the way from here." Calypso chuckled inwardly. "You've regained your spirit, haven't you?" Calypso cautiously looked around as she walked further inside, finding no one there. It's normal for there to be a hole in the outer wall, since no one is taking care of the castle. But with such superficial security outside, couldn't the Dragon Duke escape from somewhere inside? It's too lax. She asked Saf, "What exactly happened to the Dragon Duke? Can't you tell me yet?" Saf said, "Saf was born not long ago, but ever since I was born, they've been there." "Those beasts," Calypso began. "So you really don't know anything, do you?" Just then, a clapping sound came from behind. Calypso glanced back and saw a maid walking by on the other side. Strangely, her hands were trembling incessantly. Calypso thought, why is she shaking like that? At that moment, Saf whispered, "This is the way to the Duke's room. Follow me, Calypso." Calypso quietly trailed behind the maid. When they reached the door, the maid stopped abruptly. She reached out and lifted the curtain. A strange power was instantly unleashed. Calypso covered her face in surprise. This is just like Pierre's water magic." The sound of something shattering followed, along with the maid's scream. Calypso frowned, realizing the truth. The royal family had clearly ordered the Dragon Duke to be monitored and imprisoned. The reason was likely a loss of control. She turned to Saf. "I have a question you must answer. Is the Dragon Duke out of control?" Saf answered firmly, "No, the Duke is perfectly normal." Suddenly, the door in Calypso's hand swung open. She startled, staring at the enormous shadow that appeared before her. She thought, if the shadow is this big, how large must the actual being be? However, when she saw the boy in front of her, she realized he's not that big. Is he angry because his food was spilled? Since he's young, it's possible. The Dragon Duke hung his head. Calypso immediately rushed over. She reached out and pulled the Dragon Duke's hand away, realizing it was clutching spoiled food. "It's dark, so I can't see clearly, but I can still tell. I ate this kind of stuff when I was sold to the Black Panther clan." She addressed the Dragon Duke. "Let go. It's spoiled." She remembered, "I should be using honorifics, shouldn't I?" The Dragon Duke looked up at her with innocent eyes. Calypso silently assessed him. "Although he's not the age I know, his face is almost the same. But this situation is far from what I expected. Compared to the rumors, this residence was dilapidated. And then there was the royal family's imprisonment and surveillance. Even the food was spoiled, as if given deliberately. Could it be? She recalled the hyena's words. The current Dragon Duke will die soon. Calypso gritted her teeth, lost in thought. The Dragon Duke, kept in this place, is slowly being killed. Why do I think that? Calypso shook her head, trying to compose herself. "No, come down first. I haven't actually figured anything out yet." She addressed the boy in front of her. "Dragon Duke, right? I'm not an enemy. I want to talk to you." She was met with an eerie silence. Seeing this, Calypso appealed to Saf on her shoulder. "Saf, stop crying. Do something. Hearing the name, the Dragon Duke asked in confusion, Saf? Calypso said brightly, yes, I brought your family. Let's talk. The Dragon Duke asked hesitantly, talk? Calypso nodded. Yes, talk. Come on, get up. Goodness, I told you to throw that rotten tomato away. You'll get dirty sitting on the floor. Stay still. Let me brush you off. After dusting off the Dragon Duke, Calypso took his hand. Anyway, I don't know who might come, so let's go inside and talk. Inside the room, the sobbing continued. Calypso silently scolded Saf. You damn snake. How long are you going to cry? Saf sobbed, Duke, I'm sorry. Calypso looked up at the person in front of her, slightly surprised. Really? No reaction at all. Calypso finally spoke. Well, Duke, it's all right. I just want to talk comfortably. Hurry up and dry your family's tears. He's been crying a lot because he missed you. The Dragon Duke continued to stare blankly, showing no reaction. Calypso sighed inwardly. This character isn't like this in the original story. At this rate, I won't even be able to speak. Explain quickly, Saf. After a moment, Calypso asked hesitantly, so you're saying the Dragon Duke is an idiot? Saf hesitated. But our Duke is very good with a spoon. Calypso interrupted. I'm sorry, but in the Orca clan by the Duke's age, I was already participating in family meetings. She pondered, summarizing Saf's words in her mind. The Dragon Duke has only developed physically. Even if the Dragon Duke doesn't marry and have children, a natural successor will still be born. In other words, biologically speaking, he has no parents, so he needs someone to teach him. There are family members who are naturally born knowing how to serve dragons. They can only teach the Dragon Duke within the limits of their own abilities, like emotions or things like that. He's not ignoring what I say, but because he doesn't know what to say. Why? Who made him like this? Saf spoke up. I've heard many stories outside the castle walls, but I don't understand them all. Calypso suggested, let me organize it. Tell me what you've heard. Saf began. The lion once said, we must remember fear. Years ago, the dragon's wrath threatened the empire. Remember fear and build upon it. All newborn dragons will be carefully raised. They are not royalty, but merely emotionless weapons. To easily control weapons, they must not be taught anything. In case things get tricky, let them die like that. Then the newborn Dragon Duke will be raised again. Calypso suddenly remembered the venomous words of the old woman she had overheard earlier. A fiancé? How dreadful. The members of the Black Panther Duke's family are raising fish, you see. Calypso thought, really? I thought it would be difficult to see you again in this lifetime. But it turns out you're the same as me. Calypso said, Saf, the fact that you were found outside the castle walls back then was also, Saf nodded. Yes, I went out to look for someone who could help. I almost died, but I'm glad I met Calypso. Calypso clenched her fist. Saf, hey, can the Dragon Duke use power that transcends time and space? Saf replied, he can go anywhere to any point in time. Calypso asked again, can he use that power now? She thought, even if this is called cruel, there's no other way. This feeling of sympathy, relying on vague things to help him, has been bothering me. I want to confirm it. Unexpectedly, Saf said, no, he can't use it because he hasn't been taught anything. Calypso asked again, so that means he'll be able to use it when he grows up, right? Saf nodded. Calypso pondered, how ironic, but Saf's answer puts my mind at ease. Ultimately, this means we can build a mutually beneficial relationship. All right, I've confirmed the most important thing. Just then, the Dragon Duke suddenly grabbed Calypso's hand. Calypso was surprised. He's imitating the movement I just made. Just this much, it's as if he's struggling to survive. Calypso smiled triumphantly. I believe helping him is the right thing to do. She asked, what's your name? The Dragon Duke repeated her words. What's your name? Calypso patiently replied, I'm Calypso Eaksdale. The Dragon Duke echoed her again. Calypso nodded. Yes, I'm Calypso. Her image and name were deeply imprinted in the Dragon Duke's eyes. Stroking the Dragon Duke's head, Calypso asked Saf, what do you think of me? Saf said happily, Saf likes Calypso. Calypso is a kind beast. Calypso smiled. Is that so? Then please entrust the Dragon Duke to me. I'm sorry, but the Dragon Duke can't learn anything here. At my home, I'll feed him, let him sleep well, and I'll take good care of him. Come with me, Dragon Duke. Let's make a deal. I'll teach you everything about this world. And you, when you're able to act freely, choose for yourself. Please take me home. Meanwhile, Pierre sat alone by the window, his head resting against the glass, lost in thought. He gazed through the window at the distant forest. On the other side, Calypso held the dragon Duke's hand tightly. "All right, let's go to Eaksdale together," she said with an enthusiastic smile. But going alone now would be difficult, Calypso thought. Even if I were lucky enough to bring the Dragon Duke back by myself, I wouldn't be able to explain it if I ran into Father in that windbag. So she asked, "If I try to communicate with you telepathically near this building, will you be able to hear me?" Sath replied, "Because this is the dragon's territory, Sath can sense Calypso's presence." "Good, then I'll come back tomorrow," Calypso answered happily. "By then, I'll be ready to take the Duke with me." Sath blinked. "Yes, Sath will be waiting." Calypso stroked Sath's head, thinking, if I need a powerful ally, it would have to be that person. Soon, morning arrived. Calypso's voice echoed in the room. "Master, I would like to return to Eaksdale with the Dragon Duke." Looking at Pierre's indifferent expression, she thought, did I choose the wrong time? Finally, Pierre spoke. "I was wondering where you went last night. So you went to see the Dragon Duke." My senses couldn't be wrong. Caught off guard by her father's discovery, Calypso stammered, "Yes, but please listen carefully, Master, about where I met the Dragon Duke last night." And so, Calypso recounted everything that had happened the previous night. The Dragon Duke was confined in a dilapidated castle, controlled by the royal family. Because the current Dragon Duke was considered a failed weapon, he was slowly being left to die. She explained everything. After listening, Pierre asked Calypso, "So you're saying you need a powerful ally, correct?" Calypso smiled. "Yes." She thought to herself, I just need to persuade Master first. As for Bellies, I just need Father to threaten him with his authority. Just then, Pierre said, "You say you want to bring the Dragon Duke to Eaksdale. It's obvious that would be a fool's errand if I weren't here, wouldn't it? The Dragon Duke's presence in Akinnaron City is due to the solemn oath passed down from the first emperor. Therefore, the Dragon Duke can do anything here, but he cannot leave without the royal family's permission." Calypso pouted. "I know it's impossible to leave the city." She thought dejectedly. "Actually, Master is the best candidate for an ally, but only if he accepts my proposal. Otherwise, it's pointless. If Father doesn't want to help, it's fine. I can act on my own. I've run away from home and survived on my own before. If the worst comes to pass, although I don't want to do it, there's no other way but to turn back time again." Just then, Pierre set down his cup and asked, "You intend to stay here, right?" "No, you said you wanted to live here, right?" Calypso answered honestly, "Yes." Pierre asked her, "Is it because of this Dragon Duke kidnapping business?" Calypso replied, "I wasn't planning on kidnapping him. But, right," Pierre nodded. "So that's it. So you really intend to stay here, leaving me behind?" Calypso replied, "Yes, leaving Master behind." Pierre slumped slightly. "That's not enough, is it?" Calypso didn't understand. "What is?" Pierre replied, "Genuine affection, enough to make you change the way you address me." At that moment, a gentle breeze blew through. The atmosphere between the two grew somewhat heavy. Pierre asked again, "Why are you so hesitant? I've never scolded you. Next time, tell me what you want to do first. If you want, I can destroy that castle for you. I mean, next time, let's act together from the start." Calypso asked, surprised, "You'll really help me bring back the Dragon Duke?" Pierre nodded. "Yes." Calypso was intensely curious. "Why? Why are you helping me? Because you feel sympathy?" Pierre replied, "I'm standing here as your father. I just want to respect your wishes. If you want to do it, then do it." Calypso's heart stirred. These words from Master were better than any expression of sympathy. For the Dragon Duke's sake, I'm glad. Just then, Pierre asked her, "Do you have a rescue plan?" Calypso nodded. "I've thought of one." Pierre is pleased, and I'm looking forward to it. "You always bring surprises," a voice said, laced with anticipation. But at that moment, Pierre glanced towards the door behind them, a flicker of unease in his eyes. "We'll hear the plan later," he said, his words clipped. Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the room, followed by the swift intrusion of the door swinging open. A figure appeared, announcing, "Greetings, Master Pierre. I am the deputy steward of this castle. By order of Duke Davina Pantherian, the Black Panther Duke, all guests are requested to proceed to the Dragon Tooth Hall." The scene shifted abruptly to a boisterous, clamorous hall. Hyena Sheila, encountered a few days prior, stifled a yawn behind a hand. Calypso, spotting him from afar, nudged Pierre. "Master," she whispered, "it's that hyena, the very one I saw," she confirmed. At that moment, Bellies materialized behind her, inquiring, "When did you see him?" Calypso scoffed, retorting, "You don't need to know." Inwardly, she berated herself. That startled me. I almost answered. Around them, the other guests began murmuring about the various families present. "Isn't that Pierre, acquisier of the Orca family? I hear he's just as difficult as his family's patriarch." Another voice chimed in. "How strong can aquatic beings be on land, anyway? If they hear us talking, they'll make a fuss." Calypso inwardly fumed. They haven't gotten the news yet. Noticing her vexed expression, Pierre offered, "If you're uncomfortable, I'll deal with them." "No, I'm fine," Calypso demurred. "I could destroy this entire house if you wish," Pierre replied, his tone casual. A wry smile touched Calypso's lips. "Master knows how to joke. It's a joke, right?" A sudden wave of unease washed over the young girl. More whispers rippled through the crowd. "He's just like his grandmother, resorting to violence for everything." Pierre's voice turned glacial. "Bella takes after my mother. Because he received special love and care, he naturally resembles her." His gaze swept across the gossiping throng, silencing them with a palpable chill. Suddenly, Calypso's expression hardened, her eyes fixed on a figure approaching through the crowd. "This is the first time I've seen him in person, isn't it?" she thought, recalling his harsh word from their previous encounter. "You are Calypso Eaksdale, the one engaged to my son, aren't you? Remember this well. If your existence harms a single hair on my family's head, I will make you pay with your life." Back then, Calypso had been forced to live as if she were already dead. The man approaching was the Black Panther Duke, Davina Pantherian. Calypso would never forget him. Perceptive as ever, Pierre addressed his daughter. "Why are you frowning?" Calypso prevaricated. "I just don't like that uncle." Pierre's gaze followed hers, his voice low and dangerous. "I understand. I'll remember that." Duke Davina addressed the assembled beastmen. "I extend my deepest gratitude to all the beastmen who have gathered here. However, I must announce some unfortunate news. This year's Dragon Festival will not be held. All guests are asked to return according to schedule." A curious voice called out, raising a hand. "Your Grace, may I ask why the festival is canceled?" Duke Davina responded, "White Fox Patriarch, that is a good question. I believe everyone is curious, so I will announce this as well. The current Dragon Duke is unwell. Therefore, after discussions with the royal family, we have decided not to hold the Dragon Festival." Calypso scoffed internally, as if there was any discussion. Even a child who can't speak could see through that lie. "You heartless bastard," Davina continued. "Arrangements for the next festival are uncertain. The specific schedule will be announced later." Hearing this, Calypso thought, "Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid next year's Dragon Festival will be postponed as well." In other words, tonight is the first and last chance. Calypso tugged gently on Pierre's sleeve, catching his attention. "It's simple. There's no other choice now, right?" Pierre nodded in understanding. "We have to kidnap him and return quickly." A little while later, Bellies approached, his brow furrowed. "What are you plotting?" "You were acting suspiciously in the hall." He fixed his gaze on his sister, Calypso, who inwardly cursed. "This is why I hate perceptive children." "I'm not about to reveal everything, regardless," she replied, feigning innocence. "I don't know what you're talking about. But first, have a seat. I have something to tell you." Bellies promptly sat down, curiosity piqued. "What is it you want to discuss?" Calypso sat up gracefully. "One of the things I mentioned before. I might not be able to keep my promise." Just then, Bella chimed in. "Hold on. Sit properly. Your skirt is almost flipped over." Calypso retorted, "Even Master isn't this nagging. Why are you like this? And it's covered anyway. I told you I'd never go back, right?" Bellies nodded. "Yes, you did." Calypso delivered the news. "It seems I can't keep that promise." Bellies questioned her again. "What do you mean?" Calypso replied, "I simply changed my mind and decided to go back." Together, Bellies pressed. Calypso nodded. "Yes. Why do you keep asking?" Suddenly, shimmering bubbles materialized in the room, seemingly coalescing around Bellies. Calypso recognized the phenomenon with a start. That's hydromancy influenced by the caster's emotions. Anger causes the water to surge, sometimes even explode. But there are also cases of it collapsing due to sadness, but compared to anger, is this guy happy? Bellies, bewildered, wasn't sure what his sister was getting at as she watched him. He quickly became aware of the surrounding bubbles. With a flustered cough, Bellies swiftly reabsorbed them. He then inquired, "What about the headship? You said you'd go back together, not stay in such a mediocre place." Calypso answered, "That's still the same. I won't become the head." A gentle breeze drifted through the room, leaving a moment of silence between the siblings. Calypso chuckled softly. "Well, we'll see." I don't know what you're hiding, but if you tell me during this trip, I might consider turning a blind eye. Calypso thought suspiciously. Just by telling you, you'll overlook it? This guy's acting so casual. Anyway, thanks. The young girl thought to herself, stifling a chuckle. Bellies immediately caught her sly expression. Later that night, under the cloak of darkness, Pierre carried Calypso through the night sky. I can jump down myself, Calypso protested to her master. Pierre questioned, why bother when there's such a convenient tool? In the next instant, Pierre vanished from the rooftop. Only the rush of wind against Calypso's face remained. Calypso's jaw dropped as she assessed the situation. Like a speeding taxi. Master, you're so fast. They landed safely a moment later. Our master is amazing. You sliced through the night sky. Calypso whispered, impressed. Pierre responded coolly, I don't know what you're talking about, but we've arrived. Before them were the hyenas and geckos again. The pair had to conceal themselves behind the bushes, waiting for the creatures to wander off. Calypso pointed with familiarity. Master, it's over there. There's a hole. However, she quickly realized, it's blocked, isn't it? Blocked in just a day. As expected, after just one day of scouting, too many flaws have emerged in the plan. Pierre spoke up. If we only need to get inside, how about that spot? He gestured towards a broken section of a glass window. Calypso assessed it. It looks like a small opening. It seems I can get in. Since we found a solution, I'll just throw myself in. Master, what are you doing? Pierre removed his coat. You might get hurt by sharp objects. If achieving a flawless victory is difficult for you, then I simply need to protect you, like a father should. He swiftly wrapped the coat around her. Calypso, looking at herself bundled up, cried out internally, but isn't this too much? Pierre began channeling his magic and instructed her, all right then, return safely. He swiftly propelled his daughter towards the opening like an arrow. Calypso watched the hole grow larger in her vision, thinking, this should be all right, shouldn't it? Clad in her master, Pierre's cloak, Calypso sailed through the opening with what she hoped was an effortlessly cool demeanor. She landed with practiced grace, not disappointing her father. The cloak, however, tore, though her body remained unscathed. I have to admit, she thought, all the little things Master gives me are his way of showing affection. She carefully rolled up the damaged cloak. If I hadn't set out on this mission, I could have lived happily, accepting Master as my father. That's not something I should be thinking about right now. Calypso pressed her lips together, composing herself. She sent out a signal, calling Sath's name. I'm coming over now. Sath recognized the signal. It's Calypso. Calypso stealthily opened a door. Seeing the Dragon Duke sitting on the floor, eating, she sighed inwardly. So, this is the he can only eat if Sath is present situation? It's worse than I imagined. I can't teach a dragon how to cool down his food. Suddenly, a spoon clattered to the floor. Calypso startled, watching as Sath quickly slithered onto her hand. The Dragon Duke approached, grasping her hand and exclaiming, Calypso. Calypso quickly corrected him. Not Calypso, just Calypso. The Dragon Duke obediently repeated, Calypso. Releasing his hand, Calypso said, Duke. Wait a moment. She draped Pierre's cloak over him, saying gently, This is too big for me. Please wear it in my stead, Duke. Just then, Sath slithered back, reporting, Calypso, I've taken care of everything. The Duke's luggage, starting with the bag. Calypso praised him in surprise. You even know how to pack luggage? Sath puffed out his chest, replying, Of course, I'm a loyal servant. Then he produced a notebook. This is my notebook. It's filled with information about the Duke. Calypso gaped. A snake who can write? He even writes well, Calypso remarked. Sath, thank you so much for giving this to me, but why? You're coming with me anyway. Unexpectedly, Sath said, I'm not going. Utterly astonished, Calypso asked, What are you talking about? You cried and fussed without the Dragon Duke. Sath puffed up his cheeks in denial. I did not cry and fuss. Calypso held out her hand. Yeah, since you didn't cry and fuss, stop talking nonsense and let's go. We're out of time. Sath vehemently shook his head, refusing. No, I have a skill I can only use here. Calypso asked, bewildered, what? Just then, Sath's body suddenly began to glow. The dazzling light blinded Calypso momentarily. Then, in astonishment, she whispered, What is this? Sath, are you really? Sath, transformed into the image of the Dragon Duke, nodded. Yes, it's me. I am the Dragon Duke's derivative. I can maintain this form for a few years. Calypso asked, her face impassive. You mean? I'm guessing you're thinking that if we both leave, we'll be caught. Sath simply smiled and gave a slight nod. Then, taking Calypso's hand, he said, Calypso, please help the Dragon Duke. I'm counting on you. Calypso gritted her teeth, suppressing the turmoil within her. Then she said, Saf, I'm a dragon's bride, so when I turn 10, I will definitely return to this city. It's an unchanging, somewhat sad fact, unless I become the head of the family. So, 7 years from now, I'll come for you. However, if it's to save him, a pure creature like him, then this is simply a golden opportunity. I may not be a good person, but I cherish the creatures I'm fond of. Saf nodded, replying, yes, that's plenty of time to learn everything. Calypso thought to herself. I asked him if he was okay. That innocent, carefree, kind snake. Then, gripping Saf's hand, she threatened, repeat after me. If you don't, I won't take the Duke. Saf quickly replied, I will. Calypso continued, Orca, keep your promise. Swear it by the name of the sea. Though Saf didn't understand what it meant, he hesitantly repeated after her. Calypso, her brow furrowed, prompted him, say it louder, or I won't take you with me. Saf quickly raised his voice. I swear by the name of the sea. Calypso continued, all right. Calypso Eaksdale, swear by the name of the sea. Saf, I will definitely come back for you. With that, Calypso took the Dragon Duke's hand and fled the place. She thought to herself, Master said if I get near the second-floor window, he'll sense it. Immediately, a refreshing stream of water poured in through the window, swiftly enveloping the Dragon Duke and lifting him up. The boy's expression was one of sheer terror. Calypso wondered, is he afraid of heights? No, it's like he doesn't want to leave me. The two children, clinging to each other, went out. In a flash, they were teleported to where Pierre was waiting. You took a long time, Pierre said. They're coming this way. Calypso started. Really? Do they know about this? Probably, Pierre replied. The glass broke when the Dragon Duke crawled through the window. It made a sound. Calypso thought, it's good that we're escaping now, but the important thing is whether they've realized the Duke is missing. Master, she said, let's wait here for a moment. Conceal our presence with the power of water. Pierre immediately created a protective sphere of water. The hyena soon appeared. He reacted with alarm to his companion's earlier report. What? There's no one here? Are you sure your senses are right? The gecko replied, his face pale. I'm sure. The trap I mentioned has been triggered. There was definitely some activity. The hyenas said, it wasn't a wild animal, was it? They couldn't possibly still be lingering after smelling predators like us. After all, there's still no one around. It's possible our trap was triggered by a strong gust of wind. The two of them left the area, dismissing it as a mistake. Calypso thought, should I be thankful they're fools? The hyena, still convinced it was an accident, grumbled incessantly. Forget it. Since we're here, let's just look around a bit more. Seeing them leave, Calypso spoke up. Master, let's go. She thought, they're even more careless than I imagined. It's probably because they think the Dragon Duke wouldn't even know the concept of running away. Even if it's dangerous, the important thing is that we've confirmed it. They don't know the Dragon Duke has escaped. Now the only thing left to do is pick up Saf as soon as possible. The castle gradually disappeared into the distance. The Dragon Duke turned his gaze in that direction. The scene quickly shifted to a luxurious room. The two children sat together on the bed. Calypso asked Pierre, Father, where are you going? Leaving us here like this? Pierre replied, I have some business to attend to. Calypso pouted sullenly. Why do you have to go and leave us here? At that moment, she suddenly remembered the notebook, Saf's report on the Dragon Duke. Since she had some free time, she turned around and picked it up to examine it. The report read, the newborn Dragon Duke needs to learn. Learning here includes the basic emotions inherent in humans. Dragons will mimic the emotions of the first person they connect with. Therefore, learning is extremely important for the Dragon Duke. Very, very important. She realized the Dragon Duke, so that's why he didn't wipe away Saf's tears. However, I can feel how much he cares for Saf. The Dragon Duke's name is Echion Pontus Echion. No one knows this but me. No one is curious, and no one calls his name. Calypso addressed the Dragon Duke. Your name is Echion, a name similar to the Dragon City. It suits you. Just as the city shares your name, I hope it will also be kind to you. It's all right, Echion. You being here means someone warmer and gentler than the city itself is by your side. But never think of anyone as your savior. That truth is more pathetic than you can imagine. You're having a hard time communicating right now, so you might not understand what I'm saying, but someday you will. At that moment, the Dragon Duke's body trembled uncontrollably. Calypso continued, remember this. Redemption is something you give yourself. She thought to herself, I'm not one for grand pronouncements based on uncertain futures, but I truly hope he lives by that. Calypso sighed. There was still a long way to go. The Dragon Duke spoke, mine. Calypso asked, puzzled, blanket, do you like it? You can keep it if you want. The Dragon Duke, clutching her hand, said, yes, mine. The next morning, in another place, people whispered, gossiping amongst themselves. I've never seen that carriage before. Whose is it? That's Quasi-Adele. You know, the Orca family. Good riddance that fish finally left Dragon Fortress, right? They didn't belong in Dragon Fortress anyway. Hey, watch your words. Didn't you hear what they did in the Dragon Fortress dining hall? Calypso, overhearing all the rumors, muttered under her breath, idiots. Their carriage gradually moved away from the castle. Calypso turned to Pierre and asked, Master, are you really not going to tell me? Pierre replied coldly, you'll find out in due time. About 2 weeks. Calypso, curious, shook her father's shoulder. Why won't you tell me? I've been asking for days. Can't you give me even a little hint about what you did? Pierre responded, if I tell you that, wouldn't I have to tell you everything? Belly sat listening to the conversation between father and daughter. Then he spoke. 2 days seems like a long wait. Calypso frowned, thinking he finally speaks. She called out to Bellies. You did say that you'd at least consider turning a blind eye once before we left. Bellies replied, I haven't gone back on my word. Explained quickly. Hearing this, Calypso just smiled faintly. She removed the cloth from the Dragon Duke's head and said, say hello. Bellies' eyes widened in surprise. It was the Dragon Duke, Echion, looking composed. His face paled. He turned to Calypso, scolding. Are you insane? Calypso replied cheerfully, I usually only play big, so Bellies, do you think you can keep your promise? Bellies' eyes widened at this. And you're being so unreasonable. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of pain erupted within Bellies. He looked at Pierre in disbelief. Impossible. He's threatening my life. His threat against Calypso has reached this point? When the world happened? Just then, Calypso's innocent voice rang out again. Bellies, if you cooperate just a little, I think we can have a much better relationship. If you pretend you don't know about Echion's existence. Bellies, I'll make you the head of the family. How about it? Not a bad deal, right? Thanks to me, you'll have my master's support. Pierre said sarcastically. Mentioning titles, things get interesting quickly, don't they? Calypso said, Master, please be quiet. She puffed out her chest and continued. Anyway, I'm a person of ability. Whether you like it or not, that means I can make you the head of the family. I know you like power. Belly said, I'm sorry, but that's not what I want to hear right now. I want to know why the Duke is here. After you explain, I'll make my decision. You don't need my cooperation? Then tell me everything from the beginning. Calypso replied sternly, I'm sorry, but I have no reason to tell you. You have to cooperate, or there will be consequences. Bellies retorted, what about the oath? I promised not to divulge this information. So what do you think now? Calypso muttered under her breath. You could really say he's talented. So he's going to play it this way. After Bellies made the oath, Calypso told him about Echion. The story wasn't long, as she summarized it as concisely as possible. But contrary to her expectations, Bellies didn't have any particular reaction. However, the answer he gave was more or less predictable. Wouldn't it have been better to be honest with her and ask for her help? The ocean oath Bellies had just made with Calypso had a loophole. A loophole she thought that he was also aware of. The loophole in this agreement was, while he couldn't tell her about the royal family's plot, he could reveal the existence of the Dragon Duke. The Dragon Duke held a very special position, a divine being capable of transformation, not an orc or half-orc. If a living legend was captured by the royal family, then everyone knew what would happen to those accused. The royal family's plot to turn the Dragon Duke into a weapon was a clear threat to the Aquicidal family. It was reasonable for Bellies to decide to inform Okura and gain her cooperation. Calypso said frankly, I don't trust the head of the family. Do you think she'll believe what I say? I'm sorry, but the only people I trust are Echion and Master here. Bellies slowly replied, I understand. Then, as you wish, I won't reveal the Dragon Duke's existence. You agree? Calypso was suspicious that he would cooperate so easily. Bellies added, if you wish, I can make another ocean oath. Calypso couldn't help but ask, what are you planning? Bellies chuckled softly and replied, at a time like this, just accept it. At that moment, Pierre interjected, whatever you decide, it's best to do it quickly. We might be busy elsewhere soon. Calypso urged, hurry up. Bellies muttered, I was hoping to tease you a little longer. Just then, Calypso cheerfully pulled back the carriage curtains and looked out the window. What a warm welcome. At that moment, Pierre instructed, "Stay in the carriage. If you just leave him like that, any arrow that flies past your nose will hit him." Calypso thought, "I can't deny that." Pierre opened the carriage door and said, "I'll be right back." The two rolled up their sleeves, preparing to go outside. The crowd outside immediately trembled. A dangerous glint flashed in Pierre's eyes. Then he stretched out a hand, and water instantly appeared. Immediately afterward, only the screams of the crowd could be heard. A person stealthily approached the carriage and was instantly repelled by the water. Bellies, who had appeared out of thin air, sneered, "I won't be careless this time." Inside the carriage, Calypso, the chill girl, opened her notebook, thinking I should look at the notebook while they're cleaning up outside. The Dragon Duke possesses the ability to manipulate the power of space and time. Reading this, Calypso abruptly stopped. Then she turned to the Dragon Duke and asked, "Echion said that you possess the ability to transcend space and time. Although you're still too young to teleport, there's one thing you can do now to achieve this. Hold my hand and let our foreheads touch. Can you let me see my parents again?" Calypso thought, if the space-time compatibility is good, I can display the time and place I want. She pleaded with the Dragon Duke, "Please let me see them again, even just once." The Dragon Duke's eyes flickered. He said, "I will help you, Calypso." Soon after, Calypso saw an unfamiliar scene. She reached out her hand, thinking, "I don't think I'm really there. My body is transparent, and it's still the body of a 3-year-old orca. But these streets were so familiar. My house is just behind this flower wall. If I go through this door," the familiar house appeared before Calypso. She told herself, "Don't get your hopes up. If it's a weekday, Mom and Dad might not be home." Who would have thought a familiar voice would reach her ears? "Honey, did we leave the window open? I feel a draft." Her mother shook her head. "Impossible. All the windows in the kitchen are closed. Come, have some tea to warm yourself up." Calypso realized it's Mom. "Dad, Mom, Dad."